LoveLore Library. Chapter 532. Lin Xian was not lying. He was really worried about this matter. Who did you hear that from? Linglong Shui. Is her words enough? Lin Xian asked. Enough. Lin Xian then said, the possibility is high, but not certain. That's why I reminded you. You guys threw my sincerity and kindness into the wind. I'm sorry. Ling Ying stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Forget it, forget it. Just be obedient in the future. I don't dare to go out alone anyway. I can either go out with Ling Longyue or this Murong Qing. She's definitely a strong person. Then, Lin Xian cleverly turned the situation of being blamed by the girls into him blaming them. However, Lin Xian did not say that on purpose. Life did not perish, Lin Xian. Those people suddenly realized that Lin Xian had abandoned the prettiest Murong Qing and was now chatting with the two new beauties. Moreover, they seemed to have a very good relationship with each other. What's more, their relationship seemed to be very good. They even saw one of the girls feeding Lin Xian a small cake. What's going on? What's going on with this Lin Xian? In the beginning, everyone thought that it was possible for Lin Xian to have a good relationship with the first beauty, but when a person had a good relationship with the three most beautiful women present, it inevitably attracted everyone's attention. That's enough. Ling Ying held a piece of cake and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, I'm full. Didn't you see how much I fed you? Ling Ying said helplessly. In order to admit her mistake, Ling Ying listened to Lin Xian and fed him. Everyone was envious. Keep it up. Lin Xian smiled. At this moment, the scene suddenly became chaotic. An old man walked out from the innermost room surrounded by a crowd. Oh! For a moment, the crowd reacted as if they had seen a celebrity. Although none of them knew each other, Lin Xian felt that it was fake. Lin Xian recognized two of the people who walked out. He had seen them before in Tianhua City. They were from the three major forces. However, it was only those two people. He had only seen them before and did not know them. However, they were definitely big shots. Lin Xian looked at the old man. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but he was very spirited. His gaze was very sharp, the kind of gaze that could scare away many people. He was a serious old man. I reckon that whoever becomes this old man's disciple will be a disaster. Lin Xian said quietly to Ling Ying. Why? Ling Ying asked curiously. Han Chushue also looked over. His eyes are sharp, he must be an extremely strict old man. Being his disciple, I'll be disciplined to death. It just so happens that you lack discipline. Go and be his disciple. Ling Ying said angrily. Damn! How am I lacking discipline? You have a home, but you don't go home. Instead, you go around seducing young ladies. Don't you think you lack discipline? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. It seemed that this girl was still jealous. Yes, yes, yes. Then, you can discipline me. Lin Xian said with a smile. This old lady doesn't care. I don't have the time either. Ling Ying said proudly. In fact, the words in her heart were, she couldn't control them. That's right, she really couldn't control them. Because of the appearance of these people, all the attention was temporarily diverted from the three beauties and Lin Xian. When they came to the front of the hall, those people couldn't help but gather around them. Lin Xian and the rest were here to eat and drink. They were too bored and didn't want to become some expert's disciple. To be honest, they didn't care. If Lin Xian really wanted to, wouldn't Linglong Shui be better than him? Everyone, quiet down. At this time, a man said. The hall indeed quieted down. Let me introduce everyone. This is Senior Huang from Tiandu. Senior Huang is a heavenly venerable realm expert and has been famous for a long time. This time, he came to protect our border cities and also to find a disciple. Senior Huang's vision is not ordinary. Senior Huang didn't even take a fancy to those geniuses in Tiandu. What Senior Huang sees is a kind of fate and opportunity. Therefore, everyone, you all have a chance. TSK. Linging couldn't help but make a tisk sound. It's not those geniuses in Tiandu. It's those people who don't take a fancy to him. Linging pursed her lips. Lower your voice. Lin Xian said. It's fine. I can't hear. Those geniuses in Tiandu, which family doesn't have two heavenly venerables? Heavenly venerables aren't rare in Tiandu. There are many of them. Powerful ones are rare. Huang Chang glanced at the hundreds of young men and women below. Then he said, this old man is looking for a disciple based on fate. However, your talent and other aspects must also pass. Therefore, everyone present, those with ordinary attributes, eat and drink well. Those with rare attributes, please stand to the side. Suddenly, the scene was divided into two groups. One side was 80% of the people. They were all ordinary gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. Other than these 5 attributes, the rest were all rare attributes. Lin Xian and the other 2 didn't want to do anything, so they all entered the ranks of ordinary martial artists. The others were very surprised. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were quite famous. Even in Jinghua City, some people knew about them and some people recognized them. They also knew that the 2 girls had rare attributes, but they were still standing there. However, when they saw that this Lin Xian was also in the ordinary attribute group, they all revealed a disdainful smile. So it was just an ordinary attribute. However, there were people who knew Lin Xian. For example, Qiao Anyu. At first, he wasn't sure, but later, he was sure. Then he came up with a plan. Aren't you awesome? Don't you have many beautiful girls around you? Then if you provoke an Empyrean realm powerhouse, what should you do? Ling Ying silently peeled a lollipop and stood behind. Huang Chang glanced and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, there are close to 50 people with rare attributes. Not bad. It's better than what this old man imagined. Senior Huang. At this moment, Qiao Anyu stood up and bowed to Huang Chang. Firstly, he could gain his special attention. Secondly, it was also for his plan. Oh. What's the matter? Huang Chang looked at Qiao Anyu. Qiao Anyu then pointed at Lin Xian, who was at the back of the crowd, and said, Senior Huang, you told us to separate the normal and rare attributes, and we did as you said. However, I found someone with a rare attribute standing among the normal attribute crowd. He obviously didn't give you face. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Well, being handsome was easy to attract hatred. Oh. Who are you referring to? Huang Chang frowned. It's him, Lin Xian. Chapter 533. Everyone looked in the direction that Qiao Anyu was pointing at. Damn. It's actually him. The idiot who has a relationship with the 3 beauties here. Damn it. I already knew that he wasn't a good person. He actually brought such beautiful female companions to attend a banquet, and there were so many of them. Fuck. That's right. How dare he be disrespectful to Senior Huang? Throw him out. Lin Xian touched his nose awkwardly when he saw everyone looking at him. Qiao Anyu sneered in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Huang Chang's eyes narrowed. Xiao Anyu was right. Wasn't this not giving him face? Everyone who came knew the purpose of this banquet. It was to welcome him and find a disciple. Therefore, everyone was definitely here for him. However, there was actually a junior with a rare attribute who hid among the warriors with normal attributes. The meaning was obvious. If he didn't want to become his disciple, then what was he doing here? Therefore, he was furious. Men, chase him out. Huang Chang said unhappily. Xiao Anyu sneered. This time, he had provoked a heavenly venerable expert, right? He was finished. This, some people from the three major forces knew Lin Xian. When they heard Huang Chang say that he was going to chase him out, they didn't know what to do. They couldn't defend Huang Chang. They liked Lin Xian. After all, this kid had contributed a lot to Tianhua City. Senior Huang, this Lin Xian is a famous hero, so, an expert from the sacred palace said. Huang Chang snorted. What? Huang Chang showed an unhappy expression. No. No, it's just that, at this time, Lin Xian walked out. I said, Lin Xian looked at Huang Chang. Senior Huang, I don't know why you want to chase me out. Shouldn't you be chased out for being rude to me? Huang Chang snorted. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Everyone looked at him in shock. Then I would like to ask Senior Huang, how was I disrespectful to you? Some of the people from the three major powers were madly throwing glances at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian ignored them. Murong Qing smirked and looked at Lin Xian, waiting for a good show. Huang Chang frowned. What do you think? Lin Xian casually walked to the table at the side and took a sip of red wine. Then, he said indifferently, Senior, what you mean is that I'm disrespectful to you because I'm standing in the normal attribute queue even though I'm a rare attribute? Xiao Anyu said at this time, isn't it? Everyone knows that this banquet is specially held for Senior Huang. All of us are here to become Senior Huang's disciple. Since you want to do this, why did you come? Aren't you disrespecting Senior Huang? Lin Xian smiled and said, then may I ask, is there a rule that states that we must come to become Senior Huang's disciple? Then may I ask, all the seniors from the three major powers can't come? Compared to the seniors from the three major powers? What makes you think you're on equal footing with them? Sorry, why can't we be on equal footing? Lin Xian smirked. This sentence caused the people from the three major forces to be stunned. Xiao Anyu was stunned. Ha ha ha, then, there was a burst of laughter. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, do you really have no idea? They're all seniors from the three major powers, what about you? Are you? You're not, what makes you think you can say that? Xiao Anyu thought that Lin Xian was a character, but he didn't expect him to be such an idiot. He thought too highly of this Lin Xian. How do you know I'm not? Lin Xian said as he took out a badge. Seniors from the three major powers, this badge should be enough to prove something, right? This is the badge of the Deputy Commander of Tianhua City's Divine Palace. A senior from the Divine Palace looked at it and said in shock. What? Deputy Commander of Tianhua City. This. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Xiao Anyu was also stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Anyu's eyes widened. He was so young and didn't have much strength, how could he be the deputy commander? This was only a nominal identity that Qin Feng had given Lin Xian back then. He didn't have much real power. So, I'm not here to become Senior Huang's disciple like you all. I'm here to accompany the three major powers, so what does it matter if I'm standing there? Lin Xian sneered. With just a status, he turned the tables on them. Although Huang Chang hated Lin Xian to the core, Lin Xian's words made sense. There were no less than 100 people from the three major powers present. They had thought that Lin Xian's age was enough to become Huang Chang's disciple, but they didn't expect that he was actually one of the three major powers. Ha ha ha. That's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. An expert from the three major powers said with a smile. Wait. Qiao Anyu's face was extremely ugly. To him, women were no longer important. What was important was face. That's right, face. Lin Xian had slapped his face, so he had to get back at him in some way. Even if it wasn't for himself, he had slapped Huang Chang's face. Even if it wasn't for Huang Chang, he had to do something in order to not be remembered by this heavenly venerable. Is there anything else? The people from the three major powers looked at Qiao Anyu with ugly expressions. This kid didn't have any foresight at all. This matter was clearly going to be forgotten. Everyone should just treat it as if nothing had happened. What else did he want? At this time, Qiao Anyu pointed at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Senior Huang, these two are also rare attributes, and they aren't standing in the group of rare attributes. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Huang Chang had to find a way out. He had to intimidate these people with his prestige. He had to make an example out of them, or else his face would really be slapped. Huang Chang then looked at the two people. It seems like this sovereign isn't liked by many people. Huang Chang said coldly. Stupid old man, what arrogance. Ling Ying mumbled, and Han Chuxue quickly pulled him back. At this time, Lin Xian said, I brought the two of them here. They're my family, so I don't think they need to take sides, right? Your family. Lin Xian nodded, yes, I brought my two girlfriends here to participate in the banquet. I'm from the Holy Sanctum, and they are my girlfriends. Since I brought my girlfriends here, they don't have to be here to become Senior Huang's disciples, right? Everyone, they're both your girlfriends. Who are you lying to? Chapter 534. Hearing Qiao Anyu's words, Lin Xian laughed. What? Can't I have two girlfriends? Can't I let my two girlfriends live in harmony? You can't do it. Most people can't do it. But I can't say that everyone can't do it. You don't believe me. Lin Xian opened his arms. Ling Ying immediately understood and went into Lin Xian's embrace. Han Chuxue hesitated for a moment and walked over shyly. Then, Lin Xian hugged both of them. Everyone's eyes widened. This motherfucker, wasn't there Murong Qing before? No, it's fake. It's all an act. Humph. Lin Xian, do you think we will believe you? You're just finding an excuse for them. Qiao Anyu sneered. Ha ha ha, why? Then how can you believe it? Let me broadcast it live for you. Are you stupid? Qiao Anyu's face was extremely ugly. Idiot, you want me to explain it to you? It's up to you to believe it or not. After saying that, Lin Xian hugged the two beauties and walked to the side to eat the delicious food. The expressions on their faces were unsightly. So was Huang Chang. Although they knew in their hearts that they were acting and that the two beauties were definitely not his girlfriends, what could they say? Let them prove it. Broadcast it live for them to see. Whoever said it was an idiot. Although they were angry, they could only turn a blind eye to it. Huang Chang was defeated twice. His heart was filled with anger, but he couldn't do anything. Since when was he so helpless against a few juniors? If these people weren't here, he would have killed them. Ha ha ha, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Everyone, continue, continue. At this moment, Lin Xian and the rest were filled with anger. Fuck. When have I ever been treated like this? Ling Ying stood there fuming. So what if he's a celestial venerable? He's so arrogant, but he still has to come for him. If I'm unhappy, I'll get my family to kill him. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and said, what can we do? In this current situation, he is the most important one. All the people from the three major forces have to take good care of him. If I didn't have this badge, we would have been driven out by now. Fuck. In any case, Ling Ying was extremely unhappy. Although she didn't have such arrogance, she couldn't let others ride on her head arrogantly. Where's your immortal sister? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. You still want them to come and help us? He just thinks that he's the strongest. If he doesn't care about his reputation, we'll probably all be killed by him. Won't we have to get back at him? Then how about I help you get back at them? Murong Qing walked over with a smile. Lin Xian looked at her. Elder sister, please behave yourself and don't cause any more trouble, okay? He. Murong Qing smiled and then said, to be honest, this banquet is really boring. You guys have to suffer here. And you were brought here by me. To be honest, I'm partly responsible. Lin Xian looked at her with a smirk. Oh. Then how do you plan to get back at them? Murong Qing smiled faintly. Don't forget whose territory this is. Lin Xian, the rest of the story went on as usual. Huang Chang used his own methods to identify these martial artists and see if they were suitable to be his disciple. Lin Xian and the rest sat on the sofa, eating and chatting. To be honest, the others were very envious. After all, he had just said that the two girls were his girlfriends. So Lin Xian was very comfortable. He was fed by Ling Ying and Han Chushue, rubbed his legs, and patted his back. It was simply too satisfying. How is it? Is it satisfying? You even hugged the two of us. Ling Ying asked. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Lin Xian said happily. Not bad. Shouldn't it be very good? That's very good. But Ling Ying looked at the scene where Murong Qing had disappeared and asked, where did elder sister Murong go? Why did she say that this is her territory? Could it be that she's a high-ranking official in the capital? That's not right. She said that she's from Tiandu. Lin Xian, how do you think she can help us? Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry. If she says she can, then she can. After all, Lin Xian knew Murong Qing's identity. To be honest, if she couldn't do it, then no one else could. The celestial venerable realm was very honorable, especially when he came to the border. Therefore, the three major forces had to give him some face. However, that didn't mean that he could be lawless and do whatever he wanted. Those members of the three major forces who didn't have much power and strength could only endure it. However, Murong Qing was different. In Hua Nation, there weren't many people who could compare to her status. Hey, I've never seen you trust me so much. How can it be that other women can do it? I can do it too. I can call dozens of celestial venerable realm experts to kill him. Ling Ying said unhappily. Good. Lord Ling Ying is right. Han Chushue said, Ling Ying wasn't joking. Just the Ling family alone has dozens of celestial venerable realm experts. Lin Xian, fuck. What kind of existence were the 8 major families in Tiandu? A family with dozens of celestial venerable realm experts? No wonder Ling Ying's father didn't like him. TSK. Not to mention the celestial venerable realm, even if Lin Xian reached the celestial venerable realm, Ling Ying's father might not even like him. No, there's no need for that. Please don't be angry, miss. Who the fuck could stand this? No matter who you wanted to provoke, you shouldn't provoke the daughter of a rich family. She could call dozens of people over with a casual phone call. These people were not small fries, but celestial venerable realm experts. This fucking, humph. I don't care. I, Ling Ying, have never been put on airs by anyone in my life. They even want to throw me out. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy Ling Ying became. Then, he took out his phone. Other than this old man, Lin Xian had made her unhappy and wronged before. However, Lin Xian was special. Lin Xian made her unhappy. That was another kind of emotion. Miss, don't. Lin Xian hurriedly stopped her. What? Although Lin Xian was also unhappy, Ling Ying's actions would cause too much of a commotion. If I don't beat this person black and blue, I won't be happy. Then leave it to me. You. Lin Xian, hey, I'm your man. Can't you have a little bit of confidence in your man? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was shocked. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Then, she quickly and secretly gave Lin Xian a look, hinting at Han Chuxue. Chapter 535. Lin Xian reacted and added, what I mean is, I'm your man now. After all, in the eyes of these people, both of you are my girlfriends. Ling Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian almost exposed him. Han Chuxue didn't think much of it. She didn't know that your man had a deeper meaning. Then what are you going to do? Ling Ying asked. You know how to get people, so do I. Wait. Lin Xian walked away and made a phone call. Hey, little you, what are you doing? Watching TV. Ling Longyue was nestled on the sofa. Beside her were all kinds of snacks, potato chips, jelly, happy drink, candy. She couldn't be more comfortable. Don't watch TV. Come out. I'll bring you to eat good food. Lin Xian said in a very tempting manner. Ling Longyue's big eyes suddenly lit up and then lost interest. Forget it, I have a lot of good food here too. Lin Xian then said, let me see what I have here. A 3-meter-long lobster. There's also a chicken leg that's bigger than a person's leg. There's also blue, yellow, white, red and other colorful cakes. When you bite into them, you'll be able to taste delicious butter and jam. Ling Longyue's big eyes shone brighter and brighter. Where is it? Ling Longyue realized that she said something wrong and quickly added, I just want to let you know that it's not as good as you said. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, okay. I'll send you the location. On the other side, the banquet was still in full swing. However, from time to time, there would be so many people looking at Lin Xian and the rest with envy. Although they knew that they had offended a sky venerable, seeing this person hugging girls left and right made them feel fucking uncomfortable. Huang Chang also looked over from time to time with a vicious gaze. He actually made him lose face. Although no one said it out loud, everyone knew in their hearts that perhaps after today, this matter would spread. He really wanted to kill Lin Xian, but he couldn't for the time being. After all, they had just had a conflict. If Lin Xian were to die, then there would definitely be people who would suspect him. Although there was no evidence, he didn't want to be suspected. But there was no rush. Just a few days later would do. At this moment, a group of people pushed open the door and rushed in. It could be seen that this group of people seemed to be the staff of Rose Heaven. Everyone, Rose Paradise has something to do today, so we'll be closing soon, so your banquet has to be terminated. We'll return the venue fee to you at the original price, and we'll also compensate you with an equivalent venue fee as compensation for interrupting your banquet. The lobby manager of Rose Heaven immediately cut off the music and said to the crowd. With this, everyone was unhappy. Reverend Huang had yet to choose a disciple, and many of them had yet to accept the trial. How could it be interrupted like this? Do you know who we're holding this banquet for? This is Senior Huang, a dignified Empyrean realm expert. Think carefully, how can you interrupt Reverend Huang's banquet? Compensation. Is that enough compensation? Xiao Anyu licked crazily. The lobby manager sneered and said, I don't care if you're Reverend Huang or Reverend Hong. Not to mention an Empyrean realm expert, even if you're a great Empyrean realm expert, you have to leave today. This is the order of our Rose Heaven's boss. Why did this lobby manager dare to be so arrogant? Because he had the confidence. How dare you? When Huang Chang heard the lobby manager's words, he flew into a rage. He was a dignified Empyrean realm expert, yet he was being looked down upon in such a small place. Although the lobby manager was afraid, he thought of something, mustered his courage to say, Senior, you came from Tiandu, so you should know who's behind Rose Heaven. That's right, today's order was personally given by her. Huang Chang clenched his fists tightly. Should he make a move? If he didn't make a move, he, a dignified Empyrean realm expert, would become a joke. If he made a move, he might be reduced to a pile of dirt. Because he was very clear about the person behind Rose Heaven. She might not be very powerful, but her influence, her authority, even in Tiandu, was monstrous. To tell the truth, he could regain his face now, but the price was death. What choice could he make? When Lin Xian saw this scene, he also understood Murong Qing's intentions. She wanted to chase these people away. Even an Empyrean realm expert was being looked down upon. Wasn't it uncomfortable? However, Lin Xian didn't want to chase him away just like that. Ling Longyue hadn't arrived yet. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and said, Oh, you're chasing people away. When the lobby manager saw Lin Xian, he bowed and said, Young Master Lin. Lin Xian, what the hell? It seemed like Murong Qing had instructed him to do so. Everyone's eyes widened. This lobby manager had a backer and confidence. He didn't even put an Empyrean realm in his eyes. Even when he chased him away, he didn't have a good tone. Why was he so respectful when he saw this puny Lin Xian? Since Murong Qing gave him face, Lin Xian wanted this face. And give me some face and let the banquet continue. After all, Supremacy Huang came here tirelessly. We can't neglect him. Then, the lobby manager nodded and said, In that case, since young Master Lin said so, I'll go and report it. Everyone was even more shocked, and their eyes widened. I'll go. This Lin Xian knows Rose Heaven CEO. I remember that Rose Heaven CEO is run by a very powerful person in Tiandu, right? Ling Ying's mouth was slightly agape as he said in surprise. Han Chushua nodded and said, I'm not sure who exactly it is, but from the looks of it, it seems so. He's well hidden. He actually knows such a big shot. Interesting. Ling Ying was curious. Then, those people left. Some of the people from the three major powers seemed to understand something. They were also very surprised. Murong Qing and Lin Xian's relationship was so good now. Lin Xian then smiled and looked at Huang Chang, whose expression was extremely ugly, and said, Supremacy Huang, please continue. Treat it as my apology. Huang Chang secretly clenched his fists. Although it seemed like Lin Xian had helped resolve the awkwardness and allowed the banquet to continue, it was actually a slap to his face. What kind of status did Huang Chang have? He was a famous powerhouse in the heavenly venerable realm. But in a small hotel, his face was not even comparable to the face of a brat. This slap to the face was even fiercer than directly canceling the banquet. Humph. Huang Chang gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. This time, Lin Xian had even more discussion. What was going on? Who was the boss behind Rose Heaven? Why did that heavenly venerable Huang Chang not dare to make a move and instead respect Lin Xian so much? What was going on? Heavens! Chapter 536. The banquet continued as usual, but Huang Chang's expression did not look too good. If he attacked Lin Xian out of anger, that would not do. If he gave Lin Xian a cold shoulder, that would not do either. Others would say that he left in a fit of anger. That would not do either. But he remembered. A small piece of trash dared to provoke him, a heavenly venerable. That was courting death. In his heart, Lin Xian had already been given a death sentence. As for Lin Xian, Ling Ying and Han Chushue stuck to him the entire time. They helped him massage his back and fed him. It was very uncomfortable. Those who were watching were envious. Everyone was puzzled. What was Lin Xian's identity? He actually knew the boss of Rose Heaven. They could not afford to offend him. However, those present did not understand what kind of existence the boss of Rose Heaven was. They only knew that if even Huang Chang, a heavenly venerable, had to give her face, she must be a very strong existence. Therefore, they did not dare to provoke Lin Xian for the time being. As for Qiao Anyu, who had provoked Lin Xian, he was in a panic. This Lin Xian, it seemed like he could not afford to offend him. How was that possible? At this time, Murong Qing indifferently pushed open the door and walked in as if nothing had happened. Then, she smiled and walked to Lin Xian's side and sat on the sofa. How was it? Did I give you face? Murong Qing smiled tenderly. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, cough cough. It's all right. It's quite a face. Then you owe me a favor. Lin Xian, damn. Who was the one who said that she was responsible for everything? How did it become me owing you a favor? Lin Xian said unhappily. He. Then forget it. Murong Qing picked up a glass of red wine and said, however, he's a heavenly venerable. Any heavenly venerable has the dignity of a powerhouse. Your actions have trampled on his dignity, so you're in danger. If he's kinder, he might just want to teach you a lesson, but I think it's more likely that he wants to kill you. You already knew that he would kill me, yet you still helped me provoke him. Aren't you pushing me into the fire pit? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Murong Qing. Kikik, Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. So, if you want to seek protection and survive, you can look for me. Big sister can protect you. Lin Xian, this woman, it turned out that she had planned this all along. The so-called helping him was only the first part of the plan. She didn't care about owing him a favor. Her real goal was the second part. The pursuit of an Empyrean was not something he could withstand, so she thought that Lin Xian would definitely seek her protection. In this way, Lin Xian still owed her a favor. Damn. It was a trap. It was all a fucking trap. When a woman becomes scary, she is really scary. I'm sorry, there's no need for that. Thank you. Lin Xian laughed. Murong Qing frowned slightly. I'm not joking. You're really not worried. Someone will die. Murong Qing only felt that Lin Xian didn't believe her words. To be honest, even if Lin Xian didn't agree and said there was no need, she would still secretly protect Lin Xian. She couldn't let Lin Xian die, and if he really died, it would be related to her. She, Murong Qing, had killed many people, but in her eyes, they were all people who deserved to be killed. She also had her principles. If she caused his death, she would naturally feel guilty in her heart. No need. Lin Xian said. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying knew that Lin Xian would definitely not use it. The powerhouse beside him was very abnormal, and it was the most abnormal space attribute. Hey, I'm serious. Murong Qing said. I'm serious too. Lin Xian laughed. Murong Qing then stood up angrily and glared at Lin Xian before walking away. Really? It was a thankless task. Then she would like to see how this Lin Xian would react when he was in danger. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Hey, I'm here. Where are you? Ling Longyue's voice came through. Wait for me at the hotel entrance. I'll come and pick you up. 3 minutes later, the door opened and Lin Xian walked in with Ling Longyue. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue looked at each other. So that's it. So this Lin Xian's method was Ling Longyue. Yes, this Wang Chang might be a famous powerhouse, but Ling Longyue was also a heavenly venerable. According to Lin Xian, she was considered to have 1 foot in the absolute realm. She was at least a high-level heavenly venerable. Moreover, she had the space attribute. Under the same realm, she could rely on her space attribute to crush her opponents. Now, Ling Longyue's space attribute had been upgraded to the void realm. That was something that no one could stop. Ling Longyue had a proud look on her face. When she got into the elevator, she insisted that she was only here to take a look. Then, when the door opened, her beautiful eyes were filled with stars. Not only were there many types of delicious food, the most important thing was that they looked so beautiful and exquisite. This was what it meant to be delicious. Then, Ling Longyue looked down at the bag of chips in her hand and threw it into the trash can at the door. Then, she ran over. The sudden appearance of a little Lolita, who was brought by Lin Xian, attracted everyone's attention. Damn! What a beautiful little Lolita. This is the most beautiful little Lolita I've ever seen in my life. What should I do? Want to commit a crime. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. This is Lin Xian's daughter. Pui, impossible. Hey, slow down. The girl in front of him was still extremely arrogant. The moment she threw the chips into the trash can, she ran towards the delicious food. Lin Xian couldn't stop her from running. Lin Xian then rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but chuckle. What an adorable little girl. Delicious, delicious. Ling Longyue grabbed the chips and stuffed them into her mouth. She could have cake, seafood, and candy in her mouth. Lin Xian walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Ling Longyue turned to look at Lin Xian and suddenly realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. Gulp. She forcefully swallowed the delicious food and said, I just wanted to taste all the food quickly, that's why I ate so quickly. And, that's it. Lin Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. Too cute. Okay, I believe you. But can you slow down? Wipe your hands and eat slowly. Can't you see that there are so many people looking at you? Lin Xian laughed. Oh, okay. Ling Longyue had eaten a lot of delicious food. However, the best she had eaten was probably the food in the Western restaurant. But for a super foodie, this kind of space was filled with delicious food and drinks. This was the best. Chapter 537. Perhaps if one wasn't a foodie, they wouldn't understand the heart of a foodie. Originally, Ling Longyue wasn't a foodie. But ever since she came to the human world, she changed. Perhaps she didn't change. Perhaps she was originally a foodie but it wasn't obvious. But after coming to the human world, the first time she tried all kinds of human food, she fell. Every day, if she wasn't eating, she would be on the road looking for good food. This is delicious. Ling Longyue held an exquisite sushi in her hand. Then, as if she had discovered a new world, she turned to Lin Xian and shared it with him. If it's delicious, then eat more. I asked you to come here to let you try the good food. If it wasn't delicious, then I wouldn't have asked you to come. I know you like to eat good food. I'm fine with it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ding. Deceiving big sister, Prince Charming points plus 10,000. Lin Xian heard the system notification and touched his nose awkwardly. Actually, it wasn't really deceiving. He just wanted Ling Longyue to help him and bring her to eat good food. Lin Xian comforted himself. Ding. Ling Longyue's favorability towards you plus 5. This time, her favorability rose to 25. It's okay. It's so-so. Ling Longyue said stubbornly. Actually, she was quite touched. She didn't expect this bad guy to still remember her. That's why people say that little Lolas are easy to deceive. Look, Lin Xian brought her here to eat some good food. Moreover, he didn't have pure intentions and wanted her to help him. She believed him and her favorability increased by 5. If she was a normal little Lolas, she would have committed a crime. Then you eat slowly. We'll go home together. I know. Go do your work. Ling Longyue's mind was on the food. Then, she waved her hand and chased Lin Xian away. Actually, Lin Xian had many considerations for letting Ling Longyue come along. Firstly, she could teach that Huang Chang a lesson. Secondly, Lin Xian would be at ease with her escorting him back home. Thirdly, he could go with her to the demonic beast domain to investigate. Once she was full, she would probably be willing to come along. Lin Xian sat beside Ling Ying and the others. What do you want Ling Longyue to do? Ling Ying asked. Act according to the situation. We can't let her come here to eat and drink for nothing, right? Ling Ying smiled and stood up with Han Chuxue. Your sister is here. Chuxue and I will go play with Ling Longyue. Bye-bye. Then, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue walked away. Ling Longyue saved Ling Ying's life before, so Ling Ying's attitude towards her is different from before. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing who was walking over and felt a headache coming on. What was this woman trying to do? Little hubby, have you really thought it through? You don't want me to help you. I don't need you to owe me a favor. Murong Qing sat beside Lin Xian. Her whole body was pressed against Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at Ling Ying and then looked away. Cough, cough. No need, no need. It's just a sky sovereign. I can beat him down with a finger. So sister, you don't need to worry. Hey, what realm are you in? Aren't you afraid? Lin Xian smiled and said, then, why don't you try? How? Aren't you good at attracting hatred? Go and attract hatred and make him attack me. Courting death. I won't do such a boring thing. Murong Qing glared at Lin Xian and then walked away. To be honest, she was a little unhappy. She really wanted to attract hatred. But after thinking about it, she decided not to. If she really angered Huang Chang, he would really attack Lin Xian. Huang Chang's gaze occasionally looked at Lin Xian. He also found his disciple. Qiao Anyu. Qiao Anyu was so excited that he couldn't express it with words. He actually found a sky sovereign as his master. He felt that he had really made a meteoric rise. Lin Xian stood up and walked over. Congratulations to Senior Huang for finding a disciple. Lin Xian said with a smile. Huang Chang glanced at Lin Xian. What are you trying to say? No, no, no. I just want to say that birds of a feather flock together. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they were all dumbfounded. Does this Lin Xian want to die? He actually took the initiative to provoke the sky sovereign Huang Chang. Birds of a feather flock together. They all knew what Lin Xian meant. Huang Chang's character and Xiao Anyu's character were all known by those who didn't know. They were narrow-minded. In short, they weren't good people. They weren't open-minded at all. Lin Xian was saying that it was normal for two people like them to be together. Brat, you think you can be disrespectful to this old man just because you have the backing of Rose Paradise? Huang Chang's aura surged. Murong Qing secretly shook her head. This Lin Xian really didn't know life from death. Hey, hey, hey. Senior Huang, what do you mean? Am I being disrespectful to you? I said that birds of a feather flock together. Am I wrong? You are a famous powerhouse and a genius who has achieved the Tao. This young Master Qiao is also a genius. You two geniuses are together. Am I wrong? Lin Xian said with a smile. Everyone really admired Lin Xian. Everyone knew in their hearts. Even Huang Chang and Xiao Anyu knew that Lin Xian was ridiculing them. However, he was still able to find such a way to smooth things over. Lin Xian. Don't be so arrogant. My master is an Empyrean powerhouse, the strongest existence in this world. Don't think that we don't know what you mean just now. If my master wants to kill you, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. He just needs to release his aura and you will be reduced to ashes. Xiao Anyu pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Oh. Is that so? Then I really want to test how powerful the aura of an Empyrean powerhouse is. Moreover, I have to correct young Master Qiao. Although a bootlicker is indeed useful, a bootlicker will definitely die. A bootlicker won't live for long. A Empyrean is strong, but it isn't the strongest existence in this world. Take me for example. Although I haven't reached the Empyrean realm and am still far from it, an Empyrean can easily kill me. Huang Chang clenched his fists. This brat was deliberately provoking him. However, he looked at the people around him. He was being looked down upon by this Lin Xian. If he didn't make a move and declare his sovereignty, then he would really become a laughingstock. Ignorant brat, this old man will teach you how to write the word education today. Huang Chang said angrily. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Lin Xian said, sorry, I know how to write education, but it depends on the person. For some people, I don't know how to write it, but for others, I know how to write it. Senior Huang, in my eyes, which type do you belong to? This is infuriating. This is infuriating. Huang Chang was furious. His aura suddenly erupted. Senior Huang, you can't. A powerhouse ran over and was immediately repelled by the aura. This lord won't kill you, but since you look down on this lord, today, this lord will let you feel the pressure of an Empyrean. Let's see if an ant like you can easily resist it. Chapter 538. On the scene, some people were happy while others were worried. Those who were happy were the passers-by. They were unhappy with Lin Xian. Not only did he have so many girls, he was also so arrogant. Wasn't he courting death? Finding trouble with a heavenly venerable was the same as courting death. Those who were worried were from the three major forces. They liked Lin Xian, especially Lin Xian who had saved so many people. But how should they put it? If Lin Xian didn't court death, he would be fine. A surge of aura surged in the entire space. The others even felt a suffocating pressure. This is the pressure of a heavenly venerable? It's too shocking. I feel that if he releases a little more of it, I'll be turned into dregs. This Lin Xian, he's courting death. Let's see what he's going to do now. Maybe Lin Xian will die here tonight. If he angers a heavenly venerable, he might not even care about the person behind Lin Xian. A surge of pressure rushed towards Lin Xian. At this moment, Murong Qing wanted to make a move, but she suddenly realized that Lin Xian's expression didn't change at all. What was going on? Then, she stopped. At this moment, in front of the crowd, 3 beauties stood there. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Ling Longyue, who was holding a cake in one hand. Her mouth was moving non-stop. Her big eyes were looking forward, and her right hand was slightly retracted. Lin Xian felt the dangerous aura at first, but it was gone in an instant. An even stronger force blocked it for him. Lin Xian didn't make a wrong bet. If he brought this little girl to eat delicious food, he didn't need to tell her. Ling Longyue would save him. That was why Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? Do you want a drink? Lin Xian's lips curled up as he leisurely poured himself a glass of wine. Everyone's eyes widened. They found it difficult to breathe due to the residual pressure. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was locked onto by Huang Chang's aura. The pressure he was enduring was much stronger than theirs. Logically speaking, he should have been instantly suppressed and vomited blood on the ground. However, he didn't seem to be affected at all. He was still leisurely drinking his wine. Why are you all looking at me like that? What happened? Lin Xian curled his lips and asked with a puzzled expression. Huang Chang looked as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he clenched his teeth and his aura suddenly rose. Plop! Some of the weaker martial artists were forced to kneel on the ground by the residual pressure, their faces ugly. However, Lin Xian was still leisurely drinking his wine. Hey, you guys, what's wrong? Why is he kneeling? Get up. Is this feasible? Those people felt extremely uncomfortable. Even the martial artists who were standing were speechless. Only those in the mysterious heaven realm would fare better. How is that possible? Huang Chang's eyes widened. He was a heavenly venerable. No matter how strong this kid was, he was only in the mysterious heaven realm or the thunder tribulation realm, right? Even those in the lower realm would be instantly killed under the pressure of his Empyrean realm. Moreover, the pressure he released at the beginning was only this much. Later on, he increased the pressure to be able to instantly kill those in the thunder tribulation realm. Otherwise, that small amount of pressure would not have been able to force them to their knees. Pressure that could kill those in the thunder tribulation realm, yet he was so calm. Impossible. Huang Chang's aura was released again. This time, his aura was enough to suppress those in the lower realm. However, plop, Lin Xian, on the other hand, was pointing at Huang Xiaolong with a panicked expression. Senior Huang, what's going on? The people behind you are vomiting blood. Huang Chang's face was filled with shock. No. This wasn't right. Murong Qing was also shocked. This was absolutely impossible. There were only 3 possibilities. First, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of his aura. That meant that Lin Xian had to be in the heavenly venerable realm. This was impossible. Second, Huang Chang didn't release his aura on Lin Xian. Obviously, this was also impossible. The people around him were vomiting blood. Third, someone was helping Lin Xian resist the aura. However, if one wanted to do this, they had to be in the heavenly venerable realm at the very least. More importantly, they had to be much stronger than Huang Chang. Only then could they help resist the aura without batting an eyelid. This was possible. At the same time, Murongqing recalled Lin Xian's words. He wasn't afraid. She didn't believe it at first, but now she understood why Lin Xian wasn't afraid. It was because he knew that he had the help of a heavenly venerable. Murongqing's gaze searched the crowd. There was actually a heavenly venerable here. Wasn't this too low-key? However, after looking around, Murongqing didn't find anyone who might be in the heavenly venerable realm. She first thought of those who were related to Lin Xian. Ling Ying. Han Chuxue. Impossible. That little lowly. This was even more impossible. She was a beautiful little foodie. From the beginning to the end, she had never seen this little girl's mouth. The food in her hand was never touched. Moreover, her mouth was eating very fast, as if she wanted to use the shortest time to finish the food that was more likely to be snatched. No. This was even more impossible. Murongqing found it strange. Senior Huang, don't increase your aura anymore. At this time, a powerhouse from the three major factions hurriedly said. If he increased his aura any further, these children would all die. Only then did Huang Chang react. Then, he quickly retracted his aura. Everyone who was lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they lay on the ground, their bodies soaked in sweat. Someone was helping. Huang Chang also reacted. However, after looking around a few times, he couldn't see who could possibly reach the heavenly venerable realm. At this moment, those people were even more shocked. Naturally, they didn't know as much as Murongqing and Huang Chang. They only knew that so many people were vomiting blood from the pressure, but this Lin Xian was unscathed. He was still calmly eating and mocking Huang Chang. Although Huang Chang was unwilling, he had already made his move. It wouldn't be good to be so aggressive. Moreover, there seemed to be a heavenly venerable around. But, Senior Huang, didn't you say you were going to release your aura on me? Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? But I finished this cup of wine and a piece of cake. Why don't you release your aura and let me try? Pfft, Huang Chang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Don't court death. I see that you're a junior, so I'll spare your life. Don't be so aggressive. If you really provoke me, I won't care about the so-called outsiders' opinions. I won't care about bullying the weak. I'll kill you. Huang Chang said angrily. Oh, so that's how it is. Then, try killing me. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. If you're not going to do it, then I'm going to. After saying that, Lin Xian raised his hand and slapped across the air. Slap, they heard a loud sound, and then Huang Chang spun more than 1,000 degrees and flew out. This. Chapter 539. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Some people even forgot to wipe the blood off their bodies. What did they just see? They only saw Lin Xian give a backhand slap across the air, and then that heavenly venerable Huang Chang actually flew out, accompanied by such a resounding slap. How was this possible? Lin Xian did it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he could do this, his cultivation realm would crush sky venerables. Otherwise, it was impossible. But Lin Xian's cultivation realm crushing sky venerables? Absolutely impossible. The corners of Murongqing's mouth rose slightly. Because at that moment, she saw a figure slap at the same time. It was the little lowly with oily hands. Although she thought it was impossible. But it was the truth. It was not Lin Xian's slap that sent Huang Chang flying, but that little lowly. This little lowly was at least a sky venerable powerhouse. It was too inconceivable. Plop! Huang Chang's figure vomited blood and fell to the ground. From beginning to end, he was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could he be sent flying with a slap across the air? Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ah, I'm sorry. I seem to have used too much strength. Senior Huang, are you all right? Lin Xian said with a face of worry. There was a very clear red palm print on Huang Chang's face. However, no one noticed the size of the palm print. If anyone had noticed, they would have noticed that the palm print was clearly from a small hand. It couldn't possibly be Lin Xian's hand. Huang Chang's face was filled with anger and embarrassment as he got up. It could not be Lin Xian. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that it could not be Lin Xian. Who? Which senior is it? Please come out. Huang Chang's face was ugly, but he could feel that the person in the dark was very strong. At least stronger than him. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that there was a big shot behind him. Damn it. However, this hidden boss didn't even need to show up to send him flying. He knew that there was a huge gap between them. Hearing Huang Chang's words, many people finally reacted. So it wasn't Lin Xian who did it, but someone else behind him. But, wasn't this too exaggerated? There was actually someone behind Lin Xian who could casually beat up Huang Chang. Huang Chang was indeed resentful towards Lin Xian, but now, he did not dare to do so. He was afraid that if he went looking for trouble, he would be killed by the person behind it. No one responded. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that only the sound of Ling Longyue's small mouth eating quickly caused many people to look at him. Senior Huang, how could there be any experts? Lin Xian said with a smile. Huang Chang's expression was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. It was the same for Chao Onyu. I've eaten my fill. Everyone, please continue. We'll take our leave first. After Lin Xian finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then, he hugged Ling Ying and Han Chushua's slender legs and swaggered towards the door. When Ling Longyue saw this scene, the cake in her hand was crushed. Fuck. You want to chase after my sister like this? Go to hell. When the time comes, I'll tell my sister what a bastard this Lin Xian is. Wait a moment. Ling Longyue said and rushed towards the delicious food. Then, with a wave of her hand, all the delicious food was sent into her spatial spirit tool. Yahahaha, I've struck it rich. Then, Ling Longyue ran out happily. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This little girl is too cute. She belongs to the type that you would find uncute in the beginning. Moreover, she is arrogant and dangerous to the point that she might kill you. However, once your relationship with her reaches a certain level, you will be able to see the cuter side of Ling Longyue. Just like now. The four of them walked out one after another. Can you let go now? Ling Ying said coldly. This fellow was so used to hugging them that he hugged both of them back out of habit. Fuck. Lin Xian then quickly let go of his hand. He was a little reluctant. Ling Longyue followed them the entire time and ate the delicious food. I really don't know if her stomach is a bottomless pit. The kind that pretends to be unhappy. Where do we go to play now? Ling Longyue asked expectantly. Do you want to go to the beast domain to play? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes. What's so fun about the beast domain? How can it be more fun than the city? Then you don't understand. If I say there's a fun place, then there is. You don't believe me. If I say there's good food here, is there a lot of good food? Oh, Ling Longyue tilted her head and thought for a while before nodding. No, you tricked me into coming here to be your hired thug. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. I didn't lie to you. There's really a lot of good food here. Did I lie to you? That's true. Ling Longyue nodded her head. Why are you going to the beast domain? I'm going too. Ling Ying quickly said. You should go home and rest. It's not suitable for you to go to the beast domain when your aunt is here. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying, this Lin Xian could still remember the date of her aunt. He's quite considerate. But it's true. It's best not to go to the beast domain when your aunt is here. Humans might not be able to feel it, but the beast's ability to sense blood is too strong. It's especially dangerous to go out in this situation. It's especially easy to attract a lot of beasts. Alright, then you have to be careful. Ling Ying was assured to let Lin Xian go because Ling Longyue was accompanying him. If not, she would definitely be worried. Although Lin Xian's cultivation realm is higher than hers, she would still be worried. Moreover, didn't Lin Xian just say that the beast domain might be dangerous? Then we'll go home. You guys go ahead. Han Chushua looked at Lin Xian and said. No rush. I'll send you guys back to Tianhua City first. Before that, I still have something to do. At this time, Murong Qing ran out from inside. Why are you leaving? Let me send you home. Murong Qing smiled and said to Lin Xian. There's no need for that. My 2 concubines are here. They'll send me home. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, to be honest, Murong Qing was really shocked. She knew the identity of Ling Ying and Han Chushue. However, Lin Xian could actually hug them. Although she felt that it was more of an act, their relationship must be very good for them to agree. She knew how many people in Tiandu were chasing after them. Alright, then I'll go back too. Let's go together. Up to you. Murong Qing looked at Ling Longyue. To be honest, she was very shocked. Such a young girl was actually in the Sky Venerable realm. How did she do it? Using the power of her family to force her to level up. This was the only explanation. But even so, she couldn't possibly crush Huang Chang. Chapter 540. Huang Chang was a famous celestial venerable. In terms of combat power, there weren't many celestial venerables in the same realm as him. However, this little girl was able to beat him up. Either her realm was much higher than his, or her own strength was very strong. But, if the family brought her out to grind and forcefully gave her experience, it would be difficult to do so. The celestial venerable realm wasn't something that could be achieved simply by killing some monsters. One had to fight against domain realm and celestial venerable beasts. These beasts were too strong, especially celestial venerable beasts. If they didn't want to die and wanted to escape, it was almost impossible to stop them. Although she wanted to ask, Murong Qing knew that it wasn't polite to ask, so she held back. In the past, she only thought that this Lin Xian was a little special, but now she didn't think so. Not only was he special, she had never seen such a mysterious young man. Those so-called geniuses in Tiandu might be stronger than him, but compared to him in some aspects, they couldn't be compared at all. At first, Murong Qing didn't know. She only found out about the incident at Tianhua Academy today. A woman in white had beaten up a celestial venerable from the evil fiend shrine. At first, she thought that the woman in white was this little lowly, but after thinking about it, she realized that wasn't the case. From the video she saw, the woman in white was tall and wasn't a little lowly. And she was also related to Lin Xian because she was protecting Lin Xian. She suddenly remembered what Lin Xian had said before. He wanted to create his own force. At first, Murong Qing didn't think that he would succeed, but now, she felt that there was a chance. This Lin Xian was very mysterious, and he even had several experts protecting him. With these experts, and if he could successfully develop a medicine and monopolize it, he had a high chance of success. It was just that he could reach a certain scale. "I'll go get the car," Murong Qing said and walked away. Lin Xian then said to Ling Longyue, "Little you, do me a favor. When the time comes, I'll bring you to more delicious places to eat things you haven't eaten before." "Is there anything I haven't eaten before?" Ling Longyue's big eyes twinkled. "Of course." Lin Xian smiled and said, "The delicacies you've eaten in this world are just like the places you've been to. They're just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more. For example, there's something called stinky tofu. It smells stinky, so you definitely won't like it. But if it's authentic, you'll still want to eat it even if your mouth stinks. TSK, I only like to eat food that looks appetizing." Although Ling Longyu said so, she was actually looking forward to it. What kind of thing could smell so bad but taste so good? Was there really such a thing? Lin Xian smiled and said, "You'll know when I take you there. Now, do me a favor. You want me to help you beat up that old man, right?" Ling Longyue said. Sometimes, this girl's IQ wasn't online, but sometimes, she was very smart. Lin Xian nodded, and there's no need to kill him. After all, he's also an important fighting force for us humans. He has to protect the human race. Just beat him until he's afraid, so that he won't dare to do anything to me. No problem. Snap. Then, Ling Longyue snapped her fingers and Huang Chang's figure appeared in front of them. Huang Chang was dumbfounded. "Lin Xian. What are you doing?" Huang Chang actually panicked. Snap. Ling Longyue snapped her fingers again and the two of them disappeared in front of them. "Aren't you afraid that he'll get angry and attack you?" Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Although this Huang Chang's character isn't that great, and he probably does want to kill me, he should be a coward. Otherwise, he would still be able to endure my humiliation. As long as I beat him until he's completely scared, he won't do anything to me." About 10 seconds later, a figure fell from the sky. Huang Chang was beaten up by Ling Longyue. He got up from the ground and suddenly saw Ling Longyue in front of him. His body trembled. "Say, Senior, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare me. Spare me." Ling Longyue clapped her hands. "I'm done. Pack up." Murong Qing drove her car over and saw this scene. What the hell? Isn't this the sky's sovereign Huang Chang? How did he end up like this? So miserable. "Senior Huang, I'm not as strong as you. But there's one thing I want to tell you. I have a lot of powerful people around me. Today, I won't kill you. You should be able to feel that if she wants to kill you, you won't have any chance to fight back. This matter is over. If I find out that you have any ulterior motives, no matter where you are, you will appear in front of me and die without a burial place." Lin Xian looked at Huang Chang and threatened. I know. I know." Huang Chang's eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xian was right. That little loli could kill him with a raise of her hand. He didn't dare to do it again. Although he was angry, he really didn't dare to do it again. Because he really did appear in front of them in the middle of the banquet. He was really afraid that even if he went into hiding, he would appear in front of them again and kill him. Rigid. "Little you send him back." Then, Huang Chang disappeared. In the banquet, everyone was still wondering where Huang Chang went. Not long after, a figure landed in the middle of the banquet. "Fuck. Who are you? Is this a place where a beggar like you can come?" chase him away. Wait, wait. This pig head, he is Senior Huang. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Huang Chang didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to go to a hotel and get a good night's sleep or cry. He was an Empyrean, an incomparably noble Empyrean, but he was reduced to such a state. Moss. Master, is it that Lin Xian? Do you want me to help you kill him? Xiao Anyu hurried over to help Huang Chang up and said like a dog. Kill him. His master couldn't even kill a Empyrean, let alone him. He was just saying it to show his loyalty. Slap, Xiao Anyu was sent flying by Huang Chang's slap. Fuck your mother. He didn't want to die. Xiao Anyu crawled up from the ground, completely dumbfounded. What happened to him? Did he say something wrong? Why did Huang Chang hit him? That's why people say that a dog must die. A dog may feel good for a while, but if it keeps on, it will still die. A dog still doesn't have a good ending. Lin Xian also knows how to play, but his skills are even better. It's not something Xiao Anyu can compare to. Chapter 541. On the other side, they were already on their way back. After sending Ling Ying and Han Chuxue safely to Tianhua City, Lin Xian drove Han Chushue's car and prepared to bring Ling Longyue to the Beast Domain. You're going to the Beast Domain? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, yes, I have something to do. I'm going too. Big sister, where are you going? Why are you calling me big sister? How many times have I said it? Call me big sister. Okay, big sister. Murong Qing smiled and said, although it's getting late, I'm not sleepy. The main thing is that I don't have you and it's very boring. Let's go to the Beast Domain. Murong Qing wanted to see what was so special about this Lin Xian and that little girl. She was very curious, very curious. Sorry, we're going to do something serious. We can't bring you. Thank you. Something serious. Didn't you say that you're going to bring me to the Beast Domain to play? Ling Longyue quickly asked. Lin Xian coughed dryly before nodding his head repeatedly. That's right. Taking you out to play is a proper business. Isn't this proper business? Your matter is serious matter. That's more like it. Ling Longyue mumbled. Ding. Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +1. Sure enough, children need to be coaxed. Coaxing her to give her good food, coaxing her to bring her out to play. Only then can her favorability increase. Wasn't Miao Xiao Miao the same? Okay, since you don't want to bring me, then forget it. Have fun, I'm going. Then, Murong Qing got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and sped into Tianhua City. Since Lin Xian didn't want to bring her along, she naturally wouldn't force it. Instead, it would cause others to dislike her. Let's go. Lin Xian said to Ling Longyue. Where are we going? I can bring you there directly. There's no need to drive. It's troublesome. Lin Xian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Thinking about it, this Ling Longyue has the space attribute. That would be much faster than driving a car. However, Lin Xian didn't know where he was going. The space attribute would skip halfway. Lin Xian wanted Ling Longyue to follow him so that they could investigate the situation in the demonic beast domain. He didn't dare to go out alone. In the past, he dared to, but now, he really didn't dare to. However, with Ling Longyue following him, it was different. Ling Longyue was only in the Empyrean realm, but she was stronger than the Empyrean realm. Her void attribute was invincible. Even if they encountered a great void stage expert, with Ling Longyue's space attribute, she should be able to escape from a Great Void stage expert. Otherwise, if he couldn't escape after mastering the Void Dimension, then the Void Dimension would be too weak. It's fine. Let's go for a ride. Oh. Ling Longyue then sat in the front passenger seat, and Lin Xian drove out of Tianhua City. Lin Xian, where are you bringing me to play? Ling Longyue asked again. To the demonic beast domain. Lin Xian said with a guilty conscience. Because, he didn't plan to bring Ling Longyue to play. He also didn't know where the demonic beast domain was. He only knew that the demonic beast domain was dangerous. Fun. That was courting death. Where is the demonic beast domain? Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. It's here. Ah. Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes and looked out of the window. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. It's dark here. The surroundings are pitch black. What's so fun about it? It's only fun when it's pitch black. Lin Xian smirked. You lied to me. Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Then, she took out 2 pieces of cake that she stole from the banquet and angrily bit into it. It was as if that was Lin Xian and she was eating Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm just taking you for a drive. Don't you think that it's quite interesting to drive the car and enjoy the night breeze while we're chatting and you're eating delicious food? I don't think so. Why don't I release my spatial energy and send you to wherever you go? That's so fast. You're too impulsive. What's important is not the destination, but the scenery along the way. Is that so? For example, in the path of cultivation, the most important thing is not the higher realm, but the process of increasing your realm. Isn't that so? Lin Xian asked. Hypocrite. Ling Longyue snorted. Who would want to increase their realm through the so-called process? Of course, they would want it to be fast. What if in the process, she was stuck for 10 years or 100 years? Would the scenery still be beautiful? Ling Longyue did not like it. When she advanced to the heavenly venerable realm, she was stuck for 50 years at the final realm. 50 years, she was about to break down. Cough cough, Lin Xian also coughed dryly. It was a little hypocritical. After all, everyone wanted to increase their realm as soon as possible. Lin Xian was the same. The so-called scenery along the way was all nonsense. Alright, I just want you to follow me and protect me. I knew it. Ling Longyue swallowed the elixir and clapped her hands. Then why did you come out with me? Lin Xian smirked. Ling Longyue blushed. Before this, she really believed that Lin Xian brought her out to have fun. Humph, that's me giving you face. Don't you dislike giving me face? Don't you hate me the most? Why are you giving me face without saying anything now? Lin Xian laughed. That's because you helped my sister and me. We Void Fox are not ungrateful people. Although I have already repaid you, you are still considered a humble friend. I helped you because you are pitiful. Come on. Lin Xian laughed. You did it because of the delicious food. Lin Xian's words hit the nail on the head. Ling Longyue blushed. It was true. She was thinking of all kinds of delicious food. She thought that if she helped Lin Xian a little, Lin Xian would definitely repay her by bringing her to eat all kinds of delicious food. After all, she helped him. That was why she came. Of course, being cheated in the beginning was also one of the reasons. Humph. Do you believe that I will leave now? Let you stay here alone. I was wrong, I was wrong. Lin Xian laughed. That's more like it. Ling Longyue then took out a pile of sushi and started eating happily. Then what are you doing here? Ling Longyue mumbled as she ate the delicious food. It seems that the Myriad Demon Alliance is gathering an army to attack Tianhua City. I want to come out and check it out. Che, how would you know if the Myriad Demon Alliance is attacking Tianhua City? Even I don't know. Ling Longyue snorted. There is an expert guiding me. Lin Xian laughed. Stop bragging. Unless it is someone from the Myriad Demon Alliance, it is impossible. Chapter 542. Unless it is the upper echelon of the Myriad Demon Alliance, it is impossible to get such information. Is Xue Qilin from the Myriad Demon Alliance? No, that's impossible. Lin Xian doesn't believe it. She's so cute, she must be kind-hearted. That might not be the case. After all, there are all sorts of strange things in this world. For example, the senior sister went to look for is proficient in the heavens divination technique. She would be able to divine it out as well. Other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. Ling Longyue replied. Are you sure? Oh, Ling Longyue swallowed the sushi in one bite, and then muttered, not necessarily. I miss your sister a little. Your sister must know more than you. Lin Xian said. Bullshit. Lin Xian, girls should be virtuous. How can you swear? Humph. Ling Longyue then said, unconvinced, my sister isn't much better than me. She just lived a few more years than me. But I have to admit that she has experienced more than you over the years. Ling Longyue pouted. Although she doesn't want to admit it, but it does seem to be the case. Lin Xian then said, I brought you out this time because I want you to help me find out if there are any monsters gathering nearby. Didn't I see it last time? Except for some in that city, there aren't any. Ling Longyue stretched and said. Let's make sure. Then tell me, who told you this? Ling Longyue asked curiously. Xue Qilin. Pfft, Ling Longyue couldn't help laughing. Xue Qilin my ass. What? You don't believe me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Before, I didn't know about the existence of Xue Qilin. Later, I learned that Xue Qilin is a great monarch of our monster race. Even my big sister has to be respectful when meeting Xue Qilin. You're telling me that Xue Qilin told you, you're just boasting. Ling Longyue said in disbelief. But, it really is Xue Qilin. Although Lin Xian is surprised by Xue Qilin's strength, but it is definitely Xue Qilin. Alright, I believe you, alright. Although Ling Longyue said so, but she didn't believe it. Even for her, her elder sister rarely saw Xue Qilin. Not many people could see Xue Qilin. Yet Xue Qilin helped a lowly human and even gave him information. How could this be? It can't be too late. I still need to go home and have my beauty sleep. Lin Xian, it was already so late at night, and he was still going to take a beauty nap. Furthermore, for an existence of this level, what kind of beauty nap was he going to take? Then, the car kept speeding away. Time gradually passed, but they really didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Lin Xian even went to 2 cities, but he didn't see anything other than normal demon beasts. That's not right. The car stopped in a city. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue were standing on top of a 100-meter tall building when Ling Longyue suddenly said. What happened? Lin Xian asked curiously. Ling Longyue looked around, and then said, Did you notice that the number of demon beasts has decreased? Lin Xian shook his head, how can I tell? However, Lin Xian paid a little attention. It seems to be the case. He wasn't sure. Ling Longyue said, Don't you go out often? Don't you know how many demon beasts one can encounter while walking on the streets of a city? Lin Xian nodded. I know, but I'm not sure, because I didn't pay attention just now. Ling Longhua said, I sensed that within a radius of 1 kilometer, there should be about 500 demon beasts regardless of their strength. But now, there are less than 200. Hearing Ling Longhua's words, Lin Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. There was such a thing. If it was just a little less, that would be normal. But if it was more than half, then it wasn't normal. But I didn't check on the road just now, so I don't know if it's the same in other places. Ling Longhua said. Then let's check other places in the city. Lin Xian quickly said. Ling Longhua also noticed that something was wrong, and she was also interested. To be honest, she didn't care about these things in the past. But now, she couldn't not care less. Because she was attracted by the various fun places in the human world, and the various delicacies. She didn't even want the human world to be conquered, or else there would be less fun places for her. Amusement parks, game consoles, computer games, and television. Wow! She didn't even know about these things after so many years. She didn't even know that there were such good things. Too despicable. So, when she felt that something was wrong, Ling Longhua was even more enthusiastic than Lin Xian. About 5 minutes later, Ling Longhua appeared beside Lin Xian again. How is it? Lin Xian quickly asked. Ling Longhua's cute eyebrows were tightly knitted. Something is wrong. I checked the entire city just now. Although there are still a lot of demon beasts in the city, it seems to be less than half of the normal number. Half? Half of the demon beasts in a city would be more than 500,000. Ling Longhua nodded, more or less. Maybe not, but this is not right. Let's go, I'll bring you to another city to see if it's the same. Then, Ling Longhua and Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. Not long later, they arrived at another city hundreds of kilometers away. Lin Xian, what the fuck, can a heaven venerable space jump be so perverted? Ling Longhua explained to Lin Xian, of course it's not a single space jump. It's a few times. That's still very strong. Lin Xian said in shock. When can I reach such a level? At least heaven venerable, at least space realm, and at least void realm. The latter two just need to complete the mission. But for the former, he needs to slowly improve. He is already in lightning tribulation realm. You stay here first. I'll go take a look. Then, Ling Longhua disappeared again. About 5 minutes later, she came to Lin Xian's side. How is it? Lin Xian asked. It's the same. There's a lot less of them. Then something's not right. Lin Xian said. Ling Longhua also nodded, something's not right. I've roughly checked the surrounding forests. There's also a lot less of them. But where did they go? Lin Xian shook his head, I don't know. Am I right? This is not right at all. Could it be that the demon race secretly gathered a large number of demon beasts from all over the place to prepare to attack the city? But that won't do. With such a large number of demon beasts attacking the city, they will be discovered from a few hundred kilometers away. This is meaningless. It's better for the demon race to attack from all directions. Ling Longhua pondered. Yes, it's meaningless. Could it be that they went to do something else? No, that's not right either. Chapter 543. Xue Qilin said that Tianhua City is in great danger. That is, it is aimed at Tianhua City. Now, the number of monsters in the major cities and even in the forests has decreased by a lot. They must not have died, but have been summoned somewhere. Of course, it is the myriad monster alliance that can be summoned. Therefore, combined, it is still aimed at Tianhua City. Tianhua City is still in danger. What should we do now? Can you try to find the place where the monsters are gathering? Ling Longyue shook her head, who knows where. My ability is only long-distance spatial jump, which is of no help to me in finding people. It can only shorten the time. Besides, I don't know where it is. Lin Xian scratched his head. This time, he has gained something, but he is still a little confused. Let's go back. Lin Xian said. Then, Ling Longyue took Lin Xian to the city and drove back to Tianhua City. Lin Xian had reported this matter to Qin Feng. Qin Feng must have increased the patrols and probably went to ask for reinforcements, because this was indeed an abnormal situation. The next morning, Lin Xian walked out of his room and saw Xiao Runing in the living room. I say, Teacher Xiao, are you treating this place as your home? Xiao Runing crossed her legs, took a sip of tea, and said, What? I practice with your little fairy every day. Can't I live in your house? This, Lin Xian scratched his head and sat next to Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing subconsciously distanced herself from Lin Xian. That's right, since the last time she was kissed by Lin Xian, she has been on guard against Lin Xian. If things go wrong and he takes advantage of her again, that won't do. Hurry up and make breakfast, I'm hungry. Xiao Runing quickly pushed Lin Xian and said. I won't do it unless you kiss me. Lin Xian, don't be shameless. Xiao Runing inexplicably thought of the scene that day, and her little face suddenly blushed. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I'll make it. Do you want noodles? Anything is fine. Xiao Runing said. Lin Ye came out of the bathroom and said, I'll cook. Xian, you rest. Lin Xian smiled. You must be tired from training every day. Let me do it. I don't have anything to do all day, so I'm free and unfettered. You go rest. Heartless person, I've never seen you say that I'm tired. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You're Miss Xiao. You don't even feel tired taking care of hundreds of warriors. You definitely won't feel tired taking care of my little fairy. Lin Xian laughed. You have no conscience. You didn't even pour me a glass of water. Fuck. Aren't I preparing to make breakfast for you? Lin Xian smiled and walked away. Lin Ye glanced at Lin Xian, then sat beside Xiao Runing. Xian is like this. Don't dislike him. Lin Ye explained to Lin Xian, afraid that other girls would misunderstand and dislike him. Xiao Runing smiled and said, I know, I'm just joking. You're his elder sister, but you're also worried about him in all aspects. You're worried about finding a girlfriend for him, you're worried about his daily life, and you also have to help him wash his clothes. Aren't you tired? Lin Ye shook her head. I'm not tired. I rarely go to the company now. Xian is right. In fact, I don't have to take care of the company all day, and I don't have to do everything by myself. In the past, I wanted to protect his business too much. Now that Xian can earn money by himself, I don't have to worry too much. That's right. In the past, Lin Ye wanted to protect her company. At least, even if Lin Xian lost something, he would still have the company. But now, Lin Xian could earn a lot of money by himself. Her earnings seemed insignificant and unimportant. In order to not be a burden to Lin Xian, Lin Ye's priority was to improve her strength. Lin Xian was right. Improving her strength was not only for her, but also for Lin Xian. So now, Lin Ye was working very hard. It was also because of her good luck that she was able to meet a good friend like Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing was very powerful, but at the same time, she was also an ice attribute cultivator, so she would be able to help her even more. Lin Ye was a complete novice who had never cultivated before, but Xiao Runing had been cultivating the ice attribute since childhood, so she had a lot of experience, so she would be able to help Linya obtain more benefits in a shorter time. However, I am still very envious of your special physique. It just so happens that it also corresponds with your ice attribute, allowing your ice attribute power to double. If you cultivate normally, then when you reach my level, your ice attribute power will be twice as strong as mine. Xiao Runing said in an envious tone. This was not something that anyone could meet. She was the woman of destiny. I don't feel that it's as powerful as you say. Linya asked, puzzled. Lin Xian came over at this time and said, of course it's powerful. Otherwise, why would Qin Xiaotian make a move on you? What are you looking at? Go and cook. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian cried and said, sob sob sob, I'm actually a nanny now. I'm even being despised. Sigh, I'm so pitiful. At this time, Ling Ying opened the door and yawned. Her hair was flying, and then she walked out. When she walked out, she saw the three of them. She blinked her eyes and then, cough cough, then she coughed embarrassedly. Miss Xiao, Sister Linya, good morning. Ling Ying walked over while scratching her hair. Little Ying Ying, your hair is flying. Can you pay attention to your image? It's none of your business. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian realized that she was being despised. Sigh, you three women are so powerful. I won't be stubborn with you. I'll go and cook for the three of you. Lin Xian then sighed and went to the kitchen to cook. What kind of blow did he suffer? Ling Ying asked. He's being despised. Xiao Runing smiled. That's great. Ling Ying said with a smile. Linya took out a comb and helped Ling Ying comb her hair. She said, you usually turn around a lot when you sleep. Is it because you don't sleep well? Ling Ying said a little embarrassedly, I don't know. I feel like I sleep very well. Xiao Runing smiled and said, it's because you sleep too well that your hair is flying. Now, all the major schools regard you as a goddess. If they knew how you look, I don't know how many suitors would go after you. No, that won't happen. After all, you're still so beautiful. Ling Ying said embarrassedly, compared to Miss Xiao and Sister Linya, I'm still a far cry. Alright, stop licking. A licking dog will die a horrible death. At some point, Lin Xian came over and whispered to Lin Fan. Ling Ying, go to hell. Ling Ying threw a pillow at Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged and then showed an aggrieved expression. Shouldn't he be the head of the family? Why, sob sob sob, so pitiful. Chapter 544. Lin Xian made breakfast for them, and they all went out after eating. Ling Ying didn't know where he went, and Lin Xian went to play with Miao Xiao Miao. Everyone had gathered in the Gale mercenary group. Lin Xian. Brother Xian. As soon as Lin Xian entered, they all shouted. It was obvious that Lin Xian had a high position in their hearts. Why is everyone here? Lin Xian asked curiously, and then sat next to Miao Xiao Miao. Miao Xiao Miao subconsciously moved to the side, keeping a little distance from Lin Xian. This little girl. Could it be that because he didn't come to see her for a while, she had a problem with him? Today, even Miao Zhenghao, who was rarely seen, came, so Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. Wang Qianqian brought Lin Xian a cup of coffee and said, isn't it because of what happened in Tianhua City recently? Now, the outside world is saying that Tianhua City is about to face a disaster, and the three forces are frantically gathering reinforcements from other cities. Now, the reinforcements in Tianhua City are many times more than the original garrison, so people are saying that Tianhua City might not be able to hold on. Isn't there more reinforcements? Why are they panicking when there are so many reinforcements? Wang Ba smiled helplessly and said, "It's because the more reinforcements there are, the more danger the people feel. If there are demonic beasts attacking the city this time, it will be even more intense, so everyone is panicking." In addition to reinforcements, the three forces are also recruiting mercenaries in the major cities to prepare for battle. "Then, everyone is gathered here for?" Lin Xian asked. Wang Ba said, "It's not a big deal, just that Uncle Miao wants us to leave Tianhua City temporarily and go to other cities. We gathered here to discuss whether we should fight for Tianhua City or retreat to the front lines." Lin Xian looked at Miao Zhenghao. Miao Zhenghao stood up and walked to Lin Xian's side, patted Lin Xian's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Lin Xian, it's not that I'm a coward, but in this era, it's difficult for us humans to stop a large number of demonic beasts attacking the city. The most important thing is that the strong are not united, and I have the same thoughts. Think about it, when millions of demonic beasts attack the city, you guys will instantly be drowned by the demonic beasts. You can kill a lot, but there will always be mistakes, and you will be exhausted. By then, it will be too late even if you want to retreat, No. If everyone had the same thoughts, we humans would have been destroyed. It is precisely because Weirs will be able to encourage more warriors to join the battle." Miao Xiaomiao insisted. "Girl, it's not wrong to fight for humans, but before that, can't you become stronger first?" Miao Xiaomiao looked at Miao Zhenghao angrily and said, "Grandpa, you said that as long as I reached the mysterious heaven realm, I would be able to join the battle. Now that I'm already in the mysterious heaven realm, and it won't be long before I reach the thunder tribulation realm, you want me to become stronger before joining the battle. I don't care." Lin Xian patted Miao Xiaomiao's thin shoulder and said, "Your grandpa is doing this for your own good." "I know, but I don't want to be a deserter, I want to fight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Tianhua City from a young age. I want to be closer to the border, and I want to do something." In fact, Lin Xian admired Miao Xiaomiao's way of thinking. It was really rare for a young girl to have such thoughts. That's right, in this era, every warrior, not just the young ones, but even the strong ones and the old ones were selfish. They didn't want to go to the front lines, and only wanted to live a happy life in a place without war. Wouldn't that be great? They weren't the ones dying at the front lines, so what did it have to do with them? If everyone had the same way of thinking as Miao Xiaomiao, then it was obvious that humans couldn't be defeated. Even the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to attack. Everyone had the same way of thinking. One less person wouldn't make any difference to the war. However, if one person had the same thought, then it would be different if 10 million or even a billion people had the same thought. Fortunately, there were three major forces in this era. If there weren't, then there would be no more. You little girl, you're the only child of our Miao family. Why are you so disobedient? If anything happens to you, what will your grandpa and your parents do?" Miao Zhenghao sighed. Miao Zhenghao's thoughts weren't wrong. It was just that the two of them had different perspectives. "No, I have the wind attribute. If I can't beat them, I can rely on the wind attribute to escape. Don't you believe me?" Miao Xiaomiao insisted. Sigh, Miao Zhenghao sighed, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little Xian, help me persuade this girl." Lin Xian looked at Miao Zhenghao and said, "Grandpa Miao, actually, I think Xiaomiao's thoughts are right. I know she's right, but I'm worried about the mysterious heaven realm. In this kind of battle, the demonic beasts will be between the Qi building realm and the heavenly venerable realm. You said that it's not a problem to encounter a group of Qi building realm and divine focus realm demonic beasts, but a heavenly venerable realm demonic beast can destroy everything within 1,000 meters. If you encounter such a demonic beast, you won't even have time to run. What will you do then? Not to mention the heavenly venerable realm, even the thunder retribution realm and the laurel realm are the same. Although demonic beasts of this level will be dealt with by humans of the same level, the battlefield is so big. Who knows what accidents will happen? Who can guarantee that all the high-level demonic beasts will be dealt with by strong cultivators? Miao Zhenghao sighed. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao, then looked at Miao Zhenghao and said, "If there's really no other way, I'll follow Xiaomiao during the battle. If there's any danger, I have the space attribute to protect us. Plus, we won't go too deep into the enemy's territory. With my space attribute, I'll have no problem jumping a few thousand meters." She really wants to fight. Yes, Lin Xian could see that Miao Xiaomiao really wanted to do something for humanity. Otherwise, she would feel terrible. She didn't want to be a deserter. Lin Xian also understood her. Lin Xian was selfish. He even thought that if he didn't have to fight, why would he fight? However, he realized that if he really encountered such a situation and saw demonic beasts attacking humans, for himself, for the love of his life, for the territory of humanity, he would not be able to help but feel a surge of passion and want to fight. It was a good thing that someone was willing to fight personally. There would be danger, but if everyone really thought that way, then humanity would really be hopeless. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Miao Zhenghao fell into deep thought. All right. If you can stay by Xiaomiao's side the whole time and have the space attribute to protect you, then I'll be more at ease. However, you still have to be careful. This time, the demonic beast attack seems a little different. Chapter 545. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian. This bastard is actually helping me. Humph. Then I'll forgive him for not coming to play with me for so many days. Lin Xian nodded. I had a warning about this earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked little Miao to tell everyone not to leave Tianhua City during this period of time. Last night, a friend and I went to a few cities outside Tianhua City to investigate. It was also because of this investigation that I informed Chief Commander Qin. After his investigation, he also confirmed some things. That's why he decided to increase the number of reinforcements. You're still talking about me. Didn't you go out yourself? Aren't you in danger? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Miao Xiaomiao ignored the rest of his words. She only knew that Lin Xian said that it was very dangerous outside and didn't let her go out. She also believed that it was very dangerous. She was very obedient and didn't go out. However, Lin Xian went out himself. This made Miao Xiaomiao quite angry. Is your own safety not important? Lin Xian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and said, It's because my friend is very powerful. That's why I dared to go out. Otherwise, how powerful do you think I am? Why would I dare to go out alone at this time? Humph. Miao Xiaomiao snorted. This girl is really cute. She has the same personality as Ling Longyue. Xiao Xian, what is the investigation you mentioned? Miao Zhenghao frowned and asked. Yes. Brother Xian, is our Tianhua city really going to be gone? Chu Meng also asked. Lin Xian said, it's actually just an anomaly. All the beasts within a few hundred kilometers have suddenly decreased. For example, the beasts in Lin Feng City used to have 500,000 beasts. But now, there are only 200,000 left. It's not just the city. It's also the forest and all the plains. Under such circumstances, it's very difficult for martial artists to notice this when they go out to kill beasts. All the beasts in the surrounding area have suddenly decreased. This is indeed very bad and abnormal news. Miao Zhenghao also had a lot of experience. Could it be that a large number of beasts disappeared and then gathered somewhere to prepare to attack Tianhua City? Wang Ba asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure, but there's definitely something going on. The demonic beasts didn't all gather, leaving only half behind to confuse others. And who are they trying to confuse? Of course, it's us humans. Therefore, this must be a surprise attack against us humans. However, we didn't find anything during such a large-scale migration. This is really strange. Moreover, we're not sure where the demonic beasts are. Lin Xian now understood why there were 100,000 demon beasts gathering in Changfeng City that night. It was estimated that they were migrating on a large scale. It was a pity that he didn't see how they migrated. If he saw it, he would be able to find the place where the demon beasts gathered. However, combined with these matters and Xue Qilan's reminder, Lin Xian is certain. Tianhua City was in trouble. The good news was that the defense of Tianhua City was very tight. Who knew how many guards had completely surrounded Tianhua City? Every time a city was captured by the demon beasts, it was a huge blow to the human race. Therefore, even if they had to pay a great price, they had to hold on. Well, this is the choice of you kids. But you have to know that there are bound to be casualties in war. Especially in a large-scale war, there will be countless casualties, including you. You have families, you have true love. I hope to see your willingness to contribute to the human race, but I don't want you to be hurt. This is a contradiction. Miao Zhenghao said. Understood. Well, think about it yourselves. If you want to fight, Lin Xian, please take care of little Miao. This girl has a rather explosive temperament. She's especially easy to anger and lose her mind. I don't. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. I know. Well, this old man is going to play cards. I don't know how long I can play. Miao Zhenghao then walked out. When Miao Zhenghao left, everyone hurriedly gathered around Lin Xian. Brother Xian, what do you think we should do? Wang Xian asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, it's very simple. When the time comes, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. If you fight, then be prepared to be killed by the demonic beasts. Lin Xian glanced at them. They had all reached the upper level of the arcane body realm, but there was still a small gap between them and the arcane heaven realm. Wang Ba and Wang Qianqian were both in the upper level of the arcane heaven realm. To be honest, in this kind of battle, no matter how strong you were, you would be in danger. For example, Lin Xian was in the lightning retribution realm. When the time came, the lightning retribution realm would definitely be higher than most of the demonic beasts. When the time came, it might be a massacre, but there would be no end to it. Moreover, who knew when and where a powerful demonic beast would lock onto you, and then suddenly attack you with a demonic skill that would severely injure you? This kind of thing was too common. It had happened too many times in large-scale battles. Not only did you have to pay attention to all the demonic beasts around you, you might even have to pay attention to any demonic beasts that were 100 meters away. Even, attacking a demonic beast's area of effect martial skill might hurt you. In short, it was very, very dangerous. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Wang Xian fell into hesitation. This was a very normal thing. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and asked, did you come here just to talk about this? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I mainly came here to see you. The people around them held back their laughter and then gave each other a look. One by one, they hurried away to a corner to drink coffee. Miao Xiaomiao heard Lin Xian's words and saw everyone holding back their laughter as they walked away. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Scram 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 scram. Stinky hooligan. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. Lin Xian smiled as he sat beside Miao Xiaomiao. Remember, don't leave Tianhua City for the next few days. Also, if a battle really breaks out one day, your first choice is to look for me. Do you hear me? Although Lin Xian admitted that his strength wasn't too strong, he had the advantage of the space attribute. If he couldn't win, he could temporarily take Miao Xiaomiao and run. I know. Why are you even more naggy than my mom? Miao Xiaomiao muttered in disdain. I'm nagging because I care about you. TSK, I don't see you coming to see me every day. Even your phone call was a few days ago. And you say you care about me, hee. Lin Xian, there's nothing I can do about it. I've been really busy recently. Your man isn't someone who doesn't do his job properly. Ding. Cheating on your own girlfriend. Adonis points plus 100,000. Lin Xian, alright, it seemed like half of his day was spent fooling around with girls. He admitted it. Chapter 546. Hearing the words your man, Miao Xiaomiao's face turned red. She looked at them nervously to see if they had heard her. Seeing that they didn't have much of a reaction, Miao Xiaomiao breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I believe you. Can you not say it out loud? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Go, I hate you so much. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Although she said that, she definitely didn't want Lin Xian to leave. Okay, then I'll go. Go. Lin Xian smiled. I'll come see you tomorrow. With that, Lin Xian left. After a few seconds, Miao Xiaomiao looked outside and then pulled her little head back. Bastard. Seeing that Lin Xian really left, Miao Xiaomiao kept muttering. Too infuriating. He really left. Big bad guy. If I ever say anything to you again, I won't believe you. Miao Xiaomiao was about to pluck the fur out of the little plush toy on her computer. I heard that someone doesn't want to talk to me. A voice suddenly came from behind Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao trembled. It's over. Don't tell me they heard it. Miao Xiaomiao's face was red as she turned her head and pointed at Lin Xian. Didn't you leave? Go. Lin Xian smiled. I suddenly forgot to take something with me. What? You. Aw. Go. I don't have anything to do today. I'll take you shopping and eat good food. Then Lin Xian pushed Miao Xiaomiao's back and pushed her out. Hey, do you think there's something going on between brother Xian and sister Miao? Chu Meng was interested and asked curiously. Damn, Chu Meng, what's wrong with you? What do you think is going on? Exactly, Chu Meng said with a smile as he rubbed his hands together. Wang Qianqian said helplessly, what kind of thing is that? What's in your head all day long? Why don't you take a look at how young Kitty is? She's only 14. Although in her heart, she also felt that these two people had some potential. What's wrong with being 14 years old? In ancient times, people got married and had children at the age of 14. Chu Meng said with a smile. That's true. Besides, our sister Miao isn't an ordinary 14-year-old girl. She's much stronger than us. Wang Xian laughed. Fuck. Don't tell me they're really. They seem to be going shopping now. Go shopping alone. TSK. Wang Ba patted Wang Xian's head and said, what are you thinking about at such a young age? If you're jealous, go find yourself a girlfriend. Wang Xian scratched his head and said helplessly, Uncle Ba, I wanted to, but girls these days are too materialistic. You have to have money. If you have money, you have to have power. If you're weak, your girlfriend will feel embarrassed to bring you out and say that you can't protect her. How infuriating. Not all women are like what you say. Wang Qianqian was unhappy. I'm talking about the majority. On the other hand, Lin Xian felt that he did not have much time to spend with Miao Xiaomiao. Therefore, he spent the entire morning with her, eating, drinking, and having fun. Although it was only the morning, Miao Xiaomiao was very satisfied. In the afternoon, Lin Xian went to the Sky Marshal Court. Lin Xian. Lu Yufan was overjoyed when she saw Lin Xian. Her happiness was beyond words. Then, she ran over with Yi Yi. Arcane Body Realm. Lin Xian looked at the two girls. Both of them had reached Arcane Body Realm 3 stars. It was not bad. Yes, yes. If it weren't for you, I would have reached the Arcane Heaven Realm. Lu Yufan waved her fist cutely. Forget it. Do you think it's that easy to reach the Arcane Heaven Realm? How's your and Yi's combat strength now? Lu Yufan said, it's improved a lot. Do you want to spar with me? I'll team up with Yi. Now that my wood attribute and Yi's water attribute work together, our combat strength is very strong. Moreover, we have a very strong tacit understanding. Yi nodded. Yes. I suddenly realized that the combination of the water and wood attributes can produce a lot of wonderful changes, especially in terms of control. Both attributes are pretty good. The chain of control when combined is quite powerful. Lin Xian said, let's not spar today. I'll take you out to play. Wow. Really? Lu Yufan blinked her big eyes and asked happily. Yi Yi was also looking forward to it. Yes, I'll take you out to play. You haven't played in a long time. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan mumbled, you know that too. Yes, Lin Xian usually did not look for them to chat. At most, he would chat a little online. Sometimes, he would not even look for them for a few days. Basically, it was the girls who took the initiative to look for Lin Xian. How could you let the girls look for you every day when you were in a relationship? Lin Xian was like that. Therefore, they felt wronged. But when they thought about it, they let it go. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Xian wanted to take them out to play, they were really happy. Let's go. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian led the two beauties of Tianhua Academy out of the academy. There was nothing much to do today, so Lin Xian planned to appease his little girlfriends. Otherwise, it would really be inexcusable. In the afternoon, he accompanied the two girls. Although Yi Yi was not Lin Xian's girlfriend, she might be in the future. Then, at around 6:00, Lin Xian went to Wang Xintong's house again and made her a loving dinner. Then, he kissed her in the room for a long time before letting her go. He felt like he could push her down, but Lin Xian did not want to do that for now. Phew, after Lin Xian left, he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it. So tiring. A day had passed just like that. He had accompanied 3 groups of girlfriends. Wow. So blue and skinny. It was really not a good thing to have too many girlfriends. If I could bring them out to go shopping or something, and do all 3 groups at once, wouldn't that save a lot of time? Lin Xian thought happily in his heart. But this was something that was difficult to achieve at the moment. Think about it, in order to achieve this, there had to be a prerequisite, and that was for them to get along well. Getting along well was easy, but they had to know that they were both Lin Xian's girlfriends before getting along well. Only then could it be achieved. But could it be achieved? Dream on. It was too difficult. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. But he was already very lucky. Taking out his phone, Lin Xian opened Ling Ying's friends list and silently asked her what she was doing. Lin Xian had to win her over, and he felt that it was about time. The only thing missing was that Ling Ying was not by his side. When Lin Xian saw Ling Ying's reply that she was shopping with Lin Ye and Xiao Runing, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Chapter 547. Ling Ying, Lin Ye, and Xiao Runing were shopping. Did that mean he could ask Han Chuxue out alone? Wahahaha. He was excited. Then Lin Xian contacted Han Chuxue. Little Chuxue, what are you doing? Lin Xian sent an emoji. Watching TV. Han Chuxue replied almost instantly. Don't watch TV. Come out and watch a movie. There's a new movie coming out today. Han Chuxue paused on the sofa and then quickly stood up. Holding the phone in her hand, she hurriedly asked, what time? Now. Half an hour later, Han Chuxue walked out wearing a pure white woolen coat. The wind was a bit strong tonight, and her hair danced in the wind. It was also very cold tonight. After all, it was already late autumn. At night, people had to wear thick sweaters or something. Han Chuxue's hands were in the pockets of her white coat. The wind blew her out. Hi, little Chuxue. Lin Xian greeted Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue's pretty face was slightly red. Because they were out alone again, it was already very ambiguous. Although they were disturbed the previous 2 times, she was still not used to it. It was mainly because she was not used to this kind of ambiguity. Are you cold? Lin Xian walked over and asked. Han Chuxue shook her head. No, I'm just used to putting my hands in the pockets when wearing a coat. I have to say, you're beautiful no matter what you wear. Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. This praise made Han Chuxue's little face turn red again. Fortunately, it was dark here, so he couldn't see clearly. That's true. You're originally of the ice attribute. Your ability to resist the cold is much stronger than mine. You're definitely not as cold as me. Lin Xian laughed. Are you cold? Why are you still wearing such thin clothes in late autumn? Han Chuxue asked worriedly. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's a bit cold. I forgot to change my clothes. But it's okay. I'm a man, I can stand it. It's just that my hands are a bit cold. Wait, I'll go home and get you some heating pads. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No need. Let's go and watch a movie. Can you warm me up? Lin Xian said with a smirk. How do you warm it? Han Chuxue asked doubtfully. Give me your hand. Han Chuxue then obediently extended her hand, and Lin Xian held both of her hands. Ding! Han Chuxue's shyness has been detected. Adonis points plus 100,000. Han Chuxue blushed again. You're warming your hands like this. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chuxue, acting like a hooligan was definitely a good thing for girls who liked you. For example, right now, you could only see that Han Chuxue was shy, but she wasn't angry. However, these small hands were really soft. They were not inferior to Ling Ying's at all. They were slender, delicate, and boneless. Are you done? After a few seconds, Han Chuxue asked tremblingly. Lin Xian said with a smile, no, that's it. Keep warming my hands like this. We'll talk about it when it's warm. Then Lin Xian held Han Chuxue's hand, and the two walked forward hand in hand. Trick. He held Han Chushue's hand just like that. It was definitely a trick. Han Chushue was speechless the whole way. She was completely shy. There might have been some intimate actions in the past, but that was just for Zhao Nanfeng to see. But now, it was completely different. It was as if the fake had become real. Originally, the movie theater was 2 to 3 kilometers away from them. Generally speaking, it would be best to simply take a taxi. However, Lin Xian couldn't bear to take a taxi. He really couldn't bear to take a taxi and let go of her hand. Then, the two walked hand in hand to the movie theater. At this moment, Zhao Nanfeng was walking out of a hotel with a beautiful girl in his arms. Then, he saw the two figures in front of him. At first, it was difficult to recognize them just by looking at their backs. However, he recognized this shirt. He recognized Lin Xian's shirt. When they first met, Lin Xian was also wearing this shirt. Then the other girl was Han Chushue. Zhao Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. Fuck. Why? Why? He turned his head and looked at the beauty in his arms, and then pushed her away. She was indeed very beautiful, but the gap between her and Han Chushue and Ling Ying was still too big. Why? Why was he, the young master of the Zhao family, playing with this kind of woman, while an ant from a third-tier city, could play with the dream lover of everyone in Tiandu? Lin Xian. I'll let you show off again. Right now, there are already people on the way from Tiandu. I want to see how many more days you can jump around. Zhao Nanfeng's face was gloomy. Lin Xian. Han Chushue said. What? Your hand is sweaty. Han Chushue said in a low voice. Ah. Lin Xian then let go of Han Chushue and awkwardly wiped his hand. It's normal, it's normal. This proves that you still give me a lot of warmth. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chushue was a bit shy and couldn't say anything. The two of them arrived at the movie theater, chose their seats, and then quietly waited for the movie to start. When the movie started, they quietly watched the movie. However, Lin Xian's hand was not obedient. It slowly moved towards Han Chushue and touched her hand. Han Chushue suddenly trembled, and then her hand was held by Lin Xian. At that moment, Han Chushue's mind went blank. If they were acting together, she didn't think much of it. But now, they weren't acting. Now, they were alone. This Lin Xian, he couldn't be. Han Chushue didn't know what to feel right now. On the other hand, the system prompt in Lin Xian's mind was crazily exploding. Apprehension, nervousness, excitement, and fear. She had been confessed to too many times by boys and was completely indifferent. But now, it was completely different. She had never felt like this before. They quietly held each other's hand for 5 minutes. At first, Han Chushue's first reaction was to pull her hand away. But since Lin Xian held her hand, she tried and gave up. Come closer, it's more comfortable to look at like this. Lin Xian then said to Han Chushue. Han Chushue was stunned. Then, her body was pulled over by Lin Xian and leaned into his embrace. Lin Xian even reached out and hugged her. Oh my God! She was completely stunned. Other than acting, when had she ever been like this? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very happy. The previous acting had paved the way for this time, because they had been so intimate before. Although it was different this time, after the first time, Han Chushue was able to withstand it a little bit. At first, she was still not used to it. However, Lin Xian didn't do anything. He really just hugged her like this and let her lean on him while watching the movie. Gradually, she got used to it and then focused on watching the movie. Lin Xian was definitely going to make his move tonight. The timing was right. If he didn't make his move, then it would be useless. Chapter 548. The movie was still going on. Lin Xian was still holding Han Chushue's soft little hand. Of course, he didn't dare to be more arrogant, such as touching other places, but this was enough. Han Chushue was not used to it at the beginning, but now she was slowly getting used to it. Perhaps it needed a process. Lin Xian chose the seat at the back. What was the benefit of sitting at the back? It could do some naughty things in the dark environment. This was a very simple trick, and the girls all understood it. As long as they saw that the boy chose the last seat, they knew what he was going to do. Although Han Chushue had never watched a movie with a boy before, she still understood this simple, common sense. Her heart was still nervous, uneasy, and even expectant. Lin Xian also wanted to do something, but he didn't dare. After all, although he knew that Han Chushue liked him and could control himself, this girl was still cold. Moreover, they didn't have a confirmed relationship, so he didn't dare to do it. Should I confess now? Lin Xian hugged Han Chushue with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other as he pondered. Would it work? It should work, right? Now that Han Chushue was hugging him and holding her little hand, it already explained her feelings. And, that's right. Then I'll confess. Little Chushue. Lin Xian shouted, but there was no reply. Little Chushue. Lin Xian raised his voice. Ah. Han Chushue came back to her senses and then walked out of Lin Xian's arms. Then, she hurriedly tidied up the messy hair on her forehead. Lin Xian then held her hands. Han Chushue was stunned and then looked up at Lin Xian. What was he doing? That, actually, I've liked you since a long time ago. You're so beautiful, so elegant, so nice, so hardworking. I know your family background is good, but I'll work hard too. Work hard so that I can be worthy of you. Can you be my girlfriend? At that moment, Han Chushue's mind really went blank. He confessed. He really confessed. What to do? What to do? A slap. Bah. How could he have slapped him? What about that kick? Pay. Then what should he do? She was looking forward to such a scene, but when it came to this, she didn't know what to do. Little Chushue. Chushue. Lin Xian shouted twice. Ah. Han Chushue came back to her senses. You agreed. Lin Xian smiled and said. Han Chushue. When did she say that she agreed? Could it be that I nodded when I was in a daze? It couldn't be, right? Han Chushue was in a daze again. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, then he pushed her little head towards him. Og, ding. Prince Charming points plus 10000000. Han Chushue's beautiful eyes widened. Lin Xian. Lin Xian actually, 5 minutes later, Lin Xian finally let go of Han Chushue. Her little face was already so red that she couldn't speak. First kiss. Gone, and it was only for 5 minutes, God. Lin Xian licked his lips and then smiled as he pulled Han Chushue's little hand and said, Then you are now my real girlfriend. Han Chushue's head was in a daze and then she made a sound. Lin Xian grinned. Ding. Congratulations on successfully pursuing Han Chushue. Prince Charming points plus 10000000. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 5th girlfriend. Prince Charming points plus 10,000. Ding. Because you are dating 5 girls, Prince Charming points plus 5000000. Ding. Your current title has been promoted to Intermediate Prince Charming. Ding. The system rewards the host with all purchases in the second store X1, 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 X1. Ding. You can increase the target strength by 2 stars. Confirm. Lin Xian, it will automatically increase after 2 hours. Lin Xian grinned. All of a sudden, another 25 million Prince Charming points entered his account. It was simply too satisfying. Now it was already 50 million. And there was even a heavenly star fruit as a reward. When the time comes, he would save 18 million to buy the heavenly star fruit for Ling Ying. But this obedient spray. Forget about it. This kind of thing was too wretched, too wretched. Han Chuxue felt that it was inexplicable. She was inexplicably raped by Lin Xian for a few minutes and then inexplicably agreed to become Lin Xian's girlfriend. This, now that the relationship was confirmed, Lin Xian also temporarily let out a sigh of relief. Next, he had sex with Han Chuxue and then with Ling Ying. God. Who could withstand this? But now, Lin Xian hugged Han Chuxue without any psychological burden because this was his girlfriend. One of his girlfriends. Damn it. Now there were already 5 of them. Lin Xian didn't know how he survived until now. That, Han Chuxue said. What? My dear little Chuxue. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss Han Chushua's pretty face. Han Chuxue, it's over, it's over, it's over. Won't I be bullied to death in the future? That's. Don't tell Ling Ying first. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This pair of best friends was really interesting. No, weren't Lu Yufan and Yi Yi the same? Why don't you tell Ling Ying? Aren't you best friends? Shouldn't you share your boyfriend with her as soon as possible? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Because. I don't want to for the time being. Moreover, you're living with her now, and there's also Sister Linya. If she knows, it might be a little inconvenient. Then can't you say that you'll let me and my little fairy live in your house? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Han Chuxue shook her head. Forget it. Ling Ying and Sister Linya have a good relationship. She also likes you living together. Then why don't you want to tell Ling Ying? Han Chuxue fell into hesitation. Why didn't she want to tell Ling Ying? A girl's mind was delicate. Of course, she could see that Ling Ying and Lin Xian might have some special feelings for each other. But she was the one who got there first, so she didn't know how to tell Ling Ying. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian smiled and pinched her pink cheeks. Even if Ling Ying didn't say it, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't tell Ling Ying, unless he was looking for death. Although Ling Ying told him that it was fine for him to pursue Han Chuxue, girls were the best at saying the opposite. If he told her, who could stand it? At that time, he wouldn't even be able to get on the bed. However, there was no doubt that Ling Ying was so magnanimous that even Lin Xian admired her. He couldn't understand her. No, to be more precise, everyone around him was actually very magnanimous. Who knew where he got his dog's hit luck from? Han Chushua's pretty face turned red. Let's watch a movie. After the movie, we'll go eat supper and then go to the hotel or your house. How about that? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Chapter 549. Ah. Han Chuxue stared at Lin Xian in a daze. Why are we going to the hotel? Of course, she knew why they were going to the hotel, but she didn't know what to do. Could it be that after a boy and a girl fell in love and confirmed their relationship, they would go straight to the hotel? Han Chuxue didn't know. It shouldn't be that fast, right? Both parties had to agree, right? They had to spend some time together, right? Han Chushue didn't know. She had never been in a relationship before. She only knew that boys and girls would do that, so should she go? She didn't know. She even wanted to ask Linging what to do. Go to the hotel to play cards and games. Han Chushue glanced at Lin Xian. Okay, I'm just kidding. Lin Xian laughed. How could he sleep with Han Chushue like this? He didn't have the ability to do so. Han Chushue froze for a moment. To be honest, if Lin Xian insisted, she really didn't know how to refuse. Lin Xian could really trick her into going to the hotel. As for whether they could do anything after going there, it was hard to say. The movie soon ended. Lin Xian held Han Chushue's hand, swaying back and forth, and walked sweetly on the night street. Han Chushue also felt that this feeling was really comfortable. Was this what falling in love felt like? Walking hand in hand with the boy she liked on the street, even if they didn't chat or talk, she would feel very happy. In the past, she never envied those couples walking hand in hand on the streets. She didn't envy them at all. She didn't know when it started, but she started to look forward to it. Maybe it was when she really fell in love with someone, then she would have this kind of fantasy. But now, didn't her fantasy come true? Little Chushue, are you free tomorrow? I'll take you out to play. Lin Xian asked with a smile. Han Chushue nodded slightly. Where do you want to go? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I don't know. Han Chushue shook her head. Where do I want to go? She really didn't know where to go. She basically didn't go out to play since she was a child. She knew about amusement parks and online games, but she wasn't familiar with them. As far as she could remember, she had undergone all sorts of training since she was young. Then, she would go to the demonic beast domain to fight. Gradually, she got used to this lifestyle. Perhaps to her, her way of entertainment was to go out with Ling Ying, eat and drink, or stay at home, curl up on the sofa, turn off the lights, and eat snacks while watching TV. I'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow. Lin Xian said. Why do we go to the amusement park? Han Chushue. You don't want to go. Han Chushue shook her head. No, I just don't think I'm a kid anymore. Lin Xian smiled and said, you can go even if you're not a child. Have fun tomorrow. I see that you've been suppressing yourself too much and don't come out to play much. It's a habit that you've developed over the years. Now, I have to nurture you into a mindset where you want to go out to play other than going out to train. Han Chushue, that's called not doing your job. So you're saying that I don't do my job every day? Lin Xian then slapped Han Chushue's butt, causing her face to turn red. No. I don't mean that. Han Chushue quickly muttered. She knew that she would be bullied to death by Lin Xian. The main thing was, the less a girl was in a relationship, the more cautious she would be, and the easier she would be bullied. Han Chushue was like this, easy to bully. Girls like her were cold and aloof. The most difficult thing was to pursue her, not to have sex with her. When you succeed in your pursuit, congratulations, you will have everything she has. This was her personality. Either she couldn't accept it, or she would accept it all and give it all to herself. Linglong Shui was the same. Lin Xian had already done the most difficult part. Oh right, this is for you. Lin Xian handed the attribute increasing potion to Han Chushue as a reward. This is attribute increasing potion. What's the purity of your ice attribute? Lin Xian asked. 80-something. If your luck isn't too bad, you should be able to reach 100%. Give it a try. Han Chushue's mouth opened slightly as she looked at the potion in her hand. Of course, she had heard of it. Moreover, Lin Xian had even given her a heavenly star fruit. There were too many amazing things that she had never heard of before that had happened to Lin Xian. Can I? Why not? Just treat it as my first small gift to you. Hurry and use it. Han Chuxue nodded and injected the potion into her arm without hesitation. A cold energy burst out from Han Chuxue's body. Many passers-by hurriedly moved away and looked at the situation from afar. 10 seconds later, Han Chuxue opened her beautiful eyes, which flashed with surprise. How is it? 100%. Han Chuxue said in disbelief. Lin Xian smiled and said, is there any special improvement when the ice attribute reaches 100%? The dark attribute can even conceal itself during the day. Han Chuxue said, the increase in the ice attribute is only in controlling the strength of the cold energy. However, this increase is huge. It can increase my battle strength by more than 30%. 30% didn't seem very high. However, even if it was only 10%, it was still an extremely high level of existence. This was cultivation. Moreover, if it was 30% now, what would happen when Han Chuxue reached the Lightning Tribulation Realm, the Lower Realm, or even higher realms? At that time, 30% would be extremely heaven-defying. Thank you. Han Chuxue was very grateful and somewhat embarrassed as she whispered to Lin Xian. What's the relationship between the two of us? You're still saying thank you to me. Isn't that pulling us apart? Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chuxue's small face slightly reddened. Was this what it meant to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Didn't they need to say thank you to each other? It seemed pretty good. Then, Lin Xian looked at the time and said, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Han Chuxue nodded slightly and looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. To outsiders, she was too lazy to say a word and was incomparably cold. Even when she was with Ling Ying, she was like this. However, when it came to Lin Xian, she didn't have that cold temperament at all. She was just a little girl. She was curious about every word Lin Xian said and wanted to listen carefully. She would have a bigger reaction to every action Lin Xian made. I bet that your realm will increase by 2 stars in a while. Do you believe me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Han Chuxue shook her head. Impossible. Firstly, I didn't kill any demonic beasts. Secondly, I didn't eat the heavenly star fruit you gave me before. How could my realm increase by 2 stars for no reason? Chapter 550. She was now at mysterious heaven realm 6 stars. She had indeed wasted too much time farming and Lin Xian wouldn't let her go out, so she was stuck at this realm. She was also quite anxious, but she chose to listen to Lin Xian. But Lin Xian told her that she didn't need to do anything right now, and her cultivation level would increase by 2 stars. How was that possible? It was common knowledge that martial artists needed to kill demonic beasts to increase their cultivation level. The God's Child system would obtain experience points from killing demonic beasts, and only then would the martial artist's strength and cultivation level be replenished. She was already very surprised when Lin Xian gave her the heavenly star fruit to directly increase her cultivation level after consuming it. Now, Lin Xian told her that she could increase her cultivation level without doing anything. Could it be the medicine just now? Impossible. She had heard of this medicine before. Ling Ying had also used it before, but it didn't increase her realm at all. It must be a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Han Chuxue glanced at Lin Xian, who she had played the bad guy card with, and then shook her head. I don't believe it. Lin Xian smiled. Then do you want to bet? What kind of bet? Han Chuxue asked. Lin Xian said, I don't do anything, and I won't give you anything to eat or do anything. In 10 minutes, your realm will mysteriously increase by 2 stars. Do you want to bet? Bet. Han Chushue wouldn't back down. Lin Xian was definitely lying to her on purpose. He had tricked her into a daze in order to achieve some unknown goal. Or rather, they were now boyfriend and girlfriend. If he succeeded in tricking her this time, he would definitely use other ways to trick her in the future. Therefore, she couldn't fall for it. Since she knew it was impossible, she would take the risk. She, Han Chushue, was never afraid. Then what are we betting? Han Chushue asked. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and made a panicked expression. He wanted Han Chushue to think that she would definitely win and that Lin Xian was deliberately saying that. Obviously, a girl in love had a negative IQ. She had been fooled. She saw Lin Xian's slight change in expression and knew that she would definitely win. Then, Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue and said, I win. I'll sleep with you tonight. Han Chushue, it's not like you haven't slept with me before. Lin Xian added. Han Chushue's pretty face slightly reddened. She thought that she would definitely win. Lin Xian must have used this kind of bad bet to scare her and worry her so that she wouldn't bet. Thinking of this, Han Chushue smiled. She wasn't that stupid. Fine. Lin Xian's mouth wide open. Big sister, you agree. Because you lose. Han Chushue's tone had a hint of playfulness. Then if you lose, you have to promise me 3 things that are within your power. Lin Xian looked hesitant. Han Chushue saw Lin Xian's hesitant look and laughed in her heart. He was tricking her. Humph. She would definitely win. This, you don't dare to bet. Han Chushue said somewhat proudly. Lin Xian clenched his teeth and looked like he was having a hard time making a decision. Fine, let's bet. I want to declare my sovereignty as your man. Han Chushue laughed in her heart. Especially when she saw Lin Xian's expression, she knew that she would definitely win. She didn't do anything and her cultivation level increased by 2 stars in 10 minutes. If there was such a thing in this world, she would rather be slapped by this bad guy Lin Xian. If Lin Xian gave her something to eat, she would still be worried. But if he didn't eat anything and didn't do anything, why should she be worried? This was equivalent to increasing one's cultivation level for no reason. It was equivalent to not doing anything at home but eating and sleeping every day. Then, Huaqing Academy sent her an acceptance letter. This was impossible. Lin Xian's heart was laughing even more happily than Han Chushue's at this moment. Didn't they say that Han Chushue was very smart? How could he be so stupid? She believed him just because he casually pretended to be smart. Could it be that all women in love had negative IQ? That couldn't be right. Ling Ying was quite smart. Why did Han Chushue's IQ drop so much? At this moment, Han Chushue felt like she was walking on air because she felt that she was going to win. After winning, she had 3 conditions. The first was for Lin Xian to cook for her for a month and massage her shoulders, just like Ling Ying did previously. As for the second one, it would be too easy for him to spend more time playing with him. As for the third condition, she would think about it in the future. Anyway, she was definitely going to win. The 2 of them held hands and chatted as they strolled on the street. The weather was a bit cold, but their hearts were warm. Lin Xian looked at the time again. 10 minutes were almost up. You'll lose in the last minute. Han Chushue saw Lin Xian look at the time and then silently said. I know. Then are you going to admit defeat? Han Chushue asked. Lin Xian's lips curled up. 10. 9, 8. Han Chushue. What was he doing? What are you doing? Han Chushue asked in confusion. Lin Xian didn't answer her and continued counting down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Paw. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Then, Han Chushua's aura rose. Han Chushue. Ding, your level has increased to Mysterious Heaven Realm 7 stars. Ding, your level has increased to Mysterious Heaven Realm 8 stars. Han Chushue. Increasing one's realm should be a happy thing. Even if she didn't do anything, it should be a happy thing to increase her realm by 2 stars. But, why couldn't she be happy? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian saw Han Chushue's somewhat confused expression and laughed happily. How is this possible? Han Chushue whispered. Wait, this Lin Xian, those expressions before were all fake. Wow. People's hearts are sinister. Men. Wow. Isn't this too terrifying? But, it was also because she felt that it was impossible that she agreed. However, Han Chushue really couldn't understand why this was happening. Why? She probably couldn't figure out that Lin Xian completed her mission and that Adonis system could forcefully increase her realm. How did you do it? Han Chushue looked at Lin Xian with a shocked expression. This is a secret. Lin Xian grinned. You only need to know that you lost the bet. And now, I need to go home with you, take a nice bath, and then, he. Han Chushue's heart thumped. It seems like it's over. You won't go back on your word, right? Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue and said. In Lin Xian's understanding, girls like Han Chushue disdained being shameless the most. Of course not. But you can't do anything. Han Chushue reminded with a red face. NN. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Han Chushue heaved a sigh of relief. God. Wasn't his IQ dropping too much? She lured the wolf into her room and even into her bed, and she still believed that this wolf wouldn't do anything. Lin Xian felt that tonight, he might be able to achieve something. Chapter 551. Click. Han Chushue opened the door of the villa and Lin Xian walked in happily. As a delicate beauty, Han Chushue's house was of course very beautiful. It was just that it was too big and she was the only one living there, so Han Chushue didn't dress up too much. But it was definitely warm and clean. Han Chushue's heart was filled with apprehension. What should I do? Shameless. No way. This wasn't her character. But, with Lin Xian, she couldn't do it no matter how much she thought about it. Although she was indeed Lin Xian's girlfriend now and there was nothing wrong with that, how could they have sex on the first day of their relationship? Did other couples have to be like this on the first day of their relationship? Han Chushue didn't understand. She didn't have many friends to begin with, and she had never cared about such matters, so she didn't quite understand if this was something a girlfriend should do. She had only watched a lot of TV dramas, and the male and female leads in those dramas would take at least half a season, or even until the finale, right? Could it be that reality and TV were completely different? She didn't understand either. Anyway, she was feeling very anxious right now. She needed someone who knew about this to ask her. However, her friend was Ling Ying. Ling Ying was also an old white man who had never been in a relationship before, but this was because of their bet and she lost the bet. If there wasn't this bet and she didn't lose the bet, they would still have sex. At most, she would have been kissed by Lin Xian, the bad guy. Yes. It wasn't like they had to do anything shameful. It was just purely fulfilling the terms of the bet. They wouldn't do anything else. Each of them would have their own bed and blanket, and each of them would have their own privacy. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Thinking of this, Han Chushue let out a sigh of relief and her blushing face became slightly normal. Chushue's wife, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? Lin Xian waved his hand in front of Han Chushue's face. Just as she was about to return to her normal emotions and face, because of the way Lin Xian addressed her, she blushed again. No, nothing. Han Chushue stuttered and said hurriedly. Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Lin Xian pretended to reach out and touch Han Chushue's forehead. Han Chushue quickly turned her face to the side and said, It's freezing. Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. This girl had said that she was of the ice attribute and wasn't afraid of the cold, but it was true. Let alone 7 or 8 degrees, even if it was 20 degrees below zero, she wouldn't be frozen. Not to mention her, any normal profound heaven realm cultivator wouldn't be frozen by 10 degrees below zero, let alone her who was of the ice attribute. But now, he was saying that he was cold, cute, so cute. She was much cuter than Ling Ying. If this was Ling Ying, she would have already kicked him. Especially when an ice beauty was shy, she was the most charming. I'll go get you some water. After saying that, Han Chushue quickly ran away. Lin Xian happily leaned on the sofa. What should he do tonight? Han Chushue's face was red as she poured a cup of warm water for Lin Xian and handed it to him. Is it hot? Lin Xian asked. Han Chushue shook her head. It's warm. That's only because your hand feels warm. Your hand is much thicker than your mouth, even if it's a little fairy. So, you have to taste it to tell whether it's hot or not. Lin Xian started to bluff. Oh. Han Chushue believed Lin Xian's words and then foolishly took a sip. It's not hot. Han Chushue said softly. Then, Lin Xian took the water from her hand and drank it in one gulp. Han Chushue. Wait, she seemed to have just drunk it, and then Lin Xian drank it. He. Han Chushue patted her little face. Heavens! How could she be so stupid now? Shouldn't she have realized this earlier? Well, it's sweeter than normal warm water. Lin Xian grinned. Han Chushue, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Han Chushue ran upstairs as if she was escaping. Lin Xian stretched his back and strolled around the room. Then, he grabbed a bottle of premium red wine from the wine cabinet in the living room and carried 2 wine glasses upstairs. Click, he turned the doorknob, and locked it. TSK, I'll go in sooner or later. You're so shy that you locked it. But it's useless. Lin Xian then released the space attribute and directly jumped into the room. Then, he sat on the sofa and drank wine. After about 20 minutes, Han Chushue walked out of the bathroom and saw Lin Xian as soon as she opened the door of the bathroom. She was completely stunned. She turned her head and looked around. This was her room, right? She remembered that she locked it. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, so he could do it. You're done. Then I'll go take a shower and drink some wine. Lin Xian handed a glass of wine to Han Chushue. No. Han Chushue shook her head slightly. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep after drinking. Drinking a little will help you sleep better. After saying that, Lin Xian walked into the bedroom. When Lin Xian walked out, Han Chushue had already prepared 2 beds. She even used 2 beds to separate them, creating a natural barrier. She was wrapped up, leaning against the bed and reading a book. Han Chushue suddenly saw that Lin Xian wasn't wearing panties, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. I'm not doing panties. Lin Xian shrugged and said straightforwardly. Then, he walked to the other side. Let's go to sleep. Han Chushua quickly turned off the light. Okay, then let's sleep. Lin Xian grinned. When Han Chushua laid down, she suddenly realized that where did the two beds in the middle go? Wait a minute, what's with this show? Og, ding, successfully knocked down Han Chushua, Prince Charming points plus 300,000 0. Ding, successfully knocked down the third big sister, Prince Charming points plus 1,000. Ding, do you want to raise Han Chushua's cultivation by 2 stars as compensation? Ding, do you think you're worthy of the other big sisters? The system sent over a soul interrogation. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to answer it right now. He was doing business, but he was thinking in his heart, worthy. Does a system like you have the right to ask this question? The next afternoon, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked at the little cutie in his arms. It was much smoother than he imagined. Of course, Han Chushua refused last night, but Lin Xian practically forced himself on her. Later, she completely gave up, and then, she didn't get it. Han Chushua slept very deeply. Lin Xian didn't know what to do when she woke up. Chapter 552. Lin Xian stayed at Han Chushua's house the whole time, from the night they finished watching the movie until the morning of the third day. After they were done with each other last night, Lin Xian got up again and cooked a big meal for Han Chushua. Only then did Han Chushua calm down a little. What was the source of her unhappiness? It was because he promised to cook for her, but he didn't cook for her before he bullied her. However, she was easily satisfied. After Lin Xian cooked for her, nothing happened. In the morning, Lin Xian looked at Chushua in his arms and couldn't help but smile. Han Chushua woke up a long time ago and had been looking at Lin Xian. When she saw Lin Xian suddenly open his eyes, she quickly closed them. However, her long and trembling eyelashes betrayed her. Lin Xian smiled and said, I feel so refreshed in the morning. I have an endless amount of energy in my body. Let me think, where should I use this energy? Don't. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Chushua couldn't stay calm. Hee, you're awake. Lin Xian then kissed her, and Han Chushua rolled her eyes at him. Today, I'm going shopping with Ling Ying. You can go. Han Chushua said. Lin Xian, hey, you're letting me go after fucking me. Han Chushua, no. Your family isn't coming today. Han Chushua said, they'll probably arrive in the afternoon. Okay, I'll come then. Han Chushua shrank back and nodded slightly. Suddenly, she realized something. Her cultivation had reached the 10-star profound heaven stage. When she made the bet with Lin Xian, she was at mysterious heaven realm 6 stars. Then, she inexplicably increased by 2 stars. Why did she suddenly increase by 2 stars? My realm increased by 2 stars. Han Chushua stared at Lin Xian in a daze. Lin Xian smirked. Is that so? Congratulations. No. Why did my cultivation level increase for no reason? What did you do? Han Chushua asked Lin Xian in surprise. She had no idea how she had managed to raise her cultivation realm in the previous bet, but now, she had raised it once more. The first time was when Lin Xian successfully confessed to her and was rewarded with a 2-star upgrade. The second time was when Lin Xian pushed her down in an extremely short amount of time, so the system rewarded her again. Naturally, Lin Xian also used it on her. What did you do? Lin Xian smirked, then whispered in Han Chushua's ear, what did I do to you in the past 2 days? Don't you remember? Han Chushua, her pretty face was completely red. Go away. You actually want me to leave? You've changed. Tell me, what's the reason? Han Chushue was really curious. She never knew that there was such a thing. There's a method called double masturbation, do you know? Han Chushue, why didn't she believe it? But, how could she explain it? Oh, right. Lin Xian took out the heavenly star fruit. This was also the extra heavenly star fruit that Han Chushue received from the mission reward. Han Chushue happened to be at the mystic heaven realm, so this heavenly star fruit could directly allow her to advance to the lightning tribulation realm. Han Chushue naturally recognized this fruit. It was the fruit that allowed her to directly advance to the mystic heaven realm. You can advance to the lightning tribulation realm after eating the heavenly star fruit, Lin Xian said. I can still advance to the lightning tribulation realm. Han Chushue's little mouth opened slightly. Lin Xian nodded. Even if you advance from the lightning tribulation realm to the lower realm, this fruit can directly allow you to skip this major realm. However, it's useless if you advance from the lower realm to the domain realm. So powerful! Han Chushue exclaimed. Even if they advanced from the lightning tribulation realm to the lower realm, this fruit could allow them to skip that major realm. It was really powerful. Lin Xian nodded. That's why you should eat first. It's very precious, right? Han Chushue held the heavenly star fruit and looked at Lin Xian hesitantly. She knew that this heavenly star fruit must be incomparably precious just by hearing about its effects. Lin Xian smiled and said, as long as it's for you, I'm willing to give it to you no matter how precious it is. Han Chushue blushed. To be honest, this wasn't a romantic remark, but it was very effective on Han Chushue. To be precise, it was effective on any girl whose IQ was reduced to a negative number when in love. Hurry up and eat it. After eating it, you'll be in the lightning tribulation realm. Your realm is even higher than Ling Ying's. Han Chushue didn't argue anymore and ate the heavenly star fruit. A burst of power erupted from Han Chushue's delicate body, and the curtains danced. Ding, your realm has advanced to the lightning tribulation realm. Han Chushue was pleasantly surprised. Lightning tribulation realm. She was only in the mystic heaven realm 6 stars not long ago and hadn't killed a single monster. Now, she was in the lightning tribulation realm. She wasn't too excited, but she was pleasantly surprised. Alright, now you've left Ling Ying behind. Lin Xian smiled and said. When the time comes, she'll wonder if I went to the demonic beast domain. Han Chushue said. If you want to say it, then say it honestly. She also knows about this matter. She has also advanced by 2 stars before, so she won't be too surprised. Lin Xian said, but he regretted it the moment he said it. Although Han Chushue's IQ had decreased a lot when in love, and sometimes she was a little silly, this kind of thing was super sensitive. She had advanced twice. The first time was because of a bet with Lin Xian. She wasn't stupid because Lin Xian confessed to her. As for why she advanced, she didn't know, but there must be a reason. Was it because Lin Xian confessed to her successfully, so he secretly gave her something to eat? The second time was after Lin Xian took her virginity. Now, Lin Xian told her that Ling Ying had also advanced by 2 stars before, and that she had advanced by 2 stars every time. In other words, did Lin Xian also confess to Ling Ying successfully, or did he take away Ling Ying's virginity? Lin Xian told her that it was because of dual cultivation. Did that mean that she and Ling Ying had also dual cultivation? Girls, at this time, would be sensitive. This was very normal. Lin Xian coughed and quickly said, don't think too much. The reason why it can increase your cultivation is a secret. I'll tell you later. After saying that, Lin Xian walked out. Damn it. I almost self-destructed. Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian's back and fell into deep thought. Girls were all like this. When they encountered something that made them puzzled, they would overthink, especially a lot. Obviously, Han Chuxue was like this now. Thinking about it again, Ling Ying was now living with Lin Xian, and their relationship seemed to be very good. Maybe, but what could Han Chuxue do? She didn't know. If it was true, would her relationship with Ling Ying be broken? Impossible. She wouldn't do that. She could only say. Maybe she would just turn a blind eye because their relationship was really very good. She couldn't bear to lose Ling Ying. Chapter 553. At this moment, Lin Xian was walking on the road, thinking about something. Now that Han Chuxue was in his hands, what was next? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. When this task was completed, Lin Xian would be able to obtain the formulas of the 3 major potions. At that time, he would be able to fully develop his forces. Without these things, the current Lin Xian did not have the qualifications and capital to develop his own forces. Chuxue's family will be here this afternoon, so I have to confront them this afternoon. What should I do? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Han Chuxue's family and Ling Ying's mother, Qin Lan, were 2 different types. Her family was very strict, and Qin Lan was the kind of parent who wasn't very serious, so she also had a daughter who wasn't very serious. Of course, being indecent didn't mean that she was flirting with men, but she was careless. But looking at Han Chuxue's character, one could see the situation of her parents. And this time was different. Ling Ying's mother was the type of mother who couldn't wait for her daughter to get married and hold a grandson. In addition to her character, Lin Xian was not worried about her. The only person he had to worry about was Ling Ying's father. As for Han Chuxue's parents, needless to say, her mother's thoughts were absolutely different from Qin Lan's. Although she also wanted her daughter to get married, she definitely wanted her daughter to marry into a good family. As for Lin Xian, he was a stinky little brother. And now, Han Chuxue was pregnant, so it was conceivable what Lin Xian would experience this afternoon or tonight. And Lin Xian's approach was to temporarily confront them until the end. Although it was a little silly, it could announce his purpose. So tonight, Lin Xian needed a strong helper. Was he afraid of them? Of course, he was afraid. Even if Lin Xian wasn't clear about how powerful the Han family was, he could imagine it. But he was confident that the child in Han Chuxue's belly would be considered. No matter how strict the parents were, they would always consider the child and their daughter's future reputation, right? Han Chuxue didn't care, just like Ling Ying. But as parents, they definitely cared. What did you do? Back home, Xiao Runing, Ling Ying, and Lin Ye sat together to eat. Now that they were together the whole time, Ling Ying was also willing to cultivate feelings with Lin Ye and teach her how to fight. Of course, it was good. When they reached home, Ling Ying immediately asked. I haven't seen this bastard, I haven't seen him for 2 days. I haven't seen him in the past 2 days, I haven't seen him in the past, I haven't seen him reply until the next morning. Something was not right. She had said that she was having fun outside. What was she doing that she did not reply to his messages for the whole night? Ms. Wan's miss. It had to be said that if a girl were to investigate a case, her IQ would soar. Her intuition is invincible at it. That's right, Ling Ying's intuition was correct. I went to the demonic beast domain to investigate, Lin Xian said, rubbing his nose. Ding. Deceiving your own girlfriend, Prince Charming points plus 20,000. Lin Xian, Xiao Xian, didn't you say the beast domain is very dangerous? You shouldn't go either. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian worriedly and said softly. Lin Xian nodded. And, don't worry, I have an expert by my side. At least my safety isn't a problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to go out. I'm also afraid of something happening. After all, there's a little fairy at home. Yo yo yo, so mushy, so mushy. You don't care, you talk like you're his girlfriend every day. Heartwarming had goosebumps all over her body. Miss Xiao, you don't understand. In my heart, little fairy is my girlfriend. Linya blushed. You. Aw yeah, look at him. You have to be careful when you interact with him in the future. This bastard definitely has his eyes on you. After all, you're so beautiful. Linya shook her head. I'm his older sister. Then you're still not his real sister. Heartwarming said with a smile. A thought occurred to Linya, and her face flushed red again. Lingying stretched and walked towards Lin Xian. Come here, I have something important to tell you. Oh. Then Lin Xian followed Lingying with an expression as if he had done something wrong. He didn't understand, why was he feeling guilty? No, it was normal to feel guilty. He should feel guilty. What is it? Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at Lingying. Lingying said, Chushua told me that her family is coming today. I'll go shopping with her later and act out a play with her in the afternoon. Are you sure about this? What is it? It's about lying to Chushua's family that she's pregnant. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Did Han Chushua tell Lingying about this? But it was normal to tell her. With Lingying acting with her, they would be more convinced. Lin Xian nodded. What can I do? Otherwise, those young masters will find out that it's fake. But you'll be hated by the Han family and even those people in Tiandu. Have you thought about it? Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I've thought about it as much as you. Okay, if you've thought about it, then there's no problem. I'm only worried about one thing. What? Lingying asked in confusion. Didn't you tell me before that your Ling family and the Han family are good friends? Lingying nodded. Yeah, my mom and Han Chushua's mother often play mahjong together. Lin Xian, but Auntie Qin knows about me. When they play mahjong together and Han Chushua's mother also mentions me, what if they combine the two of them and think that they're the same person and that they're both me? What should I do? Lingying was stunned. Yeah, Lin Xian was her boyfriend. Qin Lan knew this. Now that Lin Xian was Han Chushua's boyfriend, when Han Chushua's mother and Qin Lan played mahjong, they would mention someone called Lin Xian. Then, when they found out that it was the same person, wouldn't their families be furious? This seems to be a problem, but, regarding your matter, my mom might not necessarily talk to Han Chushua's mother, right? No, it's hard to say, because my mom and Han Chushua's mom are best friends, and they talk about everything. Although Han Chushua's mom will be very angry because Han Chushua is pregnant with your child, and although family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, they are best friends, so... Lingying suddenly realized this. So what should I do? Should I marry both of them? Lin Xian grinned. Ha ha ha. Damn. Why are you chuckling? If that's really the case, then you can just wait for death. The Han family and the Ling family's anger. But before you die, you should be famous. Chapter 554. Lingying was right. Let alone the Han family and the Ling family, even if it was just one of their families, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to handle it. Also, let me tell you a piece of bad news, Lingying said. What? Hearing Lingying's words, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. That is, Han Chushua is an only child. In other words, her parents are the ones in charge of the entire Han family. She's the precious daughter, the only child. Then, in her parents' eyes, she even got pregnant because of you. Although it's fake, you still want to treat it as real. So, you can imagine how angry they are. Lin Xian, no way. In the huge Han family, she's an only child. Ling Ying nodded. Yes, at least I have an older brother, but student Han is a genuine only child. Lin Xian scratched his head. This was a bit of a suicide mission. If she wasn't an only child, maybe it would be a bit better, but an only child, their only precious daughter was ruined by a nobody in a third-tier city, and even got pregnant. Even though Lin Xian hadn't met them yet, he could already feel the aura of death coming at him. That's right. He was purely looking for death. Do you still dare to do it now? If you let me cooperate with you, and Chushua said that it was just an act, then this matter wouldn't be a problem. But if you insist on doing what you said, I really don't know if you can live. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said sincerely, then continued, no matter how you think about it, the former is better. Why are you so stubborn? If you choose the latter, not only will you suffer the wrath of the Han family, but you will also suffer the wrath of those young masters in Tiandu who once pursued Chushua. Maybe even my family will know, and my Han family. Can you handle it? Lin Xian sat on the bed and rubbed his chin. Yes, Ling Ying was right. No matter how she thought about it, the former was better. Nothing happened, but, now that Han Chushua was Lin Xian's girlfriend, Lin Xian didn't want to shirk his responsibility. He wanted to face the difficulties head-on. He had no confidence. He had no confidence at all. His strength, family background, and background were all trash compared to them. Perhaps the only thing he wasn't sure of was the child in Han Chushua's belly. He was betting that if Han Chushua cooperated with him, the Han family wouldn't be willing to give up the child. Although it was Lin Xian's, they wouldn't be willing to give up Han Chushua's chastity. If the child was aborted, her reputation in Tiandu would be ruined. Moreover, this was Lin Xian's responsibility towards Han Chushua. If he did that, Han Chushua would know that Lin Xian had already set his eyes on her. He was even willing to be their enemy. Lin Xian also had to be responsible for Han Chushua. Moreover, he didn't want to admit defeat. Although there was a saying that taking a step back would make things easier, Lin Xian didn't want to back down. He wanted to tell those people that Han Chushua was his woman. No one could take her away. Although they didn't have a real child, Lin Xian wanted to tell those people. Han Chushua didn't care about her reputation, so why should he be afraid of danger? People's hearts were made of flesh. Would the Han family really be so stubborn as to kill him? For the sake of the child and Han Chushua, there was a high chance that they wouldn't. Unless they really had a heart of stone. Moreover, Lin Xian also had a backup plan, Ling Longyue. At the very least, she could protect Lin Xian's life and Lin Ye. Although Lin Xian knew that he was being selfish, he didn't want to admit defeat, even if it was like throwing an egg against a rock. I don't want to show weakness. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said. But I don't understand. This clearly has nothing to do with you, so why do you want to take the risk? Was it really just for the sake of your reputation? Is it because you don't want to be laughed at by Zhao Nanfeng and the others because you're Han Chushua's boyfriend? If that's the case, I think, there's really no need. There must be other reasons, right? Ling Ying understood Lin Xian well. Yes, if that's the case, why bother? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying, and Ling Ying's beautiful eyes also looked at Lin Xian. You guys, don't tell me you did that. Ling Ying then said quietly. Lin Xian. Should he confess? If he did, would Ling Ying be angry? He would definitely be angry. But would he leave in anger and break up with him? Lin Xian didn't know. He was afraid of this, but if he didn't confess, for the sake of the mission, there would be a day when the three of them would do that. Should he deal with Ling Ying first? But could he deal with it? Lin Xian was so annoyed. Don't say any more, I know. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian hesitating. She wasn't stupid, she knew. Little Ying, Lin Xian had thought it through before, but when it really happened, he really didn't know what to do. Forget it, there are no good men. I already knew that you were restless, and I was already prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encouraged you to pursue Chuxue. Ling Ying sighed. Anger, disappointment, grievance, all kinds of emotions surged up. Ding! The system notifications in Lin Xian's mind were also exploding. It was enough to see that Ling Ying was really, really upset now. But she had to pretend to be carefree. She couldn't bear to, that's right. If it was normal, Ling Ying would even kill Lin Xian. But, first, she couldn't bear to, second, he was already prepared. Third, she was also the one who encouraged him. She really couldn't bear to. Actually, from her favorability towards Lin Xian also knew, no, you didn't encourage me. It was because you cared about Chuxue. She was in that kind of situation. It was my fault. Ling Ying stood up, then smiled and said, "TCH, I'm not that weak. Who do you think you are? From today onwards, let's break up. Don't even think about getting my C." After saying that, Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. At that moment, she wanted to break up, but she couldn't bear to say it. She didn't have the courage to say it. It was true love. She really felt wronged. Now it was really, really messy. On one hand, she couldn't bear to, and on the other hand, Han Chuxue was pursued by Lin Xian. Between the two of them, one had to give up and the other had to gain. But she couldn't bear to, and she didn't want to fight with her best friend, so... Little Ying, at this moment, Lin Xian really didn't know how to feel. He was no longer that heartless Lin Xian. Alright, I'm going to go shopping with Chuxue and forge a medical report at the hospital. But since you've made up your mind, you have to be prepared for anger and thunder. If you're not careful, you might be smashed into pieces. You have to remember that you still have Linya to take care of and protect. Don't be so impulsive in the future. There's nothing wrong with being a little timid sometimes. Bye. After saying that, Ling Ying walked out. Chapter 555. Outside the door, Ling Ying walked out and said to Linya with a smile, "Big sister Linya, Miss Xiao, I'm going to go shopping with Chuxue, so I won't be training with big sister Linya today." Linya nodded, and, "Thank you Xiaoying." Ling Ying smiled and said, "It's nothing, I'll be going now." Then Ling Ying walked out and closed the door. The moment she closed the door, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. She covered her mouth and her tears couldn't help but fall. She forced herself not to make a sound as she slowly squatted at the door and began to cry. Helplessness, grievance, collapse, ding. Made your girlfriend cry. Male God points plus 1 million. Ding. Felt Ling Ying's grievance and various strong emotions. Male God points plus 10,000. The system notifications continuously sounded in Lin Xian's mind. He also felt guilty, but when he chose this path, he should have thought of this. Was he going to abandon all the girls and only be with Ling Ying? Lin Xian also wanted to, but he couldn't do it now. Either he didn't choose this path from the beginning, or he could only walk it to the end. Ling Ying didn't even blame him, didn't even cry in front of him, didn't even make a fuss in front of him. She didn't even say that she wanted to break up. She even acted indifferent in front of him, as if she didn't care at all, but the system's notifications exposed her true thoughts. For this kind of woman, what reason did you have to go outside and mess around? What reason did you have to not be good to her? But he had always done things that let her down. Who? Lin Xian let out a long breath. He was in a mess right now and didn't know what to do. Lin Xian thanked the male god system. It changed Lin Xian, allowing him to rise from a piece of trash in a short period of time. But at the same time, he hated the system. Perhaps he hated himself for not having the right. If it wasn't for the male god system, let alone cultivating, he might not even have the chance to meet any girl with Ling Ying. He was a bastard. Chu Sheng. Even now, Lin Xian didn't know if he should comfort Ling Ying. Perhaps she didn't want him to see her crying and caring. Lin Xian even wanted to let Ling Ying beat him up and stab him twice. That way, Lin Xian would feel better. Ling Ying, who was at the door, couldn't help but cry for a while. Afraid of being seen, she covered her mouth and hurriedly ran into the elevator. In the afternoon, Lin Xian pretended that nothing had happened and ate a little of the lunch that Linya had made. His Adonis points had reached 80 million. But he didn't feel anything at all because he wasn't in the mood right now. Little fairy, I'm going out. Remember not to go to the demonic beast domain. Lin Xian smiled at Linya. Linya nodded. Okay, you be careful too. Then, Lin Xian walked out. Lin Xian doesn't seem to be in a good mood after leaving the room. Xiao Runing said to Linya. Linya nodded. She was too familiar with Lin Xian. If even Xiao Runing could see it, how could she not? Although Lin Xian acted as if nothing had happened, they could tell from his eyes and some of his actions that something was amiss. Could it be that he quarreled with Ling Ying? They were chatting in the room before Ling Ying went out. It seems like she wasn't too happy at that time and was pretending to be happy. Xiao Runing frowned. From what she knew, these two people were carefree and had no worries. They were especially compatible with each other. What was there to quarrel about? It shouldn't be normal. Linya shook her head. I don't know. I hope nothing happened. They could tell, but they didn't say anything. They could only hope that nothing happened. They couldn't do anything and didn't want to talk about it. In Lin Xian and Linya's previous home, Ling Longyue was alone. She really had nothing to do. Without Lin Xian looking for her to play, she would just stay at home and eat good food, watch TV, or play games. Luckily, she had recently become addicted to online games. After playing, she realized that humans were simply geniuses. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. You're here. Come and play games with me. Ling Longyue then ran to Lin Xian and impatiently pulled Lin Xian's hand. She pulled Lin Xian to the sofa and even forgot that they were touching. You're such a noob and you're still playing games. Lin Xian said. Who said so? Just now, I killed 2 people. Ling Longyue said proudly. But you died 18 times. Ling Longyue laughed awkwardly. Then play with me. Ling Longyue even had a hint of coquettishness in her voice. This was because their relationship was getting better and better. Although this girl was very arrogant and couldn't stop talking about killing people, she was still a little girl and was easily satisfied. Okay, I'll play a few rounds with you. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and then started the dark path with Ling Longyue. Hey, DPS, why are you in a daze? Oh. You're a scammer, a big scammer. Godly equipment, you can't even a few attacks in a group battle. I've given you so much healing and you can't even deal any damage. I lost, sob, I lost again. It wasn't easy for me to get out of the black iron pit, but I was brought back by you again. I played 3 rounds and didn't win a single round. Oh. If I ever play games with you again, I'll be a stupid pig. Ling Longyue was infuriated. Then she suddenly realized that after being infuriated for tens of seconds, this Lin Xian didn't give any response. She then calmed down and looked at Lin Xian. She realized that this guy was in a daze and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Hey! Ling Longyue shook Lin Xian's arm. Ah. Lin Xian looked at her. Are you in a bad mood? Ling Longyue asked. This Lin Xian, in her eyes, was a big bad guy, an unforgivable big bad guy. She had never seen Lin Xian in a bad mood before. So when she saw him for the first time, she had a special feeling. No, am I in a bad mood? Lin Xian smiled. Continue. No, I'm not playing anymore. Ling Longyue turned off the computer and looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes. What's wrong with you? Don't tell me the girl you like ran away with another guy. That's a good thing. Lin Xian, get lost. Hee hee, Ling Longyue smiled and said, tell me, why are you in a bad mood? Let me be happy. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her. Go go go. Don't bother me. Alright, I'm hungry, I want to eat something good. Ling Longyue then tilted her head and said. Sure, I'll bring you to eat this afternoon or at night. Why? I want to eat now. Ling Longyue pouted and said. Chapter 556. That wouldn't do. He was going to trick Ling Longyue into supporting him. If he brought her out to eat now, what if she was full and didn't want to eat anymore? No, Lin Xian realized that he was worrying too much. This girl wouldn't be full. Alright, let's go. I'll bring you to eat KFC. Wow! What kind of duck is KFC? Ling Longyue asked with her big eyes filled with anticipation. KFC is a delicious duck. After we finish eating KFC, I'll bring you to eat something delicious. Ding! Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +5. That's right, this girl was so easily satisfied. After being brought out to eat by Lin Xian, how much did her favorability towards him increase? No, to be precise, she was easily deceived. You can't lie to me. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, and I won't lie to you. Actually, he had already deceived this girl. That's right, he was bringing her out to eat delicious food. But eating delicious food wasn't the main point. After that, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue out to eat delicious food. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Xian's phone rang. Now that Lin Xian was a little oversensitive, he almost jumped up when his phone rang. Ling Longyue ignored him and focused on eating her delicious food. As long as there was delicious food, nothing would attract her attention. Hello. When Lin Xian saw that it was Ling Ying calling, he panicked. At this time, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were together, so Chuxue's mother brought people over. We are now at Chuxue's house. Chuxue and I are preparing dinner. She asked you to come over. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Only Chuxue's mother. Where's her father? Her father originally wanted to come, but he was stopped by Chuxue's mother. If he came, you would be skinned alive. Daughters are their father's intimate little jackets, and you ruined their intimate little jackets. Tell me, how angry would he be? Luckily, Auntie Zhao is still quite calm and didn't dare to let him come. However, this time, other than a few experts from the Han clan, there are also a few pursuers of Chuxue who came with Auntie Zhao. They came of their own accord. When you come, you have to be prepared. Prepare in many ways. Lin Xian nodded. Got it. Those who are pursuing Chuxue are also eating together. Of course not. They're not familiar with each other, and Auntie Zhao doesn't want to settle this in front of outsiders. They'll do their thing, and Auntie Zhao will do hers. There are only 4 people here today: Auntie Zhao, Chushue's cousin, Chushue's cousin's girlfriend, and Chushue's uncle, who is Auntie Zhao's biological brother. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What kind of lineup was this? I understand. Well, come over later. There's still about an hour and a half before dinner is ready. You can come over then. All right. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Lin Xian called out to Ling Ying. Is there anything else? I just want to apologize to you. Lin Xian said softly. On the other side, Ling Ying's delicate body trembled. Then, she silently hung up the phone. However, this sound made her feel much better. Perhaps a simple sentence, a simple action would be enough to satisfy her. An hour later, Lin Xian looked at the time and patted Ling Longyue's head. Let's go, I'll bring you to eat a big meal. Ling Longyue also ignored Lin Xian's actions. If it was in the past, would Lin Xian dare to pat her head? But now, Ling Longyue's favorability towards Lin Xian was 35. It was the same as her sister. 35 favorability wasn't just a simple friendly. It was more than friendly. After all, 50 favorability was enough to confess. Where are we going to eat? Ling Longyue asked expectantly. My friend's house. Lin Xian said. Anyway, there's good food. Don't you believe me? Ling Longyue said, I didn't believe you before, but now it's okay. Then let's go. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue to Han Chushue's villa. Han Chushue's matter, Tiandu naturally couldn't hide it. Zhao Nanfeng naturally leaked the news. But fortunately, this meal was only for Han Chushue's family. There weren't any young masters from other families. Ling Ying was right. This was a family matter. Even if Han Chushue's mother wanted to bring those young masters to Lin Xian, it wasn't necessary. She didn't want others to judge her. At this moment, the Han family's villa was brightly lit. There were a few figures sitting on the sofa. It was a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothes. She looked 70% similar to Han Chushue, and she also looked very young. Like Qinlan, she was the kind of mother and daughter who would only be recognized as the older sister if they went out. She didn't look too good as she sat on the sofa and drank tea. Beside her sat a 26 or 27-year-old man. He was very handsome and had a serious expression. Beside him was a beautiful woman who was peeling apples for everyone. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He was very burly and looked very serious. Naturally, that was Zhao Yaji's brother, Zhao Sanlong. Her Zhao family wasn't Zhao Nanfeng's Zhao family. Her Zhao family was a first-rate family in Tiandu. It wasn't considered one of the 8 great families and had nothing to do with the Zhao family. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were busy cooking in the kitchen. The main thing was that Han Chushue didn't dare to come out. Although she had chatted with her mother and uncle in the afternoon, she didn't reveal much. She was afraid that she would say something wrong. She said that she would wait until Lin Xian came. Zhao Yaji and the others didn't know that Han Chushue was pregnant. That was Lin Xian's trump card. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't let Han Chushue cook in the kitchen. This bastard. He doesn't even look at the time. He really wants to wait until the meal is ready before coming. Zhao Sanlong angrily slammed the coffee table. In the kitchen, Han Chushue's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something was wrong. Uncle, don't be impatient. I think this kid is also panicking. Give him some time to prepare. Han Chushue's brother, Wang Wenshuan, said with a smile. You brat, why did your aunt bring you here? She's here to support her, not for you to side with outsiders. Chushua grew up with you. You're her cousin. When you were young, you were so close. What about now? She was, by a bastard. Aren't you angry? Her father was so angry that he tore down one of the Han family's villas. It took dozens of people to persuade him not to come. You, on the other hand. Wang Wenxuan drank a mouthful of tea and said, Uncle, Aunt, I am about the same age as Chushua. In my opinion, if she likes someone, then she should just be together. It has been 22 years. Have you seen Chushua have any good feelings for any guy? Chushua didn't even take a second look at those 8 big families. Instead, she came to a third-tier city and found a guy that she likes. I feel that this is a good thing, just like me and Meng Meng. Isn't Meng Meng's family also ordinary? You guys are too prejudiced. If Lin Xian knew that there was an elder brother who spoke up for him, how touched would he be? Chapter 557. Zhao Yaji took a sip of tea and glared at Wang Wenxuan. It was a mistake to bring a little bastard like you here. Wang Wenxuan smiled and said, I'm here to look for my good-for-nothing brother and to freeload a meal at your house. But I haven't eaten Chushua's cooking for many years, right Chushua? Speaking of which, why isn't that little fatty here yet? Wang Wenxuan shouted at Han Chushua who was in the kitchen. Han Chushua nodded slightly, not knowing if Wang Wenxuan saw it. Aunt, don't be angry. He's always like this. He's never been serious since he was young. LV Meng Meng glared at Wang Wenxuan and said, This is Aunt's family matter. Why are you meddling? I swear to the heavens, I'm not meddling. I'm just stating my point of view. Get lost. Zhao Yaji said angrily. She was already angry, and after this little bastard said that what she did was wrong, she was even angrier. Was she wrong? She was Han Chushua's mother. She was her own daughter, so why couldn't she help her? Even if she couldn't do anything else, she should at least be compatible with him, right? This was great. Her daughter had already been with him for who knew how long, but she only found out now. When she came, she checked the villa. The man's clothes and towels were indeed traces of a man living here. She was so angry. Her daughter that she raised for 20 years was ruined by that bastard just like that. She couldn't understand why they were not compatible with each other. This didn't suit her daughter at all. What kind of taste did she have? She didn't even like those people in Tiandu, so how could she like a poor boy? Something must have happened in between, but she asked. Her daughter had grown up and had her own thoughts. If she didn't say anything, there was nothing she could do. She could only wait for that brat to come and have a face-to-face talk. Zhao Yaji would see if she could give him some money to make him leave her daughter. Anyway, there was one thing she knew, he couldn't be together with her daughter. Even if her daughter's chastity wasn't there, with her excellence, there would still be a lot of people willing to marry her. The stubbornness of the older generation, there's a generation gap. Wang Wenxuan shook his head. You brat, eat some fruit and shut your mouth. Uncle, you just asked me to speak, and now you want me to shut up. How can you do this? Shut up. Wang Wenxuan then silently shut his mouth. At this moment, Lin Xian and Ling Longhua were standing at the entrance of the villa. Damn, they were a little flustered. Dong, dong, dong. Ling Longhua looked at Lin Xian's raised hand and decided not to knock. She knocked on the door. Delicious food. Delicious food was waiting for her inside. Wahahaha. Lin Xian, fuck. He was still thinking about what to say. Why did this girl knock on the door? It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. He was so nervous. Lin Xian swore that even if Ling Ying's mother came, he wouldn't be so nervous, because that was a complete surprise attack, but this was different. Moreover, Han Chushua's parents were different from Ling Ying's parents. The door of the villa opened. Lin Xian saw a handsome man who was a few years older than him. Don't tell me you're Chushua's father. Wang Wenxuan. Get lost. What kind of look is that? Am I that old? Wang Wenxuan was about to faint. This is Chushua's fucking boyfriend. Sorry. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. He was a little nervous. He suddenly remembered that Ling Ying said that Han Chushua's father didn't come, or else he would be dead. He was so angry that he even tore down the villa. Come in. Wang Wenxuan said and then looked at Ling Longyue. What a delicate little girl. She is. Oh, she's my sister. She heard that there was a meal here, so she came to accompany me for a meal. Wang Wenxuan, brat, you still don't know what you're going to experience. You still have the mood to bring your sister here for a meal. Wang Wenxuan finally found a god. Awesome. This brat is really awesome. I'm convinced. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled. My family is poor, and this girl has a big appetite. It's better if she doesn't eat a meal. Wang Wenxuan, you're awesome. I'm convinced. Come in. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue in. When he saw the people on the sofa, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were only two people. One must be Han Chushua's mother, and the other, the fierce one, was not Chushua's father. As for who it was, Lin Xian wasn't sure. At first, Lin Xian thought that there would be a huge battle formation, the kind where 10,000 people would surround him. Zhao Yaji and Zhao Sanlong's sharp eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shuddered. Damn it. Usually, meeting the parents was the most stressful thing. The key was meeting the parents like this. Who could withstand this? The two of them had high status and were powerful. Of course, their eyes were sharp. Ling Longyue originally came to eat delicious food, but now, she knew that she was tricked by Lin Xian. How was she here to eat delicious food? She was here to be a bodyguard. Humph. Stinky pig trotter. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue walked in front of Zhao Yaji and Zhao Sanlong. Wang Wenxuan and LV Mengmeng gave them a look of condolence and sat there quietly drinking tea. Hello, uncle and auntie. Lin Xian said quietly. Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes. What the hell? Bang! Zhao Sanlong suddenly slammed the table. Han Chushua and Ling Ying ran out of the kitchen. Han Chushua quickly ran over and grabbed Lin Xian's arm. Mom, uncle, he is Lin Xian. Let's go and cook. Then, Han Chushua quickly pulled Lin Xian away. Stop. Zhao Yaji coldly said and glanced at Lin Xian. This brat. Is he more handsome than those people in Tiandu? Is he better than them? Is he better than them? Is his family better than them? The difference between them was like heaven and earth. How could his daughter fall in love with such a person? Zhao Yaji couldn't understand. Go and cook. Let him stay. I have something to say to him. Zhao Yaji said. Lin Xian then gave Han Chushua a reassuring look and sat on the sofa. Did I ask you to sit? Zhao Yaji said angrily. Wang Wenxuan secretly shook his head. How pitiful. He could already imagine how pitiful Lin Xian would be. Seeing it with his own eyes, he still felt some sympathy. Fortunately, the two and his family thought that as long as he could find a girlfriend, and the girlfriend was filial and had a good character, it was fine. Ling Longhua sat beside Lin Xian. She silently reached out and took an apple. They were chatting. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at Zhao Yaji. "Auntie, I know why you are here. There is no need to show me your strength. Since I dared to come, I am here to express my attitude. Let's skip the other parts and get straight to the point." Chapter 558. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the entire place went silent. Wang Wenxuan opened his mouth wide and secretly gave him a thumbs up. He has a temper. He likes it. However, this is courting death. Humph. Is this the attitude you speak to your elders? Zhao Yaji said angrily. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, "My attitude is clear. I will not take a step back. I did not disrespect you in any way. On the contrary, you are the one who came in to give me a hard time. There is no need for this. If there is anything, you can just say it directly." In the kitchen, Ling Ying and Han Chushue were eavesdropping. Han Chushue had a worried look on her face. "What an arrogant brat. Looks like your parents did not teach you well. Then, I will teach you on their behalf." Zhao Sanlong said angrily as a surge of energy surged from his body. "Wait." Zhao Yaji said and then looked at Lin Xian. "Fine. Since you said it first, then I will say it. Leave my daughter." Zhao Yaji said directly. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Since I am here, I have already made my attitude clear. I will not take a step back." "Do you have the right to not take a step back? I am sure you know what kind of existence my Han family is. Do you think you are qualified to be with my daughter?" Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Yes. In terms of strength, talent, family background, no matter what, I do not have the right to challenge the Han family. However, I know that I like Chushue. As long as Chushue likes me, that is enough." "What an arrogant brat. Do you believe that I can make you disappear from this world in an instant?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. You are courting death." Zhao Yaji's body erupted with energy and directly suppressed Lin Xian. However, Ling Longhua also erupted with energy and blocked it for Lin Xian. At this moment, the few of them were shocked. This little girl is actually a heavenly venerable. Zhao Yaji was also slightly stunned. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have a celestial venerable with you. However, a celestial venerable is nothing in my Han clan. You should know this as well. If your confidence is only because of this celestial venerable, you can scram now." Zhao Yaji said angrily. She originally thought that this brat would be suppressed by her from beginning to end, but she didn't expect that he would choose to fight head-on. This was something she had never expected. Although she was quite surprised that this girl was at the heavenly venerable realm at such a young age, this was nothing to her. Lin Xian said, "I never wanted to do anything. I just came to tell you that I won't let go of Chushue. Yes, I'm not good enough for the Han family, but I won't admit defeat." Wang Wenxuan really admired this Lin Xian. He really had guts. Although his cousin's taste wasn't very good, she gave him the feeling that this kid was indeed unusual. "Looks like you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after tricking my daughter into your hands. Third brother, do it." Zhao Sanlong's aura surged. At this moment, Han Chushue hurriedly ran over. "Mom, didn't you say that you would be amiable? Why are you doing it now?" Han Chushue said anxiously. "This is between me and him. Don't interfere." Zhao Yaji said coldly. "No." Han Chushue insisted on standing in front of Lin Xian. Zhao Yaji frowned suddenly. This was the first time her daughter disobeyed her. The situation was in a deadlock. Chushua, quickly bring out the food. Let's eat first, let's eat first. Wang Wenxuan hurriedly said, breaking the deadlock. Han Chushua looked at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian nodded at her. Only then did she feel relieved and go to the kitchen. Zhao Yaji took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. I don't want to embarrass you in front of Chushua. Tell me, what do you want to leave my daughter? I only want her. Is 1 billion enough? Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. I only want her. Zhao Sanlong angrily pointed at Lin Xian. Brat, you should know your place. Do you think you can climb up to the Han family? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Lin Xian shrugged and said, I don't know about other things, but I know that I'm the father of the child. Lin Xian made this move. What child? Zhao Yaji and Zhao Sanlong were both shocked. Chushua didn't tell you. She's pregnant. Bastard. I'll kill you. Zhao Sanlong was furious. Boom, whoosh, Lin Xian and Ling Longyue's figures disappeared. The sofa had turned into nothingness. Zhao Yaji's face was filled with anger. Child, she was actually pregnant. Chushua, come over here. Han Chushua then walked over. Mom. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Zhao Yaji looked at Han Chushua angrily. Han Chushua bit her lips, then took out a medical report from her pocket and handed it over. Zhao Yaji quickly opened it, then she felt the world around her spinning. Bastard! She angrily slammed the table, shattering it. Then she glared at Lin Xian and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian, choking his neck. Go die. Mom, no. Han Chushua was shocked and ran over. Lin Xian laughed. Auntie, you don't want the child to be born without a father, right? You. Zhao Yaji angrily let go of her hand. Previously, she knew what she should do. Even if she killed Lin Xian, even if her daughter hated her, it didn't matter. But now, because of a child, her mind was completely messed up. The child shouldn't be implicated. But why did it have to be this bastard's child? Beat it. Zhao Yaji sat on the sofa as if she had lost all her strength. After a long time, she couldn't bear to say this. No. I won't beat it. Han Chushua persisted. You are becoming more and more disobedient. Zhao Yaji angrily glared at Han Chushua. Han Chushua's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Mom, I have always listened to you since I was young. But I want my own happiness. I like Lin Xian. If you insist on separating us, then forgive your daughter for being unfilial. After saying that, Han Chushua condensed a force in her right hand and slapped it towards herself. Whoosh! Zhao Yaji saw this scene and quickly rushed over and pulled her daughter back. You brat! Zhao Yaji looked at Han Chushua and was so angry that she couldn't speak. At this moment, Ling Ying walked over and said, Auntie, let's not be angry first. It won't be good if Chushua's pregnancy is affected. Let's eat first. If there's anything, we can talk about it calmly at the dining table. Then she quickly winked at Wang Wenxuan. Yes, I'm starving. Let's eat. Wang Wenxuan quickly said. Xiaoying, is this true? Zhao Yaji looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying then nodded. You, Zhao Yaji angrily pointed at Lin Xian. You bastard. He slapped over. Lin Xian didn't dodge this slap. Chapter 559. Slap. Lin Xian did not dodge the slap and it landed squarely on Lin Xian's face. Since he messed with someone else's precious daughter, he deserved to be slapped. Lin Xian. Han Chushue quickly ran over. Auntie, let's eat. Ling Ying came over and held Xiao Yaji's arm. I'm not eating anymore. I'm full from anger. Bastard. Xiao Yaji then angrily walked upstairs. AI. Zhao Sanlong glared at Lin Xian, then swung his arm and followed him upstairs. Brother, you're really awesome. I'm convinced. Wang Wenxuan gave Lin Xian a thumbs up and said, Meng Meng, let's go eat. I'm starving. I'm sorry, Han Chushue looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Lin Xian smiled, it's okay. I deserve that slap. If she slaps me, I'll slap her daughter too. Han Chushue, ding. Feeling Ling Ying's displeasure, Adonis points plus 100000. You guys eat. I'll go and have a good chat. Then Han Chushue went upstairs. Let's eat. Ling Longwe could not wait to go to the table. Isn't it beautiful? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Little Ling Ying. What? That. I'm sorry, alright. You think this lady cares? Let's eat. The two elders probably won't come to eat. Let Chushue have a good chat with Auntie. There shouldn't be any problems. At least, if you don't go to Tiandu and Han family, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, a child is too important to them. After saying that, Ling Ying went to the table. Ling Longwe had already started to move like a whirlwind, causing Wang Wenxuan to be shocked. Upstairs, Zhao Yaji and Zhao Sanlong were chatting in the room. I say, fourth sister, you already have a child. Let's just leave it at that. Zhao Sanlong sighed and said. No, I can't let that bastard get away with it. But Chushue is also very persistent. She went against you for the first time because of this kid. She really likes him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be willing to be pregnant with his child, Zhao Sanlong said. Zhao Yaji sighed. Tell me, why is this girl so disobedient? Zhao Yaji revealed a worried expression. She's grown up. Moreover, as a parent, I should give her the right guidance and communicate with her more. She has her own needs. But I'm doing this for her own good. Zhao Sanlong said, that girl also understands, but she really likes that kid. I just can't figure it out. Our Tiandu has so many outstanding young talents. This girl's standards are so high, how can she take a fancy to a poor and pedantic boy? Zhao Yaji shook her head. Have you forgotten who you were 30 years ago? Zhao Sanlong said with a smile. Zhao Yaji looked at Zhao Sanlong. Actually, seeing Chushue is quite happy. Seeing that kid rather go against the Han family than abandon Chushue, as elders, shouldn't we be happy? 30 years ago, wasn't Chushue's father also poor and pedantic? You liked him, but didn't you also ignore his family background, fall out with your parents, and run away with him? Don't you realize that the current Chushue is your old self? She can find her own happiness, she can find someone who likes her. I think, at least, I'm quite satisfied. This, Zhao Yaji fell into deep thought. After hearing what you said, it seems to make sense. Zhao Sanlong said with a smile, right? What does your Han family lack? You don't lack anything. Isn't the happiness of your children the most important thing? Are you willing to let Chushue marry someone she doesn't like and be unhappy all the time? The face of the family is actually not that important as long as you and Chushue's father don't care. Third brother, you're right. I've become materialistic over the years. That's right, Chushue's happiness is the most important thing. It's just that I'm angry. The daughter I raised for more than 20 years was cheated away by a poor and pedantic boy. Zhao Yaji said unhappily. Then, wasn't the daughter our parents raised for 20 years also cheated away by him? The main thing is his attitude. He doesn't have the slightest bit of respect for his elders. Zhao Sanlong said with a smile, that's enough. Why don't you take a look at your attitude towards him? Also, isn't his behavior showing that he cares about our Chushue? You've already scolded and beaten him. Anyway, after calming down, I think that the boy is not bad. It's fine as long as Chushue likes him. Also, that boy is of the spatial attribute, and he actually has a strong heavenly venerable protector by his side. Maybe he's poor now, but in the future, maybe he can be like Chushue's father and be worthy of Chushue. Go, have a meal with him and have a peaceful chat. I'm not eating. I'm so angry. You said that girl is pregnant. What should I do? Zhao Yaji was so worried that tears came out of her eyes. No matter how strong she was still a mother. Han Chushue leaned against the door and eavesdropped on their conversation. Then, she pushed the door open and walked in. Come. Little brother Lin Xian, drink. Wang Wenxuan personally poured a cup of wine for Lin Xian. We're quite fated. There's a Xian in your name. I'm Chushue's cousin. Although Auntie doesn't think highly of you, I admire you very much. But it's useless even if I admire you. Big cousin, you must be joking. Hey, I'm not joking. I really admire you. You're a man who dares to take responsibility for your actions. You're much better than those young masters in Tiandu. You're also much better than me. But don't mind Auntie's words. She's been strict with Chushue since she was young. This is normal. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he and Wang Wenxuan finished the wine in one gulp. Ling Ying, Chushue has already found a boyfriend. What about you? Wang Wenxuan looked at Ling Ying. It's none of your business. Go and eat your meal. Ling Ying said angrily. Wang Wenxuan, your temper is still the same. Wang Wenxuan shook his head. Don't talk so much. LV Meng Meng said helplessly. Ling Ying was still in a bad mood. Only Ling Longyue had a good appetite. She was eating and drinking. Wang Wenxuan patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, but don't worry too much. I understand that Auntie and Uncle also want to have grandchildren. They also value children very much. Actually, Auntie is quite easy to talk to when she calms down. The main problem is Uncle. He has a bad temper. He's the most difficult part. You should be prepared. Since you don't intend to give in, then continue to persevere. Parents value their children the most. Chushue's happiness is still the most important. You should calm down. Lin Xian nodded and replied, I got it. Thank you for your reminder, big cousin. At this moment, 3 figures came down from upstairs. Chapter 560. Looking at the 3 of them, Lin Xian panicked. Who knows what kind of thunder would strike him later. His face was still hurting, and he didn't even have a sister to help him blow on it. However, Lin Xian looked at them and saw Han Chushue and Zhao Yaji walking down the stairs hand in hand. What did this prove? It seemed to prove that the mother and daughter were having a good chat. Zhao Yaji's face was no longer stiff and angry. However, when she looked at Lin Xian, her eyes became sharp again. Lin Xian silently lowered his head. Only the sound of Ling Longyue eating could be heard. This girl seemed to be snatching food from her. It was as if she didn't care about the next meal after finishing this meal. Every time she ate good food, she was so sharp. Auntie, uncle, over here. Wang Wenxuan shouted. Ling Ying and Wang Wenxuan specially surrounded Lin Xian. In other words, it was impossible for Zhao Yaji and Zhao Sanlong to sit beside Lin Xian. Zhao Yaji and Zhao Sanlong sat at the main seats. When Han Chuxue arrived, Wang Wenxuan decisively gave up his seat for her. Chuxue, come sit beside me. Zhao Yaji saw that Han Chuxue wanted to sit beside Lin Xian and said. Han Chuxue also obediently sat beside Zhao Yaji. You brat, we'll settle our debts in the future. Zhao Yaji glared at Wang Wenxuan. Wang Wenxuan smiled bitterly. Auntie, what are you talking about? What debts do we have? You know it in your heart. You're helping outsiders. Hee hee. Wang Wenxuan scratched his head. Don't talk anymore, let's eat. LV Meng Meng helplessly picked up food for Wang Wenxuan, Zhao Sanlong, and Zhao Yaji. Auntie, uncle, eat. Meng Meng, this girl is good. Zhao Yaji nodded and said. Of course, don't you know whose taste it is? Wang Wenxuan smiled. Zhao Yaji glared at Wang Wenxuan and said, shut up. I think you just have too much time on your hands. When we get home, I must have a good talk with your parents and discipline you all. Wang Wenxuan, don't be like this, aunt, my dear aunt, I was wrong, okay? Who's your aunt? Go away. It was obvious that Zhao Yaji had a lot of resentment. Alright, fourth sister, let's eat. Zhao Sanlong said helplessly. Mom, let's eat. Han Chuxue put some food into Zhao Yaji's bowl, then gave Lin Xian a look. Ahem, auntie. Let's eat. This pork trotter is good. It's beautifying. Lin Xian added a piece of pork trotter and got up to put it in her bowl. Zhao Yaji took the bowl to the side. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and placed the pork trotter in Han Chuxue's bowl. Wang Wenxuan smiled helplessly. However, everyone knew that since Zhao Yaji was willing to come down, it meant that she wasn't as angry as before. It was normal for her to put on airs in front of Lin Xian. Kid, let me ask you. What do you plan to do with the child in Chushua's stomach? Zhao Yaji glanced at Lin Xian and asked. Actually, Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue's eyes and seemed to understand something. Auntie, to be honest, there isn't a child. You two are secretly exchanging glances with each other, aren't you? Zhao Yaji lightly hit Han Chushue's head. What? What are you two doing? Wang Wenxuan was confused when he heard that there wasn't a child. Kid, you're a smart person. You actually thought of this desperate method. Forget it. I've talked a lot with Chuxue, and she's been honest with me about this. Although she didn't like Lin Xian, his courage and insight were beyond Zhao Yaji's understanding. He was a young man with a bright future. It was no wonder that her daughter liked him. He was a little different. This was a quality that even the most outstanding people in Tiandu didn't have. Yes, I apologize to Auntie as well. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. This scene made Ling Ying unhappy. Although there was a hint of discord between them, it didn't feel good to see her boyfriend chatting with Chushua's mother. However, she had to force a smile and act as if she didn't care. Don't bother with these empty words. I don't object to you being with Chuxue. I won't mention those conditions. You should understand the future. Work hard and treat Chuxue well. If I hear that she's wronged in the slightest, I'll immediately make you disappear from this world. Yes, yes. Lin Xian nodded. But this doesn't mean that I have a good impression of you. I still don't like you, kid. But since Chuxue insists, I won't care anymore. Find some time to go to Tiandu and meet Chushua's father. He's so angry that he's clenching his teeth. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Mom, after a while. Han Chushua said. Xiao Yaji nodded. I'll take care of that first. You better improve yourself in a short period of time so that you'll have some qualifications to face Tiandu, my Han family, and Chushua's father. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Xiao Yaji also thought it through. Wasn't she the same as her daughter in the past? Then why didn't she try to understand her daughter? It was because she had become materialistic. The Han family didn't lack anything. Her daughter's happiness was the most important. However, she wasn't sure if Lin Xian was worth relying on. She just felt that her daughter was too easily deceived. Too easily taken advantage of. Since she was already taken advantage of like this, there was no other way. Moreover, she heard some of Lin Xian's deeds from Han Chushue. How should she put it? In Zhao Yaji's eyes, there was nothing special about him. However, if she were to compare him to those outstanding guys in Tiandu, this kid was indeed much better than them. They were only better than Lin Xian in terms of family background. As for the realm, it was all fake. Hence, after calming down, other than the fact that this kid didn't have a family background, everything else about him really made her satisfied. However, Lin Xian had to be even more outstanding in order to satisfy her and satisfy her lover. Sigh, forget it, forget it. I can't get angry. If I get angry, I'll get wrinkles. Zhao Yaji raised the corner of her eye and said, Everyone, don't just sit there. Let's eat. Auntie, you're the only one sitting here. I'm almost full. Look at that girl, she's already eaten half the table. Wang Wenshuan pointed at Ling Longyue who was beside Ling Ying. Ling Longyue suddenly felt everyone's gaze. She lowered her head and stopped eating. Then, her big eyes glanced around and she elegantly chewed and swallowed slowly. Speaking of this girl. How many stars are you in the heavenly venerable realm? I feel that you didn't forcefully kill demonic beasts to increase your realm. Also, I feel that your strength isn't weak. Zhao Yaji looked at Ling Longyue with interest. 10 stars. Ling Longyue said silently. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a real hidden big shot. Space attribute, 10 stars heavenly venerable realm, 1 step into the absolute realm. Very strong. Chapter 561. Wang Wenshuan opened his mouth wide. Aunt, how did you do it? There are 2 ways. First, a powerful family can capture demonic beasts and let her kill them to gain experience and forcefully raise her cultivation level. However, it is extremely difficult and almost impossible. After reaching the heavenly venerable realm, a demonic beast in the heavenly venerable realm is not something that can be easily captured. Even a great void stage expert cannot guarantee that the demonic beast in the heavenly venerable realm will not attack. Furthermore, if the demonic beast in the heavenly venerable realm wants to escape, even a great void stage expert can't do anything about it. Furthermore, when her cultivation level is low, it is also difficult to break through the defense. This is only possible when she is in the heavenly venerable realm. However, once she reaches the heavenly venerable realm, it is almost impossible. Zhao Yaji looked at Ling Longyue and said. What about the second method? Zhao Yaji looked at Ling Longyue and said, the second method is the demonic beast race. At such a young age, she is already in the heavenly venerable realm. The demonic beast race is innate and will not change. Therefore, if she is from the demonic beast race, this lass is a demonic beast with the space attribute. Although she looks young, she has lived longer than all of us combined. However, to the demonic beast race, a human lives for 100 years while a demonic beast lives for 100 years. Age is not the same. Zhao Yaji looked at Ling Longyue seriously as if she was saying it for her. Demonic beast race. They all looked at Ling Longyue. Lass, don't be nervous. We humans and demonic beasts are enemies. However, many demonic beasts are friends with humans. It seems like you are not an enemy. I was tricked by him to come here to eat delicious food. Ling Longyue silently pointed at Lin Xian and said. Zhao Yaji looked at Lin Xian. You are so mischievous. Eating delicious food is fake. Being a bodyguard is the real reason. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. However, knowing a demonic beast is also a good thing. Zhao Yaji finished her words and continued eating. Ling Longyue expressed that she just wanted to eat something. Can you guys talk about something else? She could hit Lin Xian a few more times. Don't look at me, I need to eat. Zhao Yaji didn't continue to target Lin Xian. Anyway, even if she didn't accept Lin Xian in her heart, she had to accept him. What could she do if her daughter liked him? One more thing. Zhao Yaji suddenly said. Please go ahead, Auntie. If you're lucky enough to get married, I mean before you get married, you can't live together anymore. I won't bring this girl back to Tiandu. But I want you to stop living together with me. Lin Xian quickly nodded. They weren't living together in the first place. Also, I heard that Tianhua City has been in turmoil recently. If you really can't handle it, you can go back to Tiandu. Little Ling, you should go back too. Zhao Yaji looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying shook his head. Forget it. I've been here for a few years, and I'll only go back for a few days during the new year. I'm already familiar with this place, and I want to protect this place and do my part. That's good too. Chu Shue has also reached the lightning tribulation realm. She didn't delay her cultivation. Lightning tribulation realm. Hearing Han Chu Shue's cultivation, Ling Ying was slightly stunned. If he remembered correctly, Han Chu Shue was only at the mysterious heaven realm 6 stars when they were playing, and he was at the mysterious heaven realm 8 stars. He remembered it very clearly. Could it be that Han Chu Shue went to the demonic beast domain? No way. Even if it was a high-level demonic beast, it would at least be at the lower realm. Moreover, it would take 2 lower realm demonic beasts to reach the lightning tribulation realm. There must be some secret behind this. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian, who was eating silently and was especially obedient. Thinking back to the past, her cultivation had also inexplicably increased. Was it because of him? Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's disappointment, Adonis points plus 10,000. Ling Ying was indeed very uncomfortable. Lin Xian also blamed himself. However, when she started crying, Lin Xian really didn't know what to do. Should he comfort her? No, at that time, he couldn't comfort her. She didn't want him to see her crying. Lin Xian planned to apologize to Ling Ying properly after this matter was over. He had already apologized before, but Ling Ying didn't seem to care. Perhaps if Lin Xian didn't have the system, he would be deceived by Ling Ying's disguise. However, he had the system. Lin Xian might even be clearer than them about any emotional changes in a girl's heart. The meal was over, and the conversation was over. In the end, it could be considered a perfect ending. Although Zhao Yaji was quite strict, she wasn't an unscrupulous and ruthless woman. She was a very competent mother. She didn't continue to find trouble with Lin Xian, just like Qin Lan. Instead, they were responsible for persuading the man. This was also Lin Xian's hard work. Firstly, Qin Lan had personally experienced it. Her daughter was her former self. She understood this feeling very well. She also expressed that she understood. She was willing to give Lin Xian a chance. Secondly, Lin Xian's persistence moved her. He was even willing to give up everything. Didn't this show his sincerity towards her daughter? She chose to believe in Lin Xian for once. Thirdly, it could be considered as an assist from others. In short, the ending was good. Han Chuxue was dragged to go shopping with Zhao Yoji. As for Wang Wenxuan, he brought LV Mengmeng to look for his brother. He came here to look for his brother, and also for the demon beast domain. He wanted to fight on the front line like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. He felt that such a life should be meaningful. Otherwise, why would these two proud daughters make such a choice a few years ago? That, Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Ling Longwei were walking on the road. "I'll go home first," Ling Ying said and was about to go back. "Wait." Lin Xian stopped her and said to Ling Longwei, "You go home by yourself. I won't send you off. It's dark. Don't go out to play alone. Although you're not in any danger, it's easy to be deceived. These humans have many tricks up their sleeves." "Humph. I'm not stupid. I'm leaving." Ling Longwei was full. Although Lin Xian lied to her, at least there was a lot of delicious food. Following that, her figure disappeared. The sky was dark. Lin Xian ran to Ling Ying. "What's the matter?" Ling Ying didn't know what she was feeling now. She wanted to be close to Lin Xian, but she subconsciously distanced herself from him. Naturally, she blamed him in her heart. "Yes, let's talk slowly. Let's go home quickly. I want to go home too. Then let's walk back together." Lin Xian laughed. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and walked away. Lin Xian chased after her. "Little Ying, speak. I know you must be blaming me in your heart. You must feel wronged. TCH. Who do you think you are? I've already said it when I was dating you. I don't know when I'll kick you away. It's just dating for fun. Didn't I say that?" Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. Chapter 562. She had indeed said that. To be precise, Ling Ying would never have thought that she would have such deep feelings for Lin Xian at that time. Perhaps what she had said at that time was indeed the truth. But now, what she had said was a lie. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "I know you're angry, but I was wrong from the start." Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian. "Since you knew it was wrong, but you still did it anyway, then what's there to apologize for?" That's right, Ling Ying naturally felt uncomfortable in her heart. Especially when she heard Lin Xian's words, she was even angrier. "That's right, you knew it was wrong, but you still did it anyway. Wasn't that even more infuriating?" Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "Actually, there are some things I want to tell you, but I don't know how to tell you because it involves a lot of things. These things will be very difficult to accept, so I haven't told you all this time. Even little fairy doesn't know." Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said sincerely. "Then don't say it. Little Ying, have you never been curious about why I have so many strange and heaven-defying things on me? Even you, and those experts, have never seen or heard of them." Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian in confusion. That's right, it was very strange. For example, the heavenly star fruit, the attribute increasing medicine, the physique altering fluid, and the mind cultivating fluid. Didn't you say that these were all given to you by Ling Longshui? Lin Xian nodded. "That's right, I said that." "Then what about the realm you raised for no reason?" "And Chuxue, she also rose from Mysterious Heaven Realm 6 stars to Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars. Plus, I gave her a heavenly star fruit, which allowed her to rise to the lightning tribulation realm. Ling Ying frowned slightly. That's right. This was the most strange thing. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and reached out to hold her little hand. Ling Ying struggled but failed to break free. Then, he just looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "These things weren't given to me by Ling Longshui. I lied to you and everyone else that Ling Longshui gave them to me because I didn't know how to explain it to you. I can only tell you that I did all this because I'm not a man. On the other hand, I wanted to do it." Are you saying that someone forced you to flirt with other girls? Ling Ying wasn't stupid. After hearing Lin Xian's words, she asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's what I meant. If I didn't do it, my realm would return to zero. Doesn't that sound like a fantasy? Because it's too ridiculous, I didn't know how to explain it to you, so I directly said that it was given to me by Ling Longshui. This way, everything will be settled. But I don't want you to be disappointed in me. Or rather, I want to quibble. The heavenly star fruit, the gene medicine, everything was given to you by me. It wasn't given to me by Ling Longshui. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. It was unbelievable. This was a situation that was completely unimaginable. But, she looked into Lin Xian's eyes. Ling Ying sighed. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Even if it was fake, Ling Ying chose to believe it because it would give her some psychological comfort. Okay, I believe you. If it's hard to say, then don't say it. I promise you that I'll tell you in the future, but not now. Ling Ying nodded. To be honest, someone was forcing Lin Xian to pursue other girls and then give him a reward. No matter how she heard it, it sounded like a lie. No matter how sincere Lin Xian's words were, Ling Ying was still skeptical. However, she chose to believe him. What could she do if she didn't believe? Leave Lin Xian. She thought about it, especially when she was crying. She wanted to just end it like this, but she couldn't bear to. Lin Xian sighed. To be honest, I don't know how to comfort girls, so I can only tell you this. Also, I still want to say sorry. I only hope that you can forgive me because I don't want to see you angry or disappointed. I also don't want you to leave. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. But, what are you going to do in the future? Don't tell me you want to hug girls. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, I don't want to leave you. I also don't want to leave others. Others? From what you're saying, it seems there are others besides Chuxue. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian, ahem. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, you're really capable. Lin Xian, forget it, I don't blame you. I knew you were like this. On the contrary, it's fine if you admit it to me, but I don't want you to lie to me. Do you understand? Lin Xian nodded. So, can you tell me how many there are besides Chuxue? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian, seeing Lin Xian's expression, Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I want to go boxing. Do you want to come? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Then in the boxing gym, Lin Xian became Ling Ying's living target. He was beaten up. Lin Xian knew that this girl was venting. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Ling Ying kept punching, and Lin Xian defended against her attacks. She was so tired that she collapsed in Lin Xian's arms. Then she cried. This time, she cried in Lin Xian's arms. Her fists kept hammering Lin Xian, and she scolded him in front of Lin Xian. Bastard Lin Xian. What did I owe you in my past life? To be bullied by you like this, bastard, bastard. I gave up so many suitors just to be bullied by you. I hate you. Lin Xian just hugged her and listened to her sobbing words. He gently patted her back. In the end, he vented all his grievances in front of Lin Xian. Are you done scolding? A few minutes later, Lin Xian gently wiped the tears off Ling Ying's face. Ling Ying sobbed like a pear blossom in the rain. It's okay, I feel good. Ling Ying wiped her tears, then took a bottle of water and drank half of it. She gradually quieted down and sat down with Lin Xian on the bench in the boxing gym. Have you thought about what Chu Xue will do? Ling Ying suddenly asked. In this era, if you are strong enough, if you have enough ability, if a girl is willing, then you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. There are many situations like this in Tiandu. Maybe. I don't care anymore, and I have seen past it. But I don't know about Chu Xue, and the Han family and Ling family. Unless you can reach a level where the Han family and Ling family have to look up to you, even if Chu Xue and I are willing to have you together, the 2 families will definitely not give in. Ling Ying sighed. That is the position of the true leader of the 3 major powers. That's impossible. She sighed again. Chapter 563. How long was the history of the 3 major forces? Although it was not 500 or 600 years, it was still more than 100 years. Establishing the 3 major forces was the general trend. The human race needed such forces to protect them. The first force was the Holy Sanctum, which established the Holy Sanctum as the leader of the 3 major forces. With the change of time, people suddenly realized that other than the demon race, the human race was also incomparably chaotic. There were all kinds of internal strife and killing each other. Therefore, the Trial Union was born. Other than protecting the human race, it also shouldered the responsibility of establishing new laws and calming the internal strife among the human race. The existence of the 2 major forces to protect the human race internally and externally. As things settled down, the Bounty Hunter Guild was born. The era needed such an existence, so it had the value of being born and existing. It would also be recognized and accepted. The 3 major forces protected the 5 major empires. There was no difference in strength. Their duty was the same, to protect the human race. As the 3 major forces were deeply rooted, countless forces wanted to establish their own forces. No matter how big their forces were, it was impossible for them to establish a 4th major force. No matter how powerful they were, they could not reach 1,000th of the 3 major forces. What kind of concept was 1,000th of the 3 major forces? Half of the 8 major families of Tiandu added together was about 1,000th of the 3 major forces. The 3 major forces represented the country. It was not something that an individual could compare to. At the same time, the 3 major forces were more legitimate. To be more precise, the 3 major forces were not the forces of a single person. Of course, the 3 major families that established the 3 major forces were indeed top-notch existences. For example, the Murong family of the Holy Sanctum. That was Murong Qing's family. That was an existence above the 8 major families. There was no other family more powerful than them. Now, in an era that was basically consolidated and stable, what did Lin Xian have to establish the 4th major force? Not to mention the 4th major force, even if Lin Xian wanted to become an existence like the 8 major families in China, it was almost impossible. If this could not be achieved, not even 1,000th, how could he achieve the 4th major force? However, this was what Lin Xian wanted to do. In the past, he did not want to. In the past, he thought that it was enough to live a quiet life without being disturbed by others. Now that he thought about it, it was really a joke. In Ling Ying's opinion, even if Lin Xian reached the level of the 8 major families, it was useless. After all, both of them were daughters of the 8 great clans. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lin Xian said. Is running away your method? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I already have a preliminary plan. I don't want to become one of the 8 great clans, but an existence that surpasses the 8 great clans. Moreover, I believe that only I can do it in this world. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said, I will make sure that I have what it takes to face you. Surpass the 8 great clans, Ling Ying shook his head. What? I don't believe you. Lin Xian smiled. It's not that I don't believe you, but I think that your thinking is too simple. Perhaps you don't understand what kind of existence the 8 great clans are. It's not as simple as having a group of powerful cultivators. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. But what can you rely on to rise in this era? Ling Ying still felt that it was basically impossible. Even if Lin Xian reached the heavenly venerable realm or even the great virtual realm, it was basically impossible. This was not something that could be done by becoming stronger, unless you were strong enough to have absolute authority in the human race. Do you have enough potions? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying pondered after hearing that. Potions. Of your 3 major potions, the attribute enhancement potion is the most tempting. The other 2 are not that great for those with high strength, but you have to be able to mass-produce them. Ling Ying suddenly realized something after saying that. Then, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. You can't be. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. If I can mass-produce them, even if it's just the physique enhancement potion and mental cultivation potion, it's enough for me to develop to a certain scale. The 5 great empires are still mostly made up of weak martial artists. It's like a phone, everyone knows how to use it, but the difference is that I have monopolized this industry. When the time comes, even the 3 major forces will have to talk to me about cooperation. Tell me, do you think I have a certain level of qualification? Ling Ying also revealed a surprised expression when she heard Lin Xian's words. If this development was on the right track, then Lin Xian would have a unique advantage. His advantage was that he had a monopoly, and it was something that everyone in the continent would be interested in. Can you do it? Ling Ying asked expectantly. Lin Xian said, I don't know. I'm missing a key thing now. Funding. Lin Xian's lips curled up. What I'm missing is you and Chushua together. Ling Ying, go to hell. Bastard. Ling Ying cursed, but she was happy because she knew that Lin Xian had something that no one else could have. The continent might need this kind of trend. In the past, didn't the continent also need some kind of trend, and then the 3 major forces would emerge? However, Ling Ying didn't really believe Lin Xian's words. She definitely didn't believe it, and thought that he was just joking. But Lin Xian was actually serious. She opened her heart to Lin Xian and talked a lot, so she temporarily got over it. She was even able to accept the fact that Lin Xian had several girls at the same time, although she felt wronged. Little Ying, are you going to Chushua's place for barbecue tonight? Go to hell. Are you trying to get us drunk again? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. How is that possible? Let's exchange some feelings. I didn't do anything when we got drunk the last 2 times, and you still don't believe in my character. What kind of character do you have? Get lost. I'm going home. Ling Ying said unhappily. It was almost late at night. What home? Let's not go home tonight. Lin Xian then hugged her slender waist. What are you doing? Going to Rose Heaven. Ling Ying, in the end, this easily forgiving girl was still tricked by Lin Xian, and then she was bullied by Lin Xian. This is a little interesting. In the most luxurious room, Murong-Ching was drinking red wine with her legs crossed. She had just returned from outside and saw two figures. Then she took a closer look. Damn! Wasn't this that bastard Lin Xian and Ling Ying? Who was this Ling Ying? She was the daughter of one of the 8 major families in Tiandu. These two people actually, that's not right. Why did I hear that this Lin Xian and Han Chushua are boyfriend and girlfriend? What's going on? Murong-Ching felt that it was too strange, because she heard that this was Han Chushua's mother, the Han family, and then this bastard Lin Xian and Ling Ying. Chapter 564. The corner of Murong-Ching's mouth rose slightly. This was an earth-shattering event. A brat from a third-tier city had made Ling Ying and Han Chushua, the two goddesses of Tiandu, have sex at the same time. No one would believe this, but she really felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The Han family came to prove that Lin Xian and Han Chushua were real. This afternoon, she even saw Han Chushua shopping with her mother outside, so this matter had been confirmed. Then, the two of them came here hand in hand and booked a room. There was no need to say anything more, right? This brat is really invincible. Murong-Ching rubbed her delicate chin. Of course, she was surprised. These two were the geniuses of Tiandu who couldn't even get a meal with them. However, this Lin Xian, now I have something to use against you. Murong-Ching's mouth rose slightly. The next morning, Lin Xian ordered a big meal at the hotel to reward his little Ling Ying. Get lost. Don't think that a meal can send me away. I'm still alive. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Hee, I know. Today, this little one will accompany the beauty and play with you for a day. How about it? Ling Ying immediately showed a surprised expression. He wanted to agree, but suddenly thought of something and pretended to be indifferent. Forget it, you go accompany Chushue. Oh. Lin Xian walked over and scratched her nose. I'm at fault for this matter. I will solve it. Thank you for believing in me. TCH, I don't believe you. I'm just too lazy to flip out with you. Thank you. Then last night. Lin Xian showed an evil smile. Ling Ying, her little face immediately turned red. Get lost. I want you to die of exhaustion. I want to kill you in disguise. That's right. Ling Ying stuttered as she spoke. Okay. Let's eat first. After that, we will go to the amusement park. Lin Xian smiled. Ling Ying snorted and sat down to eat his breakfast quietly. Dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Xian walked over to open the door. Hello, sir. These are the special cocktails that the hotel has prepared for you. Please enjoy. Lin Xian looked at Murong-Ching in front of him and gulped. Fuck. He had forgotten about this woman. No, to be precise, Lin Xian thought that it was impossible for her to meet him in such a big hotel in the middle of the night. However, Ling Ying didn't take another look. At the door, Murong-Ching gave Lin Xian an ambiguous look, and then Lin Xian silently held 2 cocktails. I wish the two of you happiness. After Murong-Ching finished speaking, she smiled and walked away. Lin Xian scratched his head. It was awkward. Now that she had something on him, why did she have to come? She wanted to tell Lin Xian that she had something on him. What was even more awkward was that Murong-Ching was also Lin Xian's target. If she knew that he had a girlfriend, it would be difficult to win her over in the future. Lin Xian handed the cocktail to Ling Ying. What's wrong? Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian's expression didn't seem too natural. Nothing. You eat first. I'll be back soon. Okay. Lin Xian then walked out. Mr. Lin, Chairman Mu is waiting for you upstairs. A beautiful girl said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded and then went to the room where he and Murong Qing were having dinner. You're here. Have a seat. Murong Qing was applying lipstick in front of the mirror. She glanced at Lin Xian and said, My dear sister, what are you doing? How many times have I said it? Call me sister. Murong Qing smiled and walked over. Then, she poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian. Lin Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. What's the matter? Murong Qing smiled and sat in front of Lin Xian, looking at him. Nothing, I just want to get to know young Master Lin again. What's so special about a person who can win the hearts of two goddesses in Tiandu? In her opinion, Lin Xian must have something that she didn't know. He must have something that attracted girls. After all, those girls were Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. One was fine, but two. This Lin Xian was really heaven-defying. She knew that no matter how hard the people in Tiandu tried, these two girls wouldn't even look at them. But Lin Xian got both of them. What a set. Ahem, sister, don't talk nonsense. I just came out with Ling Ying to play fight the landlord. Pfft, Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. Don't explain. The more you explain, the harder it will be to clear your name. All right. Lin Xian shrugged. I heard that Han Chushua's mother is here. I'm curious. Do they know each other? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Yes. Oh. Is that so? Then when should I ask them out to play? Hey, you're not familiar with them. What do you want to do? Lin Xian panicked. Who says we're not familiar? Can't we talk about cooperation? All right, what do you want? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Nothing much, just a chat. Don't worry, I'm not so bad as to poke your tires. But you're really awesome. I'm impressed. Ahem, I'll leave first. Lin Xian hurriedly walked away. This is really interesting. What is so special about this Lin Xian that girls like? Even these two have fallen for him. It's really amazing. For the whole day, Lin Xian accompanied Ling Ying to play outside. Han Chuxue didn't look for Lin Xian. Although she wanted to, Xiao Yaji hadn't left yet, so she played with her mother for the whole day. In the afternoon, Xiao Yaji didn't want to disturb her daughter anymore, so she left after giving some instructions. Lin Xian was also very happy because the knot in Ling Ying's heart had been untied. She had also thought it through very clearly. She had sacrificed too much, but Lin Xian, this bastard, still wanted to do something. He felt very inhumane, but he had to do it. Chuxue called. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian holding the phone and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Pick it up. Lin Xian coughed dryly, then picked up the phone and walked to the side to chat for a while. Ling Ying finally calmed down and didn't have any special emotions. It could be said that Lin Xian had done a good job today. It was mainly because Ling Ying was tolerant of him. Ahem, let's go to Chushue's for barbecue tonight. I just told her. Are you sure you want me to go? I'm not going to be a third wheel, right? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. How is that possible? Forget it, I'm not going. You can go to her. Lin Xian, stop fooling around, let's go eat barbecue. You don't mind? Fuck. Why would I mind? Let's go. Okay. Then Lin Xian revealed an evil smile. Tonight, he was going to do something bad. Chapter 565. Now that Ling Ying's mood had stabilized, Han Chuxue, with her personality, would be especially tolerant of Lin Xian in the future, even more tolerant than Ling Ying in some aspects. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was unscrupulous. Tonight, Lin Xian was going to do a mission. In Han Chuxue's house, she had already prepared the ingredients and the barbecue grill. The sky was getting dark. Lin Xian and Ling Ying came to her house together, and Han Chuxue stood up subconsciously. Auntie left quite early. Lin Xian said with a smile. She's also quite busy in Tiandu, Han Chuxue said faintly. Ling Ying touched his flat stomach and said weakly, I'm starving, I've been playing all day. Then let's go eat barbecue. Han Chuxue said faintly. Then the three of them went to the backyard and barbecued there with the help of the moonlight, starlight, and light. Where's the wine? Lin Xian glanced and asked. Still want to drink. Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian. Of course, why not? Nothing will happen, what's wrong? Han Chuxue shook her head slightly, nothing, I'll go get it. Take more. Lin Xian said. After Han Chuxue left, Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Tell me, are you plotting something? Lin Xian grinned. Little Ying, don't you trust my character? I didn't do anything the last 2 times. Who said that? Also, who knows if you did anything or not? Anyway, I don't know anything after drinking Zue. Ling Ying muttered. Why do I always have a bad premonition? No, absolutely not. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Humph, at this time, Han Chuxue came over with a bottle of wine. They usually had alcohol at home, but they might not even drink it once in a few months. Ever since they started eating at Han Chuxue's house, the frequency of drinking had become much higher. Oh, right. Han Chuxue suddenly thought of something, then took out a martial skill book from her interspatial ring and handed it to Lin Xian. This is... Han Chuxue said, this is a martial art book my mother left for you before she left. It's a thunder martial art. Damn, that's great. Lin Xian took it. Earth Stage 10-star martial skill. It was even more ferocious than his Earth Stage 8 stars 5 lightning celestial phenomenon. Thunderclap transformation. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this martial skill. Just by looking at the name, he knew it was quite powerful. Try to learn it first. Lin Xian nodded and closed his eyes. Ding. Thunderclap transformation has been learned 1%. 2%, Chuxue, if Lin Xian is a womanizer, what will you do? Ling Ying asked with a smile. Ah. Han Chuxue froze for a moment, then whispered, It's just an act, it has nothing to do with me. She still didn't know that Ling Ying knew everything and was still hiding it from Ling Ying. But Ling Ying didn't blame her, he also knew why Han Chuxue was hiding it. Okay, Lin Xian told me, the two of you aren't just acting. Ah. Han Chuxue revealed a surprised expression. He told you. Ling Ying nodded. Then Han Chuxue lowered her head. She also didn't know about Lin Xian and Ling Ying. I don't know. Then she shook her head. Then will you indulge him? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I should. It's just as I thought. Although you look hard to get along with, once you have feelings, you're more soft-hearted than anyone else. Yes, this was Han Chuxue, and also the reason why Lin Xian was willing to try it tonight, because she was too soft-hearted. She could be fierce, she could be steady, accurate, and ruthless when killing demonic beasts, but once she had feelings, she was more forgiving and indulgent than any girl, even the seemingly weak Wang Xintong. Lin Xian was lucky. Lin Xian is a womanizer, so you have to watch him. Ling Ying reminded. Han Chushue shook her head. No need, if he has feelings, it'll be useless no matter how I watch him, it'll be counterproductive. If he doesn't, even if I don't watch him, he won't. Having you is truly a blessing, Ling Ying said with a smile. Han Chushue glanced at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of lightning flashed through Lin Xian's eyes. Did it work? Han Chushue hurriedly asked. Lin Xian nodded. An Earth Stage 10-star martial skill, it's really not a bluff. I didn't even dare to release it to see the effect. Thunderclap transformation should be a super large range thunderclap attack martial skill, right? Han Chushue asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, super large range. With my current strength, this entire villa will be gone. Lin Xian was also quite excited. He didn't expect that Han Chushue's mother would come and leave him an Earth Stage 10-star martial skill. He had profited. This slap wasn't in vain. It's done. Ling Ying handed Lin Xian a chicken wing. Let's drink, let's drink. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, then he picked up the red wine bottle and directly drank from it. When the two girls saw that Lin Xian drank, they also drank some. Then, 2 hours later, the two girls were once again drunk by Lin Xian. One was lying on the table next to them, and the other was lying on the lawn. Lin Xian released his spiritual power to disperse the drunkenness and looked at them. Do you want it? Want it? He had just buried the hatchet with Ling Ying. What if? He was afraid that Ling Ying would be angry again. After all, this wasn't a simple thing. As for Han Chushue, Lin Xian felt that she wasn't as difficult to deal with as Ling Ying. The two girls were especially easy to tolerate. But don't want it. First, when the time comes, they would all drink. Ling Ying and Han Chushue wouldn't blame him too much, right? Second, sooner or later, they would know each other. Third, Lin Xian wanted to complete this mission as soon as possible. Completing it now was actually much faster than Lin Xian expected. Then, he would be able to get the formulas of the 3 major potions and start his own force development plan. Conflicted. Incomparably conflicted. Before this, Lin Xian had already thought about it. No matter what, he had to do it. But now, he didn't dare to do it. He fell into an incomparably conflicted situation again. Perhaps this was a very normal phenomenon. Anyone would be conflicted. Conflicted about the price, what would happen tomorrow morning, conflicted about how to explain things, and so on. Perhaps he wasn't a real man yet, which was why he was so conflicted. After thinking about it, Lin Xian still decided to make a move. Fuck. I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, little Ing Ying's side has been stabilized for now. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to complete the mission. At most, I'll take a few slaps from each of them tomorrow morning. That's it. Bang! Lin Xian kicked the door shut. Wahahaha. Chapter 566. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Ding. Your Prince Charming points plus 20,000. Ding. You can choose to raise Ling Ying and Han Chushue's cultivation by 2 stars. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to Advanced Adonis. Adonis points plus 10,000. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Early in the morning the next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes and crawled out of bed. He glanced at his surroundings. God knows what terrifying things would happen when he woke up. Will there be a thunderous explosion and overturn the seas? Run. That's right. Let's run first and act according to the situation later. Then, Lin Xian quickly slipped out and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. He didn't know when they would wake up, but it shouldn't be too early. So, Lin Xian symbolically made some exquisite and complicated breakfast that took up a lot of time. It didn't take much time at all. Maybe it was because he was panicking. Who the hell wouldn't panic after doing something like this? He fried steak, grilled sausages, and Lin Xian's favorite poached eggs. He just sat there thinking and made poached eggs. Without paying attention, he made more than 20 eggs. Then, Lin Xian sat at the dining table and silently ate the poached eggs while thinking about 10,000 possibilities. Ling Ying opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Han Chuxue looking at her with wide eyes. Morning. Ling Ying stretched and said to Han Chuxue. Then, she realized something was wrong. Ah! Even Lin Xian, who was downstairs, heard the scream. His heart skipped a beat. Should he run? Or stay here? Forget it, he would have to face it sooner or later. Inside the room, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying finished putting on their clothes and sat there without saying a word. They weren't stupid. At first, they were confused, but later, they were told what they did last night. Ding! Lin Xian's mind was filled with all sorts of system notifications. His Adonis points had also broken through 100 million last night. Bastard! 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 I knew he did it on purpose. That bastard had planned this all along. Ling Ying gritted her teeth as she silently cursed Lin Xian. As for Han Chuxue, she was relatively calm, but that was probably just on the surface. Last night, his boyfriend, most importantly, she purposely paid attention to the sheets, there was no red. In other words, Ling Ying, that. Chuxue. Ling Ying broke the awkward stalemate. Yes. Han Chuxue nodded slightly, not knowing what to say. There was a sense of relief in his heart. That's right, other than feeling wronged, sad, and angry, there was also relief. Was it because she had thought about this ever since she decided to be in a relationship with Lin Xian? Was it because her sensitive heart had already discovered that the relationship between Lin Xian and Ling Ying was unusual? Was it because even though she knew and guessed this, she still chose to be with Lin Xian without hesitation? Perhaps she had already guessed that Ling Ying had been deliberately helping her and Lin Xian. Perhaps Ling Ying was the one who should be the most wronged. Perhaps she had already thought about this day. Anyway, when this day came, she didn't find it particularly hard to accept. It could only be said that Lin Xian was lucky to meet two girls who were willing to be wronged and didn't want to be separated from him. Perhaps it was also because of everything that happened between Lin Xian and them. I'm sorry. Ling Ying's back was facing Han Chuxue, and his hands were rubbing his clothes, not knowing what to do. No. Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. Her back was also facing Ling Ying, and the two of them were on one side of the bed. Actually. Did you and Lin Xian long ago? Han Chuxue bit her lip and asked softly. No. No, how could it be? Ahaha. Ling Ying laughed awkwardly. But why did you say sorry to me? Ling Ying, okay. That's true, but it was an accident. I went out to train in the beginner class. Ling Ying was interrupted by Han Chuxue before he could finish. So even if that's the case, you knew that Lin Xian was the one who saved me, and you still tried to set me up with him. Ling Ying scratched his head. I also didn't think this day would come, thank you. Han Chuxue's voice floated over. Ah. Ling Ying turned his head. Han Chuxue also turned her head to look at him and laughed softly. Thank you. Hey, don't be like this. You're making me feel weird. Are you okay? Ling Ying leaned over and touched Han Chuxue's forehead. Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. I'm fine. I just didn't think you'd be so good to me. Pfft, Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Han Chushua looked at him and also couldn't help but laugh. I say, Chushua, you're my only true best friend. If I don't treat you well, who will? So, you have to treat me well too. Han Chushua nodded slightly. For a moment, the scene became strangely quiet again. Then, what should we do in the future? Han Chushua looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying said with a smile, let's just pretend that nothing happened last night. If you don't mind, I don't care anyway. I'm just Ling Ying. Ha ha ha, you can be with Lin Xian. I'll try my best to find my true love. But don't you like Lin Xian? The two beautiful girls looked at each other's eyes. Perhaps only the most sincere and best friends would look at each other's sincere eyes at a time like this. The eyes were the window to the soul. This was true. There were too many things in their eyes now, but they didn't avoid each other's eyes. They even apologized to each other, but they didn't have any thoughts of harming each other. They were naturally very familiar with each other. Perhaps they could learn something from the exchange of eyes. Han Chushua tidied her hair and said, how about we let him get away with it? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes widened. In fact, she had already thought about it in her heart. She had also communicated with Lin Xian several times. She had also made several preparations, but she didn't expect Han Chushua to. Han Chushua chuckled. I believe that one day, he will reach a height where he won't be afraid of the Han and Ling families, and we will be willing to follow him. Maybe my vision is bad, but our vision won't be bad, right? Yes. Ling Ying laughed out loud. It could be said that all the worries in her heart had been released at this time. Han Chushua smiled faintly. Go take a bath. Let's go together. Right, we can't let him get away with it. After the bath, shall we beat him up to vent our anger? Han Chushua nodded without hesitation. Yes. Chapter 567. Lin Xian had been waiting downstairs for a long time. It had been close to an hour since the scream. The two girls couldn't have fought, right? No, definitely not. And he didn't hear any commotion. Lin Xian nervously finished the 20 or so poached eggs. He was full anyway, but the steak was a little cold. But it didn't matter. Lin Xian went back to the pot and fried it a few more times. Besides, they didn't like to eat rare food. They rarely ate medium well. They usually ate medium well, so they treated it as medium well or medium well. What's going on? They haven't come downstairs for so long. Are they chatting? Lin Xian was anxious. No. I can't take it anymore. He knew that they had been awake for an hour, but they still didn't come down. Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Then, he sneaked upstairs and stuck close to the door. There was no movement. There was no movement at all. Logically speaking, there should be some sound of breathing. Should he go in and take a look? Could it be that they had gone back to sleep? Impossible. Who the fuck could go back to sleep after such a thing happened? Click, Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. He slowly opened the door a crack and peeked inside. Wow! Where are they? There was no one on the bed. Strange. The two of them couldn't have broken the window and gone out to fight, right? Lin Xian quickly opened the door. Plop. Just as he was about to open the door completely, a bucket fell from above his head and caught him. At the same time, his entire body was drenched. Whoosh! Outside, Ling Ying, who had been hiding in a corner, suddenly teleported behind Lin Xian. Then, he gave him a gentle kick. At the same time, Han Chushue released her ice attribute. The ground instantly froze. Then, Lin Xian slid forward and hit the wall. He was stunned. Whoosh! Then, Ling Ying rushed in and threw Lin Xian onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. Hit him. Then, the two girls greeted Lin Xian with their little fists. After a few minutes, they stopped. They were so tired that they were panting. Actually, Lin Xian had realized it from the very beginning. He had noticed it the moment the bucket fell, but he had purposely fallen for it. He knew that the two girls would definitely not do anything too cruel to him. Although he had been violently beaten up, Lin Xian was still happy. Because Lin Xian knew that when they did that, it meant that they were done talking to him. And there was a high chance that they ended him. It was worth it to be beaten up by them. Moreover, they had been wronged, so it was only right for them to vent their frustrations. Lin Xian also knew that he was in the wrong. I'm so tired. So hard. Ling Ying shook her hand. Han Chushue nodded. Where are you guys? Lin Xian suddenly popped out and asked with a smile. Die. Hooligan. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, my two wives, I've already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for you. Would you please come downstairs and have a taste? You're shameless. Two wives. Who agreed to it? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Yes, yes, yes. Then, with the two beautiful ladies, who are so beautiful that they can cause the downfall of a city and overturn the moon and put the flowers to shame, do me the honor of coming downstairs for breakfast. Lin Xian grinned. Then who do you think is more alluring and beautiful? Ling Ying asked. Humph. Let's go. Then, Ling Ying grabbed Han Chushue's arm and the two girls walked downstairs. I don't know if the future will be good or bad, but it'll definitely be interesting. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. When Lin Xian arrived downstairs, the two girls were sitting together, eating steak, grilled sausages, and drinking milk. They were all smiles, and their beautiful eyes were squinted into crescents. They were especially beautiful. Little Xian, is there any staple food? Ling Ying looked up at Lin Xian. At the same time, Han Chushue's beautiful eyes also looked at Lin Xian, who was walking over, and her small face blushed slightly. What staple food would my two wives like to have? Lin Xian immediately smiled apologetically. Make 2 bowls of seafood noodles. You have to bring out your best. Roger that. 10 minutes. My two wives, please have some steak first. It'll be ready soon. Then, Lin Xian ran into the kitchen. The two girls looked at each other and then tried to stifle their laughter. Did you see that? This is a sign of a man's guilty conscience. Thinking back to the past, he was such a bad man. He did whatever he was told to do. Ling Ying whispered with a smile. Let's go help him. Han Chushue said softly. No need. Right now, he can't wait for us to order him to do more things. That way, he can feel redeemed. That's true. Han Chushue laughed softly. That's right. Right now, Lin Xian was feeling guilty. He was afraid that he would make the two ladies unhappy. This was already an indescribably satisfying scene for Lin Xian. He had imagined many scenarios. He even imagined the two girls fuming with anger or wiping their tears on the side. But now, this was simply too perfect. He didn't even have to do any psychological counseling. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian carried 2 bowls of hot, fragrant seafood noodles and placed all the necessary utensils in front of the two of them. It was already late autumn. The coldest time of the day wasn't late at night, but the instant before dawn. At this time, the temperature would slightly warm up, but it was still relatively cold. Eating a bowl of delicious and warm seafood noodles early in the morning was simply too wonderful. In any case, Ling Ying and Han Chushue were extremely satisfied. This steak was nothing compared to this seafood noodles. In fact, Lin Xian had originally wanted to make seafood noodles. But who knew when they would come downstairs? And the noodles would be lumpy if left for too long, so he decided to make steak instead. Ladies, how is the taste? Lin Xian sat in front of them with a flattering smile. Han Chushue and Ling Ying elegantly took a bite. It was still a familiar taste. And, not bad. If only I could eat a bowl of hot seafood noodles like this every morning when I wake up. Ling Ying sighed and said. Yes, yes. This is not a problem. As long as you two give the order, you can eat whatever you want in the morning. Lin Xian hurriedly said. The two girls held back their laughter. Looking at his guilty look, it was really cute. And, remember what you said. Of course, of course. Lin Xian said without hesitation. By the way, have you eaten? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian nodded and said, I have. If you've eaten, then what are you doing? Why aren't you rubbing Chushua's shoulders? Coming. Although Lin Xian was being ordered around, he was extremely happy. Ling Ying was too familiar with Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian would be happy in such a situation. On the contrary, if they said that he didn't need to do anything, that it wasn't his fault, and that he should eat, it would make Lin Xian feel uncomfortable. Chapter 568. Of course, Han Chushue's understanding of Lin Xian was not as good as Ling Ying's. Perhaps not even 1/3 of Ling Ying's, but this was normal. After all, they had spent a lot of time together. But Han Chushue understood Ling Ying. She knew Ling Ying's thoughts, so she also knew Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very busy. Little Chushue, is my strength okay? Lin Xian smiled. Han Chushue was not used to it. She was still very traditional, much more traditional than Ling Ying. In her understanding, girls were supposed to massage boys' shoulders and legs. In other words, girls were supposed to serve boys, so she was not used to being massaged by Lin Xian. It's okay. It means it's not okay. Ling Ying said. Damn. I'm not okay. Say it again, I'm not okay. Lin Xian was not happy. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, fuck off. Damn pervert. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Han Chushue coughed and said embarrassedly, that's good. You mean I'm okay? Lin Xian smiled. Han Chushue's face turned red. Hey, who allowed you to tease her? Massage her properly. Ling Ying said unhappily. Yes, sir. Lin Xian saluted and obediently massaged her shoulders. Little Ying, do you want to massage her? Massage her until she's comfortable. Ah no, until she's comfortable, Ling Ying said. Little Chushue, is it comfortable? Han Chushue nodded slightly. Okay. Okay, you help Ling Ying. Then Lin Xian came behind Ling Ying. Is it comfortable? Ling Ying nodded. It's okay, use more strength. Alright. Alright. Sit down and rest. When Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian had been busy the whole morning, he couldn't bear it. Their only weakness was that they were soft-hearted. However, it was precisely because of their soft-heartedness that Lin Xian was still alive. No, I have to make you comfortable. I'm comfortable now. Sit down and rest, we can talk. Alright. Lin Xian nodded and sat across from the two girls. Ling Ying raised his head. Han Chuxue wouldn't ask for too much, and even if she did, she wouldn't bring it up. Although she had a cold personality, once she accepted, she would do everything according to Lin Xian. However, although Ling Ying tolerated Lin Xian, her personality was also the same. She could swallow her anger, but someone had to say it. Say what? Lin Xian looked like an obedient boy, very obedient. We have to agree on 3 rules. Don't mention 3, even 30 rules will do. Alright, stop bragging. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee hee. Lin Xian scratched his head. I've already discussed the 3 rules with Chuxue, and we don't think there's a problem. See if you're willing. I'm willing. I haven't even said anything yet. Then I'm willing too. Lin Xian smiled. Bootlicker. Lin Xian, Ling Ying then slightly twirled her hair and said, First, it's about you and me. Don't tell anyone about you and Chuxue. This is a request. No problem. Lin Xian said decisively. Second, there won't be a second time. Don't even think about it. Second time what? Of course, Lin Xian was well aware of this, but he deliberately said it to tease them. Han Chuxue lowered her head. This cold and arrogant girl, in front of the person she liked, all her arrogance turned into a weak, obedient, gentle, and shy personality. This was what made Han Chuxue so lovable. Just like Linya, she was cold and arrogant outside, but gentle at home. What do you think? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Cough. Lin Xian immediately coughed dryly. I know. Third, you have to quickly strengthen yourself. Either let your strength stand at the peak of the continent, or have your own force reach the peak. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. The so-called 3-point agreement was actually not a 3-point agreement at all. Only the second point counted. The rest meant nothing to Lin Xian at all. Or rather, it was something he should have done in the first place. As for the second point, if he agreed now, who knows what would happen in the future, hee hee. Alright, that's all for now. I'm going shopping with Chuxue. Do you have something to do? If you have something to do, then do it. Chuxue and I will wash the dishes. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. No hurry. Nothing is as important as accompanying your highnesses out shopping. Your highnesses only need to shop, eat, drink, and have fun. Leave the carrying of things and paying to me. I'll do it. Lin Xian smiled. Chuxue, remember this in the future. If a man is willing to take the initiative to go shopping with you for no reason, that's a sign of guilt. He must be doing something outside. Ling Ying reminded Han Chuxue. Okay. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. Lin Xian, he was wrong, okay. I'm going to change. Me too. Then Ling Ying and Han Chuxue ran upstairs. Chuxue, my realm inexplicably increased by 2 stars last night. What about you? Ling Ying asked curiously. Han Chuxue nodded. Me too. I'm now a 3-star Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator. Ling Ying, what's going on? Ling Ying grabbed his hair. Han Chuxue also shook her head in confusion. Ling Ying said, anyway, I'm sure it has something to do with Lin Xian. Then she suddenly thought of something. Lin Xian told me before that doing it with him is called having sex. Do you think that's true? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue, that's in TV dramas or novels, right? But how do you explain it? It seems like your realm inexplicably increased because of that. Didn't you? Han Chuxue thought for a moment and said, not all of it. You reminded me. It's indeed not all of it. Ling Ying thought for a moment. Anyway, it's very mysterious. Yes, super mysterious. I always feel that this Lin Xian has a super big secret. Maybe that's why we're attracted to him. Hee hee. Go change your clothes. Phew. Lin Xian let out a long breath and then sat on the sofa. Perfect ending. Super perfect. To be able to get such a sensible, virtuous, and tolerant girl was really his good fortune. What the fuck did I do to deserve this? Lin Xian felt that it was unreasonable. He, Lin Xian, was a piece of shit. What right did he have to get the favor of Han Chuxue and Ling Ying? It was fine if he got it, but they were even willing to tolerate him to this extent. He had to admit that even he felt that it was unreasonable. So, he had to strengthen himself. Then Lin Xian looked at the potion formula. Chapter 569. One person, 10g Earth Spirit Flower, 10g Jade Marrow Liquid, 15g Purple Caltrip Grass. One person, 8g Clear Grass, 10g Blue Mint Leaf, 10g Jade Marrow Liquid. One person, 1 3-star Rainbow Berry, 1 9-color Spirit Lotus Petal, 100g Jade Marrow Liquid. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. The body-enhancing liquid and mental cultivation liquid could be taken orally. There was nothing wrong with this. Earth Spirit Flower, Purple Caltrip Grass, Clear Grass, and Blue Mint Leaf were all common spirit herbs. They were easy to obtain and could be bought casually. However, no one knew that these things would have such an amazing effect when combined. It was equivalent to the formula. This was the most precious thing. Moreover, the grams had to be controlled perfectly. If there was 1 gram less or 1 gram more, the effect would completely disappear. This was also difficult, but knowing the grams was very simple. As for the ingredients needed for the gene-enhancing liquid, Lin Xian had the memories of the Imperial Physician Saint technique, so he knew that 3-star Rainbow Berry was a rare spirit herb. 9-color Spirit Lotus was an even more precious spirit herb. Therefore, this attribute-enhancing liquid could not be mass-produced. But it could be done with other things. The key to the attribute-enhancing liquid should be the 9-color Spirit Lotus. The 9-color Spirit Lotus had 9 colors. Could it correspond to 9 different attributes? Lin Xian did not know. Space and time, it should be hard to increase them, right? Could it be increased just by relying on the 9-color Spirit Lotus? Lin Xian did not know either. He would only know when he did it. Moreover, the attribute-enhancing liquid had a note. The meaning was very simple. That was to use a special method to refine the formula into spirit energy and then inject the spirit energy to achieve the effect. Jade Marrow Liquid. What is Jade Marrow Liquid? Lin Xian suddenly noticed something. Jade Marrow Liquid was not recorded in the Imperial Physician Saint technique. System, what is Jade Marrow Liquid? Ding. Replying to the host, Jade Marrow Liquid is only provided by the Adonis system. It is a viscous liquid refined from a special crystal. Jade Marrow Liquid does not exist on planet Aqua Blue. Lin Xian frowned. In other words, can you give me the chalcedony liquid if I want it? Ding. The second store has added Jade Marrow Liquid for exchange. For more details, please see the Prince Charming System's second store. Then, Lin Xian hurriedly took a look, a liquid refined from a special crystal. It has special effects and spiritual power. Price, 0, 1 Andromeda per gram. Lin Xian, invincible. When Lin Xian saw the chalcedony liquid, he was most worried about the price. When Lin Xian saw that it only cost 0.1 Andromeda points per gram, he heaved a sigh of relief. 10 grams of physique-modifying elixir per person meant that Lin Xian could produce 10,000 bottles of physique-modifying elixir with 10,000 Andromeda points. But it seemed that if he wanted to mass-produce it, his Adonis points were not enough. 100 million Adonis points were really not enough. If it could be mass-produced, even 10 billion wouldn't be enough. System, can you dilute it? Lin Xian asked. Ding. Replying to the host, it can be diluted. You just need to reduce it according to the same ratio, but the effect will be reduced by the same ratio. Lin Xian's lips curled. It can be diluted. That's great. The increase itself was not much, but who wouldn't want an opportunity to increase their attributes for free? Moreover, without the chalcedony liquid, he couldn't produce any of the 3 elixirs. The chalcedony liquid was not available in aqua blue, so Lin Xian could truly monopolize it. As for the attribute-modifying elixir, Lin Xian could not produce it for now, but he would do so in the future. These things seemed powerful, but to Lin Xian, only the attribute-modifying elixir was valuable, but it could also be diluted. In short, the best elixir would definitely be his, and he would definitely not sell it. But after diluting it, for example, it could only increase his attributes by 5%. 5%, that would still be highly sought after. From now on, Lin Xian would start his grand plan. Following that, Lin Xian exchanged 100 grams of chalcedony liquid, and the chalcedony liquid also gave him a small jade bottle for free. This chalcedony liquid was not as valuable as this small jade bottle, right? It's sticky and transparent, like glue. Lin Xian opened it and asked, but it was tasteless. At this time, Ling Ying and Han Chushua had changed their clothes and walked down. What are you holding in your hand? Ling Ying looked curiously at the jade bottle in Lin Xian's hand. Oh, it's a sticky liquid. Sticky liquid, the 2 girls looked at each other. Stinky hooligan. Pay. Lin Xian, I say, big sister, what are you thinking? This is my treasure to get rich. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, let's go shopping. Let's go. Ling Ying did not care about this, he was more concerned about going shopping. Lin Xian spent the whole day with them, it could be considered as a way to lessen the guilt in his heart. At night, Ling Ying did not go home, Lin Xian went home, and Linya was alone at home watching a TV series. Little Fairy. Lin Xian ran over and kissed Linya, causing her to blush. Have you eaten? Do you want me to make dinner for you? Linya asked gently. No need, Ling Ying, and I already ate outside, it's just that I didn't spend much time with you these past few days, so I feel a little bad. Linya's heart was filled with gratitude. No need, isn't it always like this? Oh right, little fairy, I'm going to start my own business. Aw. Linya was stunned. Hee, you might be very busy in the future, before you get on the right track. Linya looked at Lin Xian and asked seriously, why do you want to start your own business? You don't spend much money normally, you don't need it. Lin Xian shook his head, no, I'm not just starting my own business for money, I want the entire continent to acknowledge me. Money was a necessary part of establishing power, but there was another part, and that was fame. When the entire continent knew about you, when you wanted to do something, such as establishing your own power, they would acknowledge you and know about you, the number of people would be incomparable. There was hope for Lin Xian to make his name known throughout the continent in the shortest time possible. When his name was known throughout the continent, he would use some methods to establish his own power, and the starting point would be too high. He might not be able to reach that level in a short time, but it was the most promising. During the startup stage, Lin Xian wanted to let his most trusted Linya take on a very important role. Firstly, this was what Linya was good at, secondly, Lin Xian trusted her, and thirdly, Lin Xian could see that although it was necessary for Linya to improve her strength, she preferred to start her own business. Chapter 570. Why did Linya want to increase her strength? There were two reasons. Firstly, she wanted to live longer so that she could accompany Lin Xian longer. Secondly, she didn't want to be a burden to Lin Xian. However, the latter was the main reason why she worked so hard. Now, Lin Xian had a goal and wanted to do something. Lin Xian had asked Linya to do it for him. Linya couldn't be happier because she was worried that she would be a burden to Lin Xian and be unable to help Lin Xian. The more Lin Xian needed her, the happier and more satisfied she was. Cultivation. That seemed to be secondary. Moreover, she really didn't like fighting and killing. In any case, Lin Xian understood Linya's heart and thoughts. Moreover, her realm. Firstly, it could help her increase her strength. Secondly, when he was stronger, he could focus on bringing Linya to cultivate. He could let her learn from Heartwarming and the others in her free time. For Linya, the arcane body realm was enough for her. Moreover, she still had a heavenly spatial jewel that she hadn't used yet. If she really encountered danger that she couldn't handle, this heavenly spatial jewel could at least save her life. Thinking of the heavenly spatial jewel, Lin Xian thought of his Xiao Linglong. He didn't know how she and Xiao Linglong were doing right now. He had to come early, he still had a mission. Recognized by the entire continent. Linya didn't quite understand what Lin Xian meant. Don't worry, I'm doing proper business. I just need to find someone I can completely trust. Little fairy, you're also a business genius. With you around, I definitely won't have to worry. Linya nodded. I have no problem with that. But what's the direction of your business? You have to consider the initial investment, scale, location, etc. Is it in Tianhua City? Tianhua City is very unstable right now. This was something that Lin Xian needed to think deeply about. However, he only needed to think about one thing. Location. Tianhua City. No, it can't be Tianhua City. Although this is their home, but Tianhua City is now in turmoil. Coupled with Xue Qilan's advice, Lin Xian doesn't dare to stake everything on Tianhua City. Who knows when it will be gone? The entire city was gone. If it was in Tianhua City, Lin Xian wouldn't even need to buy too many things. He could just directly change Lin Ya's company's facilities to the production of gene medicine. It would be more convenient, but he couldn't do it now. No, to Lin and City. Lin and City was the city behind Tianhua City. In other words, if Tianhua City was attacked, most of Tianhua City's citizens would move to Lin and City. Lin and City would be fine for at least 1 or 2 years. Linya revealed a worried expression. Lin Xian said, Tianhua City is in turmoil. Even with so many defenders, but I think it's still dangerous. Perhaps it won't be long before we have to leave Tianhua City. Although he doesn't want to leave, and they have lived here for more than 20 years, Linya's company is here. But what Lin Xian doesn't have much confidence in is Xue Qilan. Xue Qilan's words about Tianhua City's disaster made him very worried. That's Xue Qilan. She said that Tianhua City's disaster is not a simple siege, right? The momentum must be great. Although he doesn't want to shrink back, but Lin Xian now has a new idea. He will try his best to defend this place. But to be on the safe side, he still has to develop his grand plan in Lin and City. Lin Xian said, don't worry, we won't go for the time being. And if you go, I'll go. Even if I develop in Lin and City, I still have to stay in Tianhua City with you for the time being. You don't have to go for the time being. But if we start to develop officially and start business, we'll need you. Linya nodded. Her worried expression comes from the worry that she will go to Lin and City, while Lin Xian and them will stay here. She is reluctant to part with them. Rather than Lin Xian likes to stick to Linya, it would be better to say that Linya likes to stick to Lin Xian more. What do you want to do? Lin Xian showed a mysterious smile. It's a secret. Linya gave Lin Xian a blank look. I may have to go to Lin and City in the next 2 days to look for a factory site and build a company building. A company building? 1 or 2 floors aren't enough. There's no need for it in the early stages. Lin Xian smiled and said, it will be used eventually. When the time comes, the development will be fast. It's better than not being able to make it in time. Linya was slightly taken aback. Why is Lin Xian so confident? Starting a business is the most difficult. Why is he so confident that the development will be fast? But the factory won't cost too much. A few million will be enough to buy an old factory. If you need it a lot, you can buy a few more. I still have 40 million of your money. Together with my company's money, the factory, the equipment, and so on should be more than enough. But the company building, it will definitely be in a busy area. My company is rented on the 20th floor, and it costs 10 million a year. If you want to build a company building, the annual rent will be more than 20 million. Moreover, there might not be any rentals. Linya didn't think that Lin Xian is a fool. He must have considered a lot, but she can't do it. No, I don't want to rent. I want to buy. Linya, buy. A building in a busy area will cost a few 100 million. The more expensive land will cost at least 1 billion. Linya said in shock. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He was confident that this business of his would definitely rise to the top. Regardless of the power, the business will definitely be fine. He was only worried about whether he had enough Adonis points to exchange for the chalcedony liquid. Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll make a trip to Lin and City in 2 days. Little fairy, take care of yourself and spend more time with Miss Xiao. Linya didn't know what Lin Xian wanted to do, but she chose to silently support Lin Xian. I still have something to do. I'll go out first. Whether I come back tonight is another matter. Little fairy, rest early. Linya nodded, and Lin Xian left in a hurry. Linya didn't know what Lin Xian wanted to do, but she felt that he was very confident. But in business, no one would be 100% sure that they would succeed. Even if you had a heaven-defying family background, even if you were one of the 8 great families, you had to be prepared to lose money when doing business. At this moment, Lin Xian arrived at Rose Heaven. He was short of money. That's right, he was short of money. But he had people and money. I say. Why did you wake me up in the middle of the night? What's the matter? Murong Qing yawned and sat on the bed, looking extremely seductive. Cough cough. Lin Xian walked over and sat on the chair. He looked at Murong Qing and said, Boss, lend me some money. Murong Qing, stop fooling around. Young Master Lin, you're short of money. Both of your girlfriends are daughters of the 2 great families in Tiandu. Although your sister's company isn't big, the annual profit is at least tens of millions. Do you still need to borrow money from me? Murong Qing said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. 2 girlfriends. Ha ha ha, Murong Qing smiled and sat down in front of Lin Xian with a glass of red wine. She crossed her legs and took a sip, staring at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Chapter 571. I won't talk about this kind of thing, but this can be considered a small weakness of yours. Lin Xian scratched his head. Let's talk business. Lend me some money. Lin Xian didn't have anything to sell. Attribute increasing medicine. It was indeed valuable, but Lin Xian didn't want to sell it before that. Although others couldn't find the formula, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find the chalcedony liquid. Okay, how much? 1 billion or so. Murong Qing, brother, do you think money isn't money? 1 billion or so. What do you want to do? Murong Qing was interested. 1 billion or so was nothing to her. Rose Heaven was a chain of 5 empires. Her net worth was already unknown. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't believe that she was just running Rose Heaven. In short, she was a real rich woman. Because Lin Xian said 1 billion or so, she was very calm. Don't ask. Are you going to lend it or not? I won't lend it if you don't tell me. Murong Qing smiled. If you don't lend it, I'll borrow it from someone else. Hey. Murong Qing stopped Lin Xian. You think borrowing 1 billion or so is like borrowing a few hundred yuan? First, I know very well whether you have the ability or not, at least not now. I don't even know what you want to do. You want me to lend it to you? No one will lend it to you, okay? Lin Xian shrugged and said, to develop my own power. Okay, you do need money. But can you earn it? I'll start making the gene medicine now. I need to borrow money to customize the equipment, factory, and company building. Murong Qing drank the red wine in one gulp. She had to admit that this woman was too tempting. You can do it. Murong Qing stayed mainly because of the gene medicine. Lin Xian said he wanted to try it, so she waited. She didn't expect that he would start manufacturing and selling it after trying it out. Okay, the formula is done. Next, I can directly promote the manufacturing. Okay, I'll invest 30 billion. It's an investment, the kind that you don't need to pay back. You give me 10% of the company's shares in the future. Is that okay? Murong Shui smiled. Lin Xian, 30 billion. What the fuck? Rich people could really do whatever they wanted. Murong Qing is very smart. 30 billion was indeed a huge sum of money. Lin Xian did not even need to spend a single cent from the start of the business. It was all Murong Qing's money. Obviously, this was a cooperation that couldn't be refused. But this was Murong Qing's cleverness. From the first day she saw this thing, she knew that she was going to make a big profit. I say, big sister, aren't you dreaming too much? Lin Xian smiled. I want to play the controlling stake. I won't sell my shares. Thank you. Lin Xian was also smart. When others did business, they would worry about losing money. Of course, there was also the possibility of profits. As for Lin Xian, he didn't have to worry about losing money, because this was destined to be an industry that couldn't lose money. Profit margin, sorry, don't even think about it. As long as he had enough Adonis points, he could earn enough money for the entire continent. This was the trend of the times. Just like mobile phones, everyone basically had one. But the difference was that there were many mobile phone companies, and Lin Xian had a monopoly. And it was a monopoly where the supply could not meet the demand. Lin Xian and Murong Qing were both clear about this point. Even though the increase in attributes might not be much, it was still the same old saying. Who would dislike the useless attributes and not want them? Moreover, this was a bonus to physique and spirit. As everyone knew, physique represented defense, and defense represented survival. If your defense was strong, it might only be a few dozen points. Maybe you could save a life. A few dozen points. One had to know that this was an increase that could only be achieved by raising the realm by a few stars in the early stage. This was very significant. The most important thing was the spirit cultivation fluid. As everyone knew, the increase in spirit was very small. It was related to the birth of a person. The stronger the spirit, the higher the spiritual power value, and the stronger the divine sense. This was a very important attribute. Even if it was just a single point, people would fight over it. Now, Lin Xian was not worried about whether he could make money, but whether he had enough goods. 100 million Adonis points, if not diluted, it would be 100 million portions. If diluted, it might be 300 to 400 million portions. It might seem a lot, but just one nation alone had a population of tens of billions. The 5 major empires together had a population of 30 to 40 billion. This aqua-blue planet was much bigger than Earth, with a population of 7 to 8 billion. Think about it, with so many people, there would naturally be a lot of demand. Moreover, each person could upgrade 5 times. In other words, many people would buy 5, and the 2 types would add up to 10. This was a situation where the supply could not meet the demand. 100 million Adonis points could only be sold to tens of millions of martial artists. There were still tens of billions, Adonis points, this was not fucking enough. But now, more and more Adonis points were being given out. Murong Qing sighed secretly. It was indeed difficult to deal with smart people. I'll promote you, I'll pay for it. In short, I'll do a lot of things in the early stage. 5% of the shares. Murong Qing knew very well that the market value of this 5% of shares might exceed the 30 billion she had to give in the future. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Big brother, 5%. I'm just making some money, and I only want 5% of your company. It doesn't include 5% of the control rights of the forces you may create in the future. Let alone 5%, even if it's 40%, only the one who owns the majority of the shares has the right to speak. Murong Qing was speechless. Originally, the Holy Temple wanted to master this technology. But since Lin Xian did not want to, she would just make some money. Alright, 5% it is. But 30 billion, you said it. Murong Qing said helplessly, yes, I said it. So stingy. Lin Xian, oh right, I don't have to say much about the prospects of this industry. I won't support you if you don't make money. But are you sure that no one else will get the formula? Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm sure and certain. In the future, I'll be the only one who will have the complete formula. But, during the manufacturing process, the workers will know the formula too. But only I have the materials. Oh ho! Murong Qing raised her beautiful eyebrows. Isn't your boasting too fake? No one in this world dares to boast like this. How can you say that only you have the materials? It's such a big continent. As long as you know what it is, you can always find it. And it seems that you want to mass produce it. Naturally, the materials will be easy to find. Lin Xian smirked. Yes, but there is one type that only I have. Don't worry about that. A monopoly is a monopoly. Alright, I don't know where I get the courage to support you like this. Because you have money. You're not afraid of losing money. Lin Xian smiled and said. He, that's true. Now, tell me your plan. Lin Xian, I need you to help me find a group of professional designers to build the equipment as fast as possible. At the same time, go to Lin and City tomorrow and see if there are any bidders for the building. Chapter 572. Murong Qing rubbed her delicate chin and then said to Lin Xian, amazing engineers and designers are easy. I can bring my people here. You will believe me, right? Lin Xian smiled and said, whether I believe you or not is another point. The main point is that I am sure that even if you want to steal any secrets, you won't be able to. Besides, there are no secrets. There were indeed no secrets. When the time came, the formula would not be known by Lin Xian alone. The staff in charge of manufacturing would naturally come into contact with all the formulas and would know. However, they would not be able to obtain the most important chalcedony liquid. Even if they could steal it, there would only be so much of it. Even if they could make it, the chalcedony liquid would be useless after it was used up. Because only Lin Xian had the chalcedony liquid. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Murong Qing just could not understand. Curious? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Quite curious. When a woman starts to be curious about a man, that's the beginning of the girl's fall. Pfft, Murong Qing could not help but laugh out loud. Then please let me fall. I have been single for more than 26 years, almost 27 years. I have never been in love. I also want to know what it feels like to fall. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, there will be a day. Don't worry. Really? You mean to say that I will fall for you? Of course. After all, I am so handsome and so outstanding. Hee hee. Lin Xian, let's go. I will look for you tomorrow. Are you going to Linfen City? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing nodded, thanks to you, I am bored to death every day. Of course I will go. Remember to bring the money. Lin Xian said and walked away. Murong Qing shook her head secretly. Is he really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers, or is he really that confident? This business will definitely make money. It is the only business that will not lose money. Moreover, it will make a lot of money. But how can you guarantee that your formula will not be stolen? This is very interesting. Obviously, the formula was the most important. She believed that as long as it was a formula, as long as it was a finished product, as long as they wanted to develop it in large quantities, there would definitely be a lot of workers. Then, there would definitely be a lot of people who would come in contact with them. There might even be spies from other families, including herself. When the time came, the raw materials would all be in the factory. Everyone would know what the raw materials were, including the number of workers. Since they wanted to produce it in large quantities, they would definitely be worried that the formula would be leaked. Even if she racked her brains, she still wouldn't understand. So, Lin Xian had the Adonis system. So the formula could only be provided by the Adonis system. So, the jade marrow liquid didn't exist in this world. Lin Xian hummed a tune as he walked on the road at night. Now that Han Chushua and Ling Ying were completely at ease, and his plan was ready to begin, what else was there to worry about? Zhao Mengyue, Evil Fiend Shrine, Yao Beasts attacking the city, and then missions. Suddenly, Lin Xian's footsteps paused. I say, you guys, stop following me. Come out. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Behind him, two figures slowly walked out from a secluded alley. Chi! A sneer came from the mouth of a very handsome man. Lin Xian turned around to look at them. Two very handsome men. In the words of those men, they were little fresh meat, Adonis. Moreover, there was an air of arrogance and nobility about them that made them seem superior to everyone else. They were the same type as Xiao Nanfeng. When Lin Xian saw them, he roughly knew who they were. You're Lin Xian. Ouyang Jing's eyes were full of contempt as he looked at Lin Xian. Ouyang Jing, the second young master of Tiandu's Ouyang family, one of Han Chushua's suitors. The Ouyang family was one of the 8 great families, but it was said that the eldest young master of the Ouyang family, his elder brother, was also one of Han Chushua's suitors. However, he probably felt that he had no chance, since they were already married. Whether I'm Lin Xian or not, don't you know? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. This was the usual tactic of this group of people. They clearly knew who was who, but when they saw him, they would deliberately ask him, "Are you so-and-so?" It made them seem very high and mighty, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they were pure idiots. This third-tier city isn't big, and the prices aren't high. Everything is trash. However, the people of this city have quite a temper. They haven't seen much of the world, but they have quite a temper. How sad. Another man took a step forward and said with a sneer. Lin Xian also sneered back. I bet you don't dare to say that in front of the citizens of Tianhua City. Chen Emote secretly clenched his fist. How did he know who they were? Since you know who we are, we don't want to make things difficult for you. Leave Han Chushue. Chen Emote coldly stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked his ears and made a tisk sound. Brother, let me ask you something. Chen Emote and Ouyang Jing looked at each other. If you have something to say, say it. How many suitors does Chushue have in the 8 great families of Tiandu? Humph. Not to mention the 8 great families, how many young people in Tiandu don't admire her? You better know your place. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Ouyang Jing sneered. Then I want to ask, both of you are Chushua's suitors. If I give up on her, won't you fight each other to the death? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You don't have to worry about that. Even if Chushue follows young Master Chen or anyone in Tiandu, we won't say anything. But you can't, a poor person from a third-tier city. Ouyang Jing looked at Lin Xian and said. Oh, but I, a poor person from a third-tier city, managed to chase the goddess that you can't chase even after racking your brains. Then what do you think? A group of young masters from the 8 great families can't compare to a trash from a third-tier city. Then what are you? The trash of trash. Lin Xian couldn't help but mock. You're courting death. Ouyang Jing was angry and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Chen Mo. Moreover, even if I leave Chushue, you don't have the ability to chase her. If you ask me, go home. The two looked at each other. It seems that you think you can do whatever you want because you use some kind of trick to deceive Chushue, right? This young master will let you know how big the gap between you and us is. Ouyang Jing's aura surged. 5 stars of the Thunder Tribulation Realm. The so-called genius of Tiandu is like this. Lin Xian sneered. Of course not. Although they were from the 8 great families of Tiandu, they weren't the most powerful ones. Chapter 573. 5 stars of the Thunder Calamity Realm. It was actually quite impressive for a 21 or 22 years old to have this realm. As for actual combat ability, that was another aspect. But, it was only 5 stars of the Thunder Calamity Realm. Humph. Shameless boasting. Wind Forest Volcano. A flame erupted from Ouyang Jing's body, wrapping around him. Wind and fire dual attributes. This young master will ask you one last time. Are you going to scram or not? Lin Xian twisted his neck. Idiot. All right. Die for this young master. As the young masters of Tiandu, what did they not dare to do? However, they did not dare to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was still Han Chushua's boyfriend and Han Chushua's mother was here. But in the end, Lin Xian was fine and she went back. This would make him more cautious, but it was not a problem to injure him. Moreover, he did not believe that the Han family would acknowledge Lin Xian. Swish, a terrifying force rushed toward Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he directly appeared behind him. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Brother Ouyang, be careful. Chen Mo was shocked. Sizzle sizzle, thunder and fire merged, but after all, Lin Xian's realm was 4 stars lower than his, and the flame beside him was also an Earth-rank martial technique. Its grade was not low. Bang! The 2 forces collided and both of them retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. Space and Thunder Dual Attributes. Thunder Calamity Realm. Ouyang Jing revealed a shocked expression. How was this possible? He did not investigate Lin Xian at all. He only heard that he had a space attribute. He did not expect him to be so powerful. In terms of attributes, he was absolutely suppressed. Chen Mo did not make a move. Compared to Ouyang Jing, he was much calmer. Young Master Chen, are you sure you don't want to make a move? Ouyang Jing glanced at Chen Mo, who was standing not far away. With just this one move, he felt that even though his level was higher than Lin Xian's, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. His attributes made it so that even if he didn't want to fight, he could still run. However, he knew that this Chen Mo was also of the space attribute, and his realm was the same as his. With his space restriction, Lin Xian would not be able to escape. Chen Mo had no choice but to wave his hand. Space imprisonment. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and he broke through the spatial shackles. What? Chen Mo revealed a shocked expression. How could the spatial attribute released by a 1-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator instantly break through the spatial confinement released by a 5-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator? I'm sorry, although your realm is a bit higher, your control of the control attribute and the purity of the spatial attribute are far from mine. Spatial shackles. Lin Xian also released the spatial shackles. Chen Mo was shocked to find that he was unable to break through in a short period of time. The space released by a 1-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator crushed his 5-star Lightning Tribulation Realm spatial energy. Whoosh! Lin Xian then teleported behind the dumbfounded Ouyang Jing. Bang! He kicked his back that was still burning with flames, and he was sent flying. Next time, please bring some more powerful people over. You guys are not enough. Lin Xian said mockingly before walking away. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with them. His shoes were basically scrapped. Although Lin Xian's combat strength was indeed stronger than theirs, the flames of a 5-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator were not to be trifled with. None of them were serious, but even if they were, Lin Xian would not necessarily be afraid of the 2 of them working together. One was constantly training and had the combat experience of 2 lifetimes. The other was 2 flowers that lived in a greenhouse and had never experienced setbacks or life and death. They were destined to be higher than Lin Xian in terms of their realm, but that was all. However, they were destined to be surpassed by Lin Xian. This kick did not cause any substantial damage to Ouyang Jing, but it insulted his self-esteem and pride. Bastard! Go to hell. Ouyang Jing was furious. Brother Ouyang, calm down. This Lin Xian has the space attribute. Even if you have the wind attribute, you can't do anything to him. Chen Mo hurriedly said. Ouyang Jing gritted his teeth and then withdrew his power. If this matter spreads out, won't our reputation be ruined? Ouyang Jing said unwillingly. Lin Xian is Han Chushue's boyfriend. We are unreasonable. Then why did you still come with me? Didn't you want him to stay away from Chushue? Chen Mo said, that's that. At least this Lin Xian's combat strength is still very strong. With the lightning and space attributes, we are naturally not afraid of him if we work together. We are also not afraid of a one-on-one fight. At least, it will be difficult to take him down. Bullshit, so what if he has the space attribute? It's only because we are in the city that I don't dare to use my true strength. No matter how hedonistic he was, the 8 great families and the 3 great powers were different. No matter how powerful the 8 great families were, they were still below the 3 great powers. Even the 8 great families did not dare to challenge the 3 great powers. If he committed a crime, as long as the 3 great powers did not want to let go, he would be judged even if he was the young master of the 8 great families. Chinamo did not say anything. Young Master Chin, in your opinion, what should we do now? Chinamo pondered for a moment. If we can't do it by force, then we can use our wits. 10 minutes ago, I sent someone to check on this Lin Xian's schedule and found that he booked a Star Cloud car to go to Lin and City at 10 in the morning tomorrow. The Star Cloud car was a special bus. It was extremely fast and was powered by special crystals. It was a means of transportation for ordinary people to travel between big cities. Although it was a human world, there were a lot of undeveloped areas between the cities, and there were a lot of demon beasts in these areas. It was not that the human race and the demon race divided the world into 2. There were no demon beasts in the areas where the human race lived. It was not because there were too many places in the human race that were barren or undeveloped. The demon beasts did not necessarily need to travel through the cities to go to the human race. Those demon beasts were also the targets of the martial artists in the inland cities. It was just that as long as it was not a large number, millions of demon beasts migrating there would not be a big problem. The cities also had barriers, even Tiandu was the same. However, if a large number of demon beasts migrated, it would naturally be discovered. Even if the human race entered the barren land, as long as there were a lot of them, coupled with the power of technology, they would definitely be discovered. Therefore, even in the inland, such as from Tianhua City to Lin and City, from Lin and City to Fengyun City, the hundreds of kilometers of uninhabited places in between were also demon beasts' territory. The difference was that those places were inhabited by the human race. Under such circumstances, the Star Cloud car had become the only means of transportation. There were planes, but there were almost none now. Although it was faster, there were also many demon beasts flying in the sky. Planes were really fragile. Once the plane crashed, even if you were in the Thunder Tribulation realm or the Lower realm, you would not be able to survive in the plane. For this reason, there were no means of transportation in the sky. Of course, if you were not afraid and had the money, you could buy your own plane and fly it. Chapter 574. Lin Xian's mood wasn't ruined because of this incident. Instead, he was very happy. This young master is awesome. Your goddess was wooed by this young master. Are you unhappy? Angry? Wahahaha, then stay angry. On the way, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lu Yufan. Hello, little fan, what's up? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Lu Yufan's voice came from the other side. Do I have to have something to call you? Then you must be missing me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Tell me, how many days has it been since you last saw me? How can there be a boyfriend like you? Lu Yufan said with grievance. Ding. Feeling Lu Yufan's grievance, Adonis points plus 50,000. These 50,000 Adonis points could reach 100,000 sets of gene medicine in the future, or even more. However, Lin Xian also knew after hearing Lu Yufan's words. Yes, she was his girlfriend, but what about it? This wasn't a long-distance relationship. Their homes were only a few kilometers apart. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. It was normal for girls to complain. Sorry, I've been a bit busy recently. I have to go to Lin and City tomorrow. Lin Xian sincerely apologized from the bottom of his heart because he knew that it was all his fault. Not only Lu Yufan, but also Miao Xiao Miao, Wang Xintong, and even Xiao Runing and Yi Yi. Lin Xian was quite cold to them. Lin Xian also wanted to play with them every day, but a day was so short. These days, he was busy with Han Chuxue and Ling Ying. It was normal for him to forget about them. Even Lin Ye was cold to them, but that didn't mean that Lin Xian didn't care about them. Hearing Lin Xian's apology, Lu Yufan felt much better. I don't mean to blame you. Lu Yufan said in a low voice, you have things to do. I should be happy for you. At least you're not slacking off like before. It's just that. I miss you. Lu Yufan said with embarrassment. Lin Xian froze for a moment, then smiled happily. This girl, I miss you too. Bah bah bah, who would believe your nonsense? I'm hanging up. Go ahead and get busy. When you're done, remember to come and play with me and Yi. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Then, Lu Yufan reluctantly hung up the phone. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at the time. It was already 9 p.m. He really wanted to visit Miao Xiao Miao and Wang Xintong, as well as Lu Yufan. However, he decided against it. After returning from Linfen City, he would spend more time with them. He didn't want to let any of the girls down, and he couldn't bear to let any of them go, but he couldn't take it. This era wasn't ancient times. They had to know about these things. How could Lin Xian make them accept these things? He could only say, even if he couldn't bear to, he had to respect their choice. If Lin Xian was really a scumbag, if he really didn't care about them, Lu Yufan, Wang Xintong, and Lin Xian would have had sex with them a long time ago. Because he cared about them, Lin Xian didn't really take advantage of them. As for Miao Xiao Miao, that little loli, he would raise her first. The next morning, Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of his room. Let's eat. Do you want me to accompany you to Linfen City? Lin Ye had already prepared breakfast for Lin Xian. No need. You can go shopping with Miss Xiao or train. It's a small matter. Leave it to me. Lin Xian smiled as he pinched Lin Ye's cheeks. But, you don't have any experience with these things. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Don't worry. I have a big boss with me. She has experience. Okay, as long as you believe me. Let's eat. Rose Heaven Whole. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue sat there. In front of Ling Longyue was a pile of desserts, drinks, and delicious food. She was happily eating. Ding. Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +1. I didn't expect you to have such a good heart. You brought me out to eat so early in the morning. You're not as bad as before. Ling Longyue said. She was indeed not as bad as before. She wanted to kill this bad guy before, but now, she couldn't bear to. Perhaps she didn't realize it herself. After all, her favorability towards him was 36. It was even higher than her sister's. Hearing Ling Longyue's words, Lin Xian awkwardly coughed. How should he put it? Bringing her out to eat was just convenient. While waiting for Murong Qing, Lin Xian wanted to bring Ling Longyue to Lin and City. As for the purpose, first, it might be to cultivate their relationship. Second, was there anyone more suitable than her as a full-time bodyguard? Furthermore, this girl was very gullible. Although he had said that he would take her out to eat delicious food, it was actually just a matter of convenience. More importantly, she was acting as Lin Xian's bodyguard. Who knew if any accidents would happen? With this girl around, Lin Xian was even more confident. That's right. I wasn't bad in the past, okay? Who said so? You were so bad in the past. At that time, I even wanted to kill you. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Cough, cough, after eating, I'll bring you to another city. Why? Ling Longyue asked curiously. To play. The human world you're in is just a hotel in Tianhua City and Jinghua City. The human world is huge. Every city has its own face. I'll bring you to see more. Ding. Deceiving big sister, Prince Charming points plus 1000000. Okay. Ling Longyue agreed without hesitation. Since she was bored and she was alone, she was indeed hoping to follow Lin Xian to play. Is that city more fun than here? Ling Longyue's big eyes sparkled as she asked expectantly. Not necessarily. Everyone has different opinions. It's up to you whether you think it's fun or not. But it's definitely different from Tianhua City. Lin Xian. Okay, let's go. Then, this little girl was tricked by Lin Xian again. She was still happily thinking that Lin Xian was bringing her to see other cities. In fact, she was just a pitiful little girl. At this time, Murong Qing walked over in a white casual outfit with sunglasses. She attracted everyone's attention. This woman was too tempting. She was the most tempting woman Lin Xian had ever seen. Like Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue. They were beautiful, but their temperament was not the seductive type. Murong Qing saw Ling Longyue, a sky sovereign expert. Murong Qing was not surprised that Lin Xian brought her along. She was only curious as to how Lin Xian could casually send a sky sovereign expert. Lin Xian wanted to say that it was simple. Give her good food and toys, and then coax and lie to her, just like coaxing a child. Let's go. She can buy her ticket at the station. The Star Cloud car was much faster than driving by themselves. It was also safer. The journey to Lin and City was 500 kilometers. It would take a day to drive, but it would take 4 to 5 hours by car. Chapter 575. Buying tickets naturally required an ID card. Lin Xian had already asked someone to get Ling Longyue's ID card. As for Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue, Lin Xian brought them to get their ID cards done personally. After all, they did not know what an ID card was. Living in the city, an ID card was something that cannot be missing. Why not have an ID card now? Even going online required an ID card. Going to a hotel also required an ID card. And these girls would be living with Lin Xian in the future. An ID card was definitely something that could not be missed. Hey, why are you in a daze? Murong Qing sat down and stole the uneaten pasta in front of Lin Xian without him noticing. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. A guy will only be in a daze because of one thing. Murong Qing said. All right, you have lived for almost 27 years and have never been in a relationship. How can you know this? Lin Xian retorted. Murong Qing, why was she so angry? In the past, she did not feel anything. On the contrary, she had lived for more than 26 years and still kept her chastity. She was proud of herself. But now that Lin Xian said that, she felt that, she was so pitiful. What's wrong with that? My sister and I have never been in a relationship. We have been in a relationship for much longer than you guys. Ling Longyue muttered as she ate silently. Are you lonely? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Get lost. Damn pervert. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If it was based on her previous impression of him, Lin Xian would have already flown out. Are you done eating? If you are, let's go. NN. Ling Longyue then stood up with a dessert in one hand and a drink in the other. Let's go. Murong Qing then went out to get the car. When will your sister and the rest return? Lin Xian could not help but ask. Because they were too far away from where humans lived, the signal could not reach them. Therefore, Lin Xian had lost contact with them for a long time. I don't know. Ling Longyue shook her head. What? Lin Xian smiled and said, I do. TSK, don't you know who you are? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, he really wanted to hit her. A red sports car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Get in. In the Star Cloud car, Lin Xian and the other two sat there. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue sat on one side while Murong Qing sat opposite them. The Star Cloud car was on its way to Lin and City. Because Tianhua City was indeed in a state of unrest recently, a large number of residents would leave for other cities. Of course, they might not be moving, but taking this opportunity to travel. Who knows, maybe they could avoid the disaster. If there was no disaster, they would return to work and so on. Therefore, there were many people in the Star Cloud car. Murong Qing, of course, did not like to sit with strangers. She also knew that Lin Xian would most likely choose to sit with Ling Longyue. Therefore, she had already bought both seats. There were some people around who didn't have an empty seat. After all, they had bought standing tickets. They also knew that although they had noticed this empty seat and this super beauty, no one sat there. The two people sitting not far away were Ouyang Jing and Qin Imo. It was too easy for them to track Lin Xian's whereabouts. After all, Lin Xian used his own identity. Of course, they also saw Lin Xian and the others. Brother Ouyang, don't you feel that the woman opposite Qin Imo looks a little familiar? Qin Imo frowned and suddenly asked. Young Master Qin, do all the beauties look familiar? Ouyang Jing joked. Then he glanced at the side of Murong Qing's face. But she is really beautiful. I'm afraid that she is not inferior to Han Chuxue. This Lin Xian's luck with women is also amazing. But no matter how beautiful the women in this third-tier city are, they are still the same. Qin Imo did not think too much about it. I don't know why this Lin Xian suddenly left Tianhua City. I hope we can make his plan fail. Ouyang Jing's eyes were full of gloominess. They came here for Lin Xian. What's the harm in spending more time? They knew that Lin Xian left Tianhua City for no reason and did not bring Han Chuxue, his family. Naturally, something must have happened. At this time, a man squeezed through the crowd and sat in the empty seat next to Murong Qing. Murong Qing turned her head and glanced at him. Beauty, let's get to know each other. Then he smiled gentlemanly and handed Murong Qing a business card. I am Wang Yulong, the chairman of Yulong Group. Murong Qing curled her lips and said, I don't know you. Thank you, please move. Wang Yulong was the CEO of a company. He had an important matter to attend to in Lin and City. He managed to catch the bus, but he didn't manage to buy a ticket. However, he suddenly saw an empty seat and then saw a woman who was so beautiful that she took his breath away. For people like him, once he had money, all that was left was women. If he could prove his identity and get this woman, and at the same time, get a seat for a few hours, it would be wonderful. As for why he did not drive himself or hire someone to drive him to Lin and City, it was because it was dangerous. Other than the transportation of the three forces, what was safer than the Star Cloud car? Wang Yulong smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. Let's get to know each other. 3 seconds. If you don't get lost, do you believe that you will fly out? Murong Qing said domineeringly. I say, you are a beautiful woman, but you are a bit too domineering. You don't want to give an empty seat to someone else. Don't you think so, everyone? Wang Yulong then said to the people who were standing around. Yes, yes. There is such a big empty seat. Why does one person occupy 2 seats? Yes, just because you are beautiful. Ridiculous. For a moment, some of the passengers who were standing around began to agree with him. They were already unhappy just standing there. Plus, they saw that Wang Yulong seemed to be rich and powerful. They valued this point. Moreover, these days, there were all kinds of incidents of people occupying seats on cars, eating instant noodles, insulting passengers, and beating and scolding drivers. They also felt that Murong Qing might be one of them. Anyway, they were just unhappy. Now that someone had taken the lead, of course, they would speak out. Wang Yulong could give up this woman who was so beautiful that it took his breath away. However, he had to save his face. Moreover, he did not exercise all year round and overindulged. His body was not very good. Standing for a few hours was really a torture. Hearing the words of the people around him, Wang Yulong sneered in his heart. Why do you occupy 2 seats? The corner of Murong Qing's mouth curled up. Then, she slapped the 2 tickets on the table. Because I've already paid for these 2 seats. So, do you think I can sit on both seats? Chapter 576. Murong Qing's words made those who agreed with her speechless. Wang Yulong looked at her and was stunned. Was there such a thing in this day and age? So, are you going to scram or not? Murong Qing glanced at Wang Yulong coldly. Wang Yulong then said, Beauty, you can't waste a free seat, right? How about this? This ticket is 800 yuan. I'll pay you double and give me the seat. Scram. 3 times. I'll say it again, scram. 10 times. You just don't have enough money, right? 8,000 yuan, I'll buy your seat. Wang Yulong said. Last time. Murong Qing said coldly again. Lin Xian didn't panic at all. This Murong Qing was much more unyielding than him. She had money and power. Lin Xian didn't worry about what she wanted to do. He didn't need to clean up her mess either. Wang Yulong sneered. Okay. How about 80,000? 80,000. I'll give you 80,000 yuan for this ticket and accompany me for a night. Is that enough? In his opinion, what kind of woman couldn't be won over by money? Couldn't be won over. That's because he didn't have enough money. This woman was indeed top-notch. He was willing even if it was 80,000 yuan. Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. The surrounding people secretly shook their heads. Sure enough, society was like this. Money could make people put down their dignity. Looking at her smile, she was obviously going to agree. I'll give you 800,000 yuan. Kneel down and apologize to me. 800,000 yuan. Ha ha ha. 800,000 yuan, take out 100,000 yuan first. Ha ha ha, you're acting cool in front of me. Okay, don't pretend to be reserved. You just don't have enough money, right? I've seen a lot of women like you. Which woman isn't like that? Just use money. 80,000 yuan isn't enough, right? Is 100,000 yuan enough? Wang Yulong said and took out a check. Murong Qing had seen all kinds of people flirting with her, but this was the first time she saw such a disgusting guy. Slap, bang. Ah, the crowd couldn't help but scream subconsciously because Wang Yulong was sent flying by Murong Qing's slap. The space of the star cloud car was quite big. Wang Yulongqing's body flew for about 2 meters and then landed on the ground. You're so despicable, why did you have to make a move? Murongqing's good mood was ruined by this beast. This time, not only did the surrounding people not attack Murongqing, but they also felt relieved. In the beginning, they stood on Wang Yulong's side because they felt that Murongqing was not a good woman. But now, they discovered that they were wrong. This woman was worthy of their admiration. Fuck. Smelly bitch, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the boss of Yulong Group. Wang Yulong was naturally embarrassed to be slapped like this in front of him. Moreover, it was by a woman. Not far away, 3 men with standing tickets quickly gathered around. They were obviously Wang Yulong's bodyguards. They didn't come over earlier because they didn't expect their boss to be sent flying. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. It was over. If it was before, he would have just slandered Murongqing. But now, he actually scolded her. Wang Yulong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a gloomy face. You're the one who started it, so don't blame me for being rude. Drag her out and strip her naked. Wang Yulong said angrily. Yes. Everyone secretly shook their heads. This was bad. But some of them were looking forward to it. If this kind of beauty. Oh my god. I can't take it. On the other side, Ouyang Jing sneered. Sure enough, they're a bunch of bumpkins from a third-tier city. What idiots. But to be able to see this kind of beauty doing that, it's not a waste of time. Brother Ouyang, don't you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Under normal circumstances, he would definitely go. He would even take the initiative to strike up a conversation. But when he remembered that this beauty was Lin Xian's colleague, he decided against it. I'm not going. The 3 bodyguards slowly walked over. Murongqing then looked at Lin Xian. Little Xian. What? Lin Xian scratched his head in confusion. Why was she looking at him all of a sudden? Cripple him and break his legs. Lin Xian, why don't you do it yourself? I'm not doing it. Lin Xian said proudly. Dirty your hands. Help me cripple him and I'll slap you for the whole night. Lin Xian, damn. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So this young man was the real boss. Let me do it. Ling Longyue was also unhappy with this Wang Yulong. Although it wasn't directed at her, he actually looked down on girls. She was a lawless person. Ling Longyue then stood up and walked over. Little brat. Who do you think you are? Slap her too. Wang Yulong said angrily. Everyone couldn't bear to watch. Such a small loli, she would cry for a long time from this slap. One of the bodyguards raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The next scene made everyone speechless. Thump, the 3 bodyguards held their stomachs and knelt on the ground. Ling Longyue then went to Wang Yulong. What? Ouyang Jing and Qin Mo were also shocked. Young Master Qin, did you see this girl fight? Ouyang Jing asked in shock. Qin Mo shook his head, no. It was too fast. I couldn't see it clearly. I admit that even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to do it so fast that I couldn't see the movement of 3 people. She seems very powerful. Although he was shocked, in Ouyang Jing's view, there were countless experts who could do this. It was nothing much. However, the others were even more shocked. Wang Yulong's face was extremely ugly. He was also extremely shocked. What happened? Why did the 3 bodyguards he brought fall? How did this girl appear in front of him in an instant? Wang Yulong gritted his teeth and angrily slapped Ling Longyue. Crack! The sound of bones being broken was accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, making everyone's heart tremble. This wasn't a dislocation. This was a bone being broken. Wang Yulong was lying on the ground screaming, his right hand was completely flipped over. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could such a young and cute loli be so ruthless? Damn it! Ling Longyue was furious. Crack! One of Wang Yulong's legs was broken by her little foot. Ouyang Jing and Chen Mo were shocked when they saw this. Isn't this too ruthless? How could a 12 to 14-year-old girl be so ruthless? Wang Yulong never thought that these people would dare to do this. Wait for your death, all of you wait for your death. Wang Yulong wailed. Yes, openly attacking people would be punished by the trial union. Even if they didn't kill anyone and this Wang Yulong was very rich and powerful, they could still vent their anger. However, what happened next? You're courting death. Ling Longyue's delicate body exploded with energy, wanting to kill him. Wait! Lin Xian stopped her. Enough. Crippling him is fine, but killing him is not allowed. Go back and sit. Lin Xian then looked at him. Crack, the other leg was broken by him. Everyone. Chapter 577. These are all ruthless people. Wang Yulong fainted. If he didn't faint, he would die from the pain. What's going on? Several staff members heard the commotion and quickly ran over. The Star Cloud carriage was under the control of the three major forces. There would also be some powerful people from the three major forces accompanying the carriage to protect everyone's safety. Naturally, there would be people coming over. Then, they saw this miserable scene and glanced at it. Who did this? It's her. Lin Xian pointed at Murong Qing and said. Murong Qing, hey, is this how you sell people? The main thing was that Lin Xian knew that she would be fine. These people didn't know Murong Qing. Publicly injuring someone, the circumstances are serious and you're defying the law. When we reach Linton City, you will be brought to the enforcement union for punishment. A man then said, Miss, please cooperate with our law enforcement and come with us. Murong Qing then stood up and looked at Lin Xian and said, this old lady will remember you. Hey, it's obviously your order. Alright, let's go. Murong Qing said. Did you guys make a move? That man looked at Lin Xian and Ling Longyue. No, we're good people. It's her. Lin Xian pointed at Murong Qing and said. I say, young Master Lin, how can you say such nonsense? Everyone around saw that the two of you beat him up like this and you still haven't made a move. At this time, Ouyang Jing walked over and said. If Lin Xian was imprisoned in the enforcement union, wouldn't it affect one of his plans? Why are these two people here? What a coincidence. No, it can't be so coincidental. They must have followed him here. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Alright, we'll make a move too. Let's go together. Then, the three of them were taken away. Those people felt that it was a pity. This was considered as enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, right? What a pity. Ouyang Jing sneered, young Master Qin, what do you think of my move? Chen Mo nodded. Not bad. Even if this Lin Xian is arrogant, he wouldn't dare to go against the three major forces. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to run away. Crippling the CEO of a company, although it doesn't reach the level of murder, but according to normal trial, it won't be a problem to lock him up for 1 or 2 years. However, they were acting in self-defense. If they acted in self-defense, it would probably take a few months. It's over. They didn't expect to end their grudge with Lin Xian in such a way. By locking Lin Xian up for a few months, his cultivation would drop, and his original plans would also be delayed. Although they didn't know what his original plans were, it was very satisfying. In less than a minute, 3 people swaggered over. Everyone's eyes widened. What was going on? Why did he come back? Shouldn't he be locked up temporarily? Ouyang Jing, who was enjoying his coffee, almost spat it out when he saw this scene. What's going on? What are you doing? Give up your seats. Lin Xian said to the people who took their seats. Then, those people left resentfully. It's so comfortable to sit here. Lin Xian said happily. Then, he glanced at Ouyang Jing and the others on the other side. What's wrong? You look very surprised. Are you a little disappointed that I'm not locked up? Lin Xian said with a smirk. You think that's enough? This young master wants to see what qualifications you have for the 3 major forces to protect you. At this time, the people from the 3 major forces came over and served Lin Xian and the others tea. You! Ouyang Jing pointed at them and said, covering up a criminal, that's a double crime. Those people looked at Ouyang Jing and said, they were just acting in self-defense. It doesn't constitute a crime. That's still self-defense, right? I don't need you to point fingers. If you're not convinced, go ahead and sue. What a joke. This was the leader of the Divine Palace. What were they afraid of? Do you know who this young master is? This young master is Ouyang Jing of the Ouyang family, one of the 8 major families in Tiandu. You're shielding a criminal in front of me. I think you don't want to live anymore. Hearing his words, everyone was shocked. The young master of the 8 major families. Oh my God! How could such a person appear here? This time, it's over. Even if the head of the Ouyang family is here, he'll have to be careful. The man said. Who's that behind him? That's the chief executive of the Divine Palace. Her position is not inferior to any of the heads of the 8 major families. At the same time, the family behind her is the founder of the Divine Palace. Everyone was even more shocked. How is this possible? Why are the ordinary members of the 3 major forces not afraid? Ouyang Jing was also stunned. That's not right. Logically speaking, if he revealed his identity, the other party should be scared out of their wits. The 8 major families. What kind of colossus is that? He's not afraid at all. Is there really such a blind person in this world who's courting death? Not only is he not afraid, he even said that even if the head of the family was here, it would be useless. This really made him feel incredulous. Please remember what you said. Ouyang Jing said with an ugly expression. That's right, he was not afraid of these people, but he did not dare to do anything to the people of the 3 major forces in front of everyone. If he did, he would also be courting death. The 8 major families were colossus, but the 3 major forces were even more colossal existences. It could be said that the 8 major families were the top families, but the 3 major forces were the country. No matter how powerful your family is, can it be compared to the country? Not to mention him, even if his father was here, he wouldn't dare to offend any of the members of the 3 major forces. Offending a small member was the same as offending the 3 major forces. Of course, he could still do whatever he wanted in secret. At this time, Murongqing said, are the 8 major families really that powerful? Humph. Ouyang Jing sneered and said, I guess people like you who live in a 3rd-tier city don't know how terrifying the 8 major families are. Let me tell you simply, any one of the 8 major families has property and power comparable to your entire city combined. Understand? Oh, so powerful. Murongqing looked as if she suddenly realized something. How can a family be so powerful? Do you know how to do some shady business? You better take back that sentence. Ouyang Jing said coldly. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Then you said that your family is very powerful. Will they send people to kill us? I'm so scared. Hearing Murong Qing's words, the surrounding people started to discuss. Ouyang Jing's expression was ugly. What he was most afraid of was bringing shame to the Ouyang family. The poor were afraid of the rich were afraid of the powerful were afraid of the powerful, and the powerful were afraid of the masses. If it caused a heated discussion, it would have a huge impact on the Ouyang family. And he had also made a big mistake. Of course not. To us, there is only one enemy, and that is the demonic beasts. Humans are all friends. Ouyang Jing quickly said in a relaxed tone. Chapter 578. The change in Ouyang Jing's attitude and tone allowed these people to guess what was going on. That's right, the Ouyang family was indeed a giant, but such a giant was afraid of the people. If a wave of uproar was set off against the Ouyang family, it naturally wouldn't be able to destroy the family, but it would certainly have a certain impact on the family. For such a family, such an impact would not be small. Although it would still be harmless, who would want to become a gun handle? Moreover, to say that everything a big family did was legal and that they had never secretly killed anyone or played some tricks. That was impossible. No matter how big a family was, they would still be afraid of being targeted by the three great forces. This Ouyang Jing was indeed lawless, but he was still rational. He didn't dare to say some harsh words in public. On the contrary, he would retreat. Therefore, these playboys didn't seem to be particularly smart. Perhaps because of some special reasons, they had been warned about these things since they were small families. To be honest, this Ouyang Jing wasn't as stupid as Lin Xian thought. He thought that he could provoke him and then say something. As for you guys, and this matter, I will personally go to the three great forces and ask them whether you guys are committing a crime. Ouyang Jing snorted coldly and stopped talking to Lin Xian. Let's drop this matter. First, it was indeed self-defense. As for whether it was excessive self-defense or not, there's no need to argue about it. But in my opinion, that woman might be a little unusual. Chen Mo quietly glanced at Murong Qing. Isn't she just a little beautiful? Chen Mo shook his head. No, don't you suspect why the three great forces are so unyielding? The three great forces backing them? Impossible. No matter what, they are still ordinary members. Even if they have the three great forces backing them, they are still afraid of us secretly attacking them. But they aren't afraid. Just because of their hot blood. Impossible. Obviously, they have something else to rely on. You mean, Chen Mo said, it's either that woman or the little girl next to her who seems to be quite strong. Lin Xian is impossible. On second thought, it seems impossible that the little girl is either. The biggest possibility is that woman. We still need to investigate. Check my ass. What kind of ability can a woman from a third-tier city have? I reckon they're all inexperienced people who don't know what kind of power our 8 great clans have. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. A few hours later, the Star Cloud bus arrived at Lin and City Station. Everyone got off the bus one after another. Lin Xian glanced around and didn't see Ouyang Jing and his companion. Could it be that they didn't come for him? Wasn't that too much of a coincidence? Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes and looked around. Looking at this unfamiliar place, she couldn't tell which was better, compared to Tianhua City. It wasn't better, just about the same. Perhaps there were some differences, such as some famous snacks that could only be eaten here. Murongqing put on her sunglasses. Her skin was as white as milk. She was tall and slender. Her figure was enough to make people spurt blood. She was a proper goddess. She gave off the feeling of a rich and beautiful woman. Before they came to Linfen City, Lin Xian had asked Murongqing to help him check. Today, there was a newly built skyscraper being auctioned. It was located in the city center, a prime location. It was convenient for transportation and not very crowded. It had a total of 32 floors. It was also in line with Lin Xian's idea. Therefore, that was their target. Lin Xian was also very grateful to Murongqing. If it wasn't for her, who knew how he would have found Linfen City? Go quickly. There are still 2 hours before the auction starts. Following which, they took a taxi to the city center of Linfen City. Not far away, 2 people walked out. Looks like they came with a purpose. Let's take a taxi and follow them. On the bustling streets, it was as if they were shopping. With Murongqing around, who knew how many people would turn their heads? She was different from beautiful girls like Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. Women like Murongqing could stimulate the desire of men to peak. Goddesses like Linglong Shui and Han Chushue could stimulate the desire of men to conquer them. What's that smell? It stinks. Ling Longwe covered her nose and said in disgust. Lin Xian smiled. Wait a moment. Then, he ran over and came back with 3 sets of stinky tofu. There were many types of stinky tofu. However, Lin Xian only liked to eat roasted ones. Moreover, there were no fillings inside. It was better to just put some chili on the surface. Some were even soaked in a pile of seasoning. Lin Xian didn't like that kind of tofu. However, everyone had their own preferences. Some didn't like roasted tofu. Here. Lin Xian passed the stinky tofu to Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue hid far away. Go away, go away. Are you trying to stink me to death? Ling Longyue said in disgust. This is food. Ling Longyue, get lost. This tofu must have been left here for a few years. That's why it stinks. Ling Longyue didn't believe it. Oh my god, didn't all delicious things make people drool when they smelled it? How could there be something that stinks when it's delicious? Didn't those corpses smell when they were left outside for a long time or when they were spoiled? Then, Lin Xian smiled and took a bite. Ling Longyue's mouth was wide open as if she had seen a ghost. Oh my god. He ate it. He actually ate it. Wasn't this too terrifying? What kind of demon was she friends with? She wouldn't eat a bite even if she died. Murongqing was very curious and surprised. She didn't even know about stinky tofu. This little girl at the Heaven Venerable Realm seemed to be a little special. Either she was living under protection and had never come into contact with anything unclean, or she had never lived in the human world before. Demon race. She couldn't sense it, but she suspected it. She was at the Heaven Venerable Realm at such a young age. Even if her family caught a demon beast for her, she wouldn't be able to reach the Heaven Venerable Realm. High-grade demon beasts weren't something you could catch just because you wanted to. If a demon beast of that level wanted to run away, it would be too difficult to stop it. As for using low-grade demon beasts to raise her realm. Not to mention the Heaven Venerable Realm, even if she reached the Domain Realm, the amount of experience points needed to raise her realm by 1 star was unimaginable. It's delicious. Lin Xian said. Ling Longyue, oh my god. How could he make such an expression of enjoyment and say such words? Was he crazy? There was a conspiracy, there was definitely a conspiracy. But Ling Longyue was very curious. After all, Lin Xian ate it in front of her. It's a little spicy, but it's very satisfying. Lin Xian then took another bite. Ling Longwei, she slowly moved closer. Here. Lin Xian passed the other one to her. She slowly reached out and took it while pinching her little nose with her other hand. Here. Lin Xian also passed one to Murong Qing. I'm not eating. Of course, it's not that it's not delicious. It's just that we have to go to a high-end event later. Do you really think it's good to eat this? Chapter 579. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter, I'll just drink a cup of milk tea later. Then I won't eat it. Murong Qing shook her head. She also likes to eat it, but when she attends an event, she will definitely not eat it. Even if the smell can be suppressed, she will not eat it. This is a habit she has developed over the years. It's good that you don't want to eat it. I'll eat it all. Lin Xian threw the bamboo stick he had finished eating into the trash can and started on another one. Ling Longwei was going crazy. She looked at Lin Xian without blinking. Not only did he eat it, but he also ate so much. He still looked like he was enjoying it. Is it really delicious? But it's so smelly. She lowered her head and looked at it. Do you remember what I told you before? This is stinky tofu. It's the kind of thing that smells bad but tastes especially good. Lin and City is the most famous city for stinky tofu. Try it. Since you're here, you can't miss out on the most famous delicacy. Lin Xian said to Ling Longwei with a smile. Ling Longwei believed in Lin Xian's nonsense. You can't lie to me. She pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Damn. Why would I lie to you? I brought you here to eat good food. I told you about stinky tofu before and now I'm here. Also, if it's not good, why would I eat it? I'll believe you this time. Ling Longwei pinched her nose and took a bite. Her expression was really cute. She took a few more bites and her big eyes lit up. How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Not bad. Ling Longwei ate another piece. At first, she couldn't accept it, but the more she ate, the better it tasted. Soon, she finished it. Do you want more? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Then, let's eat another one. Lin Xian bought 2 more sticks for her with a smile. Only then did he walk away with satisfaction. Lin Xian, why is this thing smelly? But the taste is quite good. Is it made with papa? Lin Xian, facing Ling Longyue's interrogation, Lin Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't that be eating shit? Bah. Ling Longwei also realized that she had asked an idiotic question. It's not a problem to eat it in a special way, but it's not good for the body if you eat too much. But for you, a heavenly venerable expert, it's not a big deal even if you eat poison. Ling Longwei nodded and took a sip of her milk tea. Soon, they arrived at their destination. She raised her head and looked at the 30-story building. It was especially beautiful. This building has been built for about a month. Now, the public auction will begin. Because of the special location, the bidders are basically the rich people in Lin and City. In fact, I don't think you really need to get this building now. The existence of an office building requires the company to reach a very large scale and even have branches in many places. Only then will it have meaning. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said. It will happen sooner or later. It's not like our beautiful sister is poor, right? Lin Xian grinned at Murong Qing. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Of course, she knew that it would happen sooner or later because of Lin Xian's business. But as for how long it would take, as for how long it would take, she did not know. Moreover, the 30-story building would have at least 1,000 employees, right? With 1,000 employees working in a building, the scale of the company would reach the level of 10 billion or even 100 billion annually. Of course, if it really happened, then Lin Xian would not only be earning 1 billion or 100 billion annually, but 10 billion or even 100 billion a month. Of course, Lin Xian could not do it because he did not have that many Adonis points. One after another, people walked into the building. Let's go in. The auction site was in the building. Then, they walked in. Two people at the back got off the car and saw them entering the building. Are they going to bid for this building? Yang frowned. Obviously. Then this young master will snatch it from them. Yang Jin sneered. To them, bidding for this building was not a problem at all. For example, Zhao Nanfeng had spent 1 billion just to slap Lin Xian in the face and buy Drunken Pavilion. As for the money, as long as it wasn't too much, he would be able to bid for it. As for the purpose of bidding for it, he could either choose to give it away, or he could use it to realize his business. It could even become a small branch of the Ouyang family here. In short, with the Ouyang family's financial resources and power, he would not lose anything. Most importantly, he could disrupt Lin Xian's plan. That would be great. He just did not like Lin Xian. Come, let's go in too. Then, the two of them walked in. Inside the beautiful building, there was a huge space. There were no less than 100 people sitting inside. Every one of them was dressed in a suit and looked graceful. After all, everyone who came here was from the upper class. Then, looking at Lin Xian, all right, he was dressed in a simple casual outfit. Ling Longyue was the same, but her outfit was quite expensive. As for Murong Qing, her outfit was extremely expensive. Even if you were from the upper class, you might not be able to recognize these clothes. You might think that they were from a random brand or from a street stall. In fact, they were clothes that they could not even buy. The three of them sat in the middle of the crowd. Ling Longyue did not know what was going on and was sipping on her milk tea. The entire space was very high-end and beautiful. In front of them was a huge screen. It was similar to the screen in a movie theater. The only difference was that this was a huge ultra-thin LCD TV. The people around them were chatting with each other, waiting for something. After all, they were from the upper class and had some morals. Although they were chatting, they were not noisy and the volume was very low. Yang Jin and Ling Longyue slowly went to the back and sat down. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Ling Longyue asked curiously. Bidding for this building. Ling Longyue's eyes flashed. Head of the house. Lin Xian, damn. Head of a building with 32 floors. What was this little girl thinking? It's all right. It's not too shabby to be the head of a place like this. Lin Xian. That's wishful thinking. At this moment, a few men and beauties walked over to the front of the stage. Seeing them, the crowd stopped chatting. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was quite handsome and revealed a gentlemanly smile. Today, there are many more people than I expected. I am the chief planner of the construction of Lin and building. Of course, I am also the current owner of this building. My name is Liao Jian. I sincerely welcome you all. The crowd applauded. Mr. Liao, we didn't even have time for lunch before coming to participate in the auction. Ha ha ha, the people around him smiled in agreement. It's my fault. I'll give the order now. After the auction is over, everyone can come for lunch. Liao Jian said with a smile. Then, he glanced at the crowd and his eyes fell on Murong Qing. He had 2 seconds.